Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. The Anglican, he's very much lucky.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning. Look, I've got some birds in the picture. Look at that. That was intentional. Oh, they flew away. I was going to zoom in. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict. I'm a little late this morning. Sorry. That's all. Just sorry. Okay. We are here. We have a fun day outlined. Well, some things coming up. Obviously, you saw the thumbnail. Bryan Kohberger is going to be back in court today, and we're going to watch it. This is the big one we've been waiting for. This is the change of venue hearing. So excited for that one. It's going to be awesome because I think we're going to Boise. Who's up for going to Boise? Ooh. Yeah, I don't know if that's like a orangutan cheering for something. No Mountain Dew for the record. Have not had any Mountain Dew yet this morning. I'm just excited. That's all. I'm just excited. Oh, what a day. Super excited for today. Let's see. Let's go to live chat so I can see what y'all are saying. Let's see. I'm going to miss the view when RA leaves Utah, says Sabrina Aller. Yes, but you know what you won't miss? Late starts because I'm going to go back on Eastern time, and we're going to go back to starting 2 hours ago. So that's going to be fun. Let's see. First of all, welcome to Krista OG. First in chat, Krista. Boom. Says, hello, friends. Hello, friends. Krista, thank you very much for being first in chat. At the same time, you do know what you were doing, right? Now I have to send it to you to internet ownership. And you thought you were going to have a good day, and now you're going to be, I don't know, helping people fix their routers from home, remotely. But it's a task you signed up for when you were first in chat, so we're going to go ahead and deem you internet owner for the day. Appreciate that, Krista. Please take care of it. For the rest of us, we'll all be happy. Red Pen gifted 5 memberships to kick everything off because, there's never enough green. So thank you, Red Pen, as well. Oh, it's good. What are you guys most excited for today? Other than, like Misty Harris, who obviously has a reason to be particularly pleased with the events of today. Let's see. Y'all riding shotgun on my last leg of my road trip. Thank you, Sandy. Drive safe. Glad we can go on the trip with you. That's always fun. Let's see. We've got podcasts tonight. Yes. I would like to say we worked this out, Thomas and I. But no, Thomas solved the problem. He made the call to me. He presented 4, maybe 5 options saying, here's what I can do. And he's like, let's do this one. And the podcast for you guys is basically going to look identical. It starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Mountain. I guess that would make it 7 p.m. Central. And it's going to be just normal for you. I'm going to be on the road. Well, not like driving during the podcast because that wouldn't be safe. But I'm going to be in the parking lot of the, I don't know, Larry H. Miller's Cineplex Odeon. I forget what it's called. It's a movie theater where I'm going to a premiere of a friend's movie that he filmed, shot, edited, wrote, all that fun stuff. So I'm going to that premiere. I've got my ticket. I'm so excited. I've got a great seat, and no, I did not spend $8 for a bucket of popcorn because that's where they get you. That's where they get you, is on the $8 popcorn. Plus, I'm on a diet. Even on vacation, I'm not going to popcorn. I'll smuggle some in. Anyway, so I'm going to be live from the parking lot. Weather Watch is going to be there. We're going to have a special guest with us as well. So podcast is on the regular time tonight, which is going to be great. And then I'm going to maybe dip out a few minutes early just so I can chum around with my buddy, my friend there at his big premiere for him, because he's super excited. They waited years for this. Like, no kidding, years. Holly Mack, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Mindful Crafts by Donna says, let's get Recovery Hack to 60K today. That would be awesome. Good morning, Brandy. Brandy did an amazing job. Oh my goodness, yesterday. Thank you, Brandy, for hosting us as we sort of just invaded and just enjoyed the awesomeness that is Verdict Watch on 13th Juror. What a lot of fun. What a crazy, crazy day for Robert Tellus with the verdict that came in, and then the verdict that came in with his guilt, which we thought was going to come in, 3 days ago. And then of course the jury gets told to sit back down. You're not done yet. And then they go into the penalty phase, and the jury got that part done really quickly. And the penalty, I'm going to spoil it here. So if you haven't seen it, this is the time to turn down the volume or maybe hum the alphabet song or something, plug your ears. The penalty for Robert was life with an opportunity for parole after 20 years. So I think what happened, and I haven't heard the jurors talk yet, but I think what happened was that defense attorney did a great job in his argument at the closing of the penalty phase, and basically said, look, this life without parole, this is for hardened criminals. This is for people who make mistake after mistake after mistake and prove they can't change. Don't do that. This is his first run in with the law. Well, it's not literally, but as far as convictions go, this is his first conviction, and I think that resonated. And people said, it's pretty heinous. It's pretty bad. There's, we know that there's nothing, when it comes to restitution on murder, how do you make it right for the family? You can't. But they said that doesn't necessarily, they probably looked at his family and saw he has a 16-year-old daughter and a wife that, that want to see him again. And they said, life, but if he's good, opportunity for parole. So interesting, a little bit of mercy with the justice dished out yesterday for Robert Tellus. Still a life sentence, not a 20-year sentence. Yep, it's a life sentence. He could serve the rest of his life. It does not mean he gets out after 20 years. It could be, it's a pretty bad first conviction, most definitely. When it comes to the slate of crimes you can have on the top of your rap sheet, murder one is probably, it's right up there. It's right up there, along with parking in a handicapped space when you're not eligible for that parking. Those two, in my book, are pretty severe. Evangeline Light, welcome to the gallery. 16 months. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. Let's see. And also 5 gifted memberships. Welcome 5 more people to the gallery with Evangeline Light. Thank you. It's been a wonderful 16 months. Evangeline Light, thank you. Thank you for your support. That's nuts for premeditation. It's crazy. Almost 68. I don't know where we are. Does somebody... I will have to take a peek. Give me just 1 second. Link in new tab. Ooh. Now that's juicy. Hang on 1 second. It's loading still. It's taking forever. There's a live count. Let's put that on camera 6, shall we? Give me a second to get that back over there. Oh, there's the bird. The bird's back. I was waiting for... dang it. Okay, I'm just going to zoom in on this tree. We're just going to watch here. We're not going anywhere else until that bird comes back and lands on this tree. I need to get this shot. Focus. There we go. All right, we're on bird watch now. It's not what you came for, but that's what we're doing. Thank you. All right, thank you, Evangeline Light, for your generous. I'm working on my. I remember what I was doing. Sorry, I'm working on this view. Where is that YouTube studio? We have about 2 hours, a little under 2 hours, I think, maybe an hour and a half before Bryan Kohberger starts. So we might do a tiny bit of court hopping or discussion about some other things. I told you I was going to do a panel yesterday. I don't know how much kids want me to share with my wife, so I'll talk really quiet. one of the things we did today, I realize this is not a vacation type activity, or yesterday, was the kids were due for some immunizations, and we were on the trip when we did it. And so they're all like arms sore, sad, feeling bad. And yesterday was just brutal for them. So I called it yesterday and said, we're not going to go live. I'm just going to not do that. So anyway, where were we? I'm sorry. I keep getting distracted. I'm going to fix this. There we go. That's the black version. I love the night version instead of the bright white. Okay. Let's put this one right here. Okay, I'm going to briefly cut away from the tree so birds don't land yet. Here's where we are. Here's where we are. We need 73 more subscribers, and we will hit 60,000. We could possibly hear the party horn today, possibly. So you're saying there's a chance. All right. Meanwhile, no birds. Didn't miss anything there. All right, gutted for the family. There were no winners. On both sides, the family on both sides. It was interesting. I had not seen his wife until she testified, but his Robert's wife, his mom, both testified. I talked about his daughter. I didn't see all of it because I had a couple of things I had to skip in and out of, but just incredible situation. Looks like she's still standing by him. She almost described, we had a perfect marriage, and then she's like, she hesitating with, oh wait, you heard, huh? Well, every marriage has its ups and downs. She sort of added that caveat, but overall she was quite pleased. But I wish I could just honestly sit down with her and say, tell me one thing. When you said, where are you? Were you wondering, where's my car? Was that what you were asking? I need my car. Why'd you take my Yukon? Knight says, I've been unsubscribing and resubscribing, so you should get more. Thank you. Keep it up. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Knight. I don't think that's how it works, actually. But Ricky C, 13 months, so happy to be here. I got to say it. Thank you, RA and Mods, for what you do and don't do. Thank you, Ricky C, for that. Appreciate that. What day did the wife testify? I might have missed it. She testified yesterday in the sentencing hearing. So this was the part where the same jury, makes a recommendation for what Robert Tellis' sentence will be. And I don't know exactly the laws in Nevada, but I'm pretty sure that the jury recommendation carries a fair amount of weight. And I don't think the judge will really go against that, especially since it was right in the mix of what's allowed, So I don't think that's going to change very much. Anyway, that was yesterday. Let's see. Lisa D says, thank you, RA, for offering well-rounded views, bird watching, and trials. I just want the bird to land just briefly. I think it could be like an invasive European starling for all I care. Just sit on the tree so I can get the screenshot, and then we can go. Jennifer Juniper gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Jennifer. You guys are amazing. Day on the docket. You are correct. Gifts have been flying today for sure. Ricky C gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. The ex-wife testified house. Yes, that was amazing. I was thinking, okay, who's this? And I was first, because I watched actually the ex-wife first, and I jumped in partially. I'm like, she's talking about our daughter or something like that. I'm like, okay, oh, so that's his wife, all right. And then I rewound or jumped ahead, or I think I rewound. And then she's like, the other lady got up. She's like, I'm his wife. I'm like, whoa, 2? This is Nevada. But then it made sense. It made sense to me. Deanne, thank you very much. Ricky C, thank you for gifting the 5 memberships. Jamie, good morning. A year. Wow, love it here. Jamie, check it out. Don't look right now, but you've got an orange courthouse. You got an orange courthouse. Congratulations. We can't go too far without doing the birthday songs, and I think they've probably been in chat and I've missed them. So if we could maybe have them posted one more time just for me. I'm sorry, I'll catch it this time. Congratulations, Jamie, on the 12 months. Jen Javier. Jen is the J a Y? Jen. Not the first J, the second one. Love being on vacation with the RA family. Thank you for all you do for this wonderful community. You deserve all your success now and going forward. Thank you, Jen. Thanks for the kind words. I love being on vacation with my family. This is awesome. It's funny because when we moved to North Carolina, we thought, what we're doing right now, this is what we're going to do every day. Because we're on the East Coast. We're a couple hours away from Washington, D.C. We have Civil War history sites.
Job's done.
Job's done. Okay, birthday things are up. I will look for that. There we go. We have sites all around the place. We like never leave the state. We just sit there. We've seen some stuff locally, but I've never been to Washington, D.C. There's so many things we haven't gone and seen. But now finally being on vacation, we come back to where we lived before, and we're seeing all the sights and the things. And I love that the kids are just having a blast here, enjoying it. Okay, so we have some birthdays to sing to really quickly, and then I'll try to catch up on all I missed several messages. Meanwhile, our counter is climbing slowly. We're getting there. 71 more needed. Oops. There we go, back to the tree. Okay, we're going to sing the birthday song because that's what we do every morning to all those who are celebrating their birthday. We're going to celebrate R. Bauer, Grace, and Misty Harris, all celebrating their special day today. So if you would, please join with me by warming up, if you will. La, 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 la. Excellent. Deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend with your neighbors, but at the same time, sing out to your maximum capacity. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, our Bauer, Grace, and Misty Harris. Happy birthday to you. Three wonderful birthdays here. Thank you very much, Sharon. Job's done. We sang it. We got it done. Let's see. Anybody else? Sorry, late, says Rachie, but my birthday is today as well. Okay, we're going to sing you two on the next verse. I think we have an interlude coming up. Got a thumbs up from my son. That means it was good. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Rachie L. That's all. Happy birthday to you. Rachie, happy birthday. Wonderful. Everyone who's having a birthday, this is your special day. Of all the days of the year, this one's for you. So that's why we're singing. That's why we're dancing, snapping, doing a little air drums here in a little minute. But Jill Day, happy birthday to you. Another one. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jill de Jesus. Happy birthday to you. Wow, so many birthdays. Oh my goodness. I've got him. Thank you. Job's done. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating. Help yourself to free pancakes today. Today is the day for that, so make sure you go ahead and do that. To everyone who's celebrating, the music may stop in a minute because I think this is like the second to last verse. We've got some drums coming up here. Ready? Party all day. Take the day off. Tell your boss I said it was okay. If he has a problem with it, give him the burner phone number. I'll talk to him. We'll be a prank call. There's the drums. So everyone get your drumsticks ready. We're going to do a big finish here for everyone who's celebrating. Happy birthday. Really realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could be with, but you've chosen to be here with us, and the privilege and pleasure is all ours. Drum solo just for you. Beautiful. That was wonderful. Y'all are amazing. I didn't see. Did we get any birds? I'd like to watch court. I mean, we've got Judge Boyd going and everything, but a bird just needs to land on this one tree. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I guess we'll cut away from this, and if I see a bird land, we're interrupt. I don't care. Bryan Kohberger could be standing up pleading guilty live today, and I would cut away for the bird if it happened. No more birds. Let's see. Is asking for the day off only for birthday peeps, or can we all send our managers your way asking for a friend? Sure, you can. Just I have to give you one disclaimer, Laura, and it's not that I'm a mean guy or want the worst to happen to you as far as your employment status goes, but I have it. It's almost like Tourette's. When I get a phone call that I think is not really for me, I treat it like a prank call. And so if somebody calls and says, "Hey, I'm so-and-so checking up on some employee such and such," I apologize in advance. But fabrications of truths may occur during that call. That's all I'm saying. I can't guarantee you have a job after the call, but you'll definitely get the day off. That's all I can guarantee. This is not the tree you're looking for. I'm going to scan around and find the birds didn't fly far, right? They've got to be close. Okay, I'm just going to keep it right there. I can't see another tree that has better landing branches than that. All right, so we have Bryan Kohberger coming up in a hot minute, and I owe a couple messages. I think I missed a few membership messages, so I'm going to recap really quickly to make sure we got everybody. Red Pen started off gifting memberships. Thank you very much. Holly Mack followed. Oatmeal says, "Thank you for having me. I've so enjoyed the past month and can't wait for all the trials to come." Thank you, Oatmeal. Congratulations on that second color of courthouse. It'll be changing before you know it. Evangeline Light, thank you for your generosity, and welcome back for your 16th month. Todd Hudat Clement says, "I survived being an addict." Great job. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Todd. Let's see. We've got Chris Wallace gifted a membership. Thank you, Chris. 7 member for 20 months. OG in the house. Thank you very much. That is awesome, 7. Congratulations. I think that's the first 20 we've seen. Is that a possibility? Have I just skipped other people's 20s? But I think we'll see a few more today, I'm sure. It's bird watch, not verdict watch. Hey, Mrs. R.A., what? Did you bring me food? It looks delicious. We'll have to cut over to court with Judge Boyd for just a minute so I can eat it, because that would be yummy. Breakfast in the morning? I've got scrambled eggs and tangerine, like one of those little orange things. It's very yummy. Okay, we'll save that. Let's see. You can find Mrs. R on YouTube on Homeschool Ground Zero. Yes, you can. Fun fact on her channel, I am Mr. Homeschool Ground Zero. It's true. She's Mrs. R here, but I'm Mr. Homeschool Ground Zero. All right, let's jump down to Judge Boyd's court, where it looks like she's got somebody getting translation services right now. But before we do so, just say big shout out to Karen Arlene. Hit the 12-month mark as well, the Orange Courthouse. I've been watching you and Brandy from the start. You and Chet always make my days better. Thank you very much. Green-eyed cat, my courthouse turned aqua today. Thanks for an amazing month. Troy, it is almost like breakfast in bed because I'm so close to my bed. Technically, I think it counts. It's the first 20-month I've seen, says Mary. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. You guys are amazing. 7, thank you very much. All right. Let's see. Mrs. R.A. has the best video to protect your kids from bullies. She has wonderful videos. I kid you not. When my wife makes a video over on her channel, she does it based on her experience. I'm talking about things I'm learning about with you as I'm watching. And I'll try to learn and talk about and explain as I'm going. She speaks from like years of experience, from, a wealth of knowledge and study, and she just has lots of stuff. But it's all mostly geared towards homeschooling. So if you're into trials and want to watch her, you probably won't see that over there. Carrie says, just got an email from an offer for my first interview in over 10 years. I'm disabled, so only part-time, but still, that is awesome, Carrie. Good luck. I would say put me down as a reference, but with the caveat about the phone calls and the pranks and things, it might not be the best move, but, I guess the offer's there. So,
court.
All right, Judge Boyd.
Then on August 5th, it was set for a motion to withdraw by counsel, and defense attorney was a no-show. Motion to withdraw is denied. Y'all need to be in impact for jury trial on September 9th. And they'll bring you over dressed for trial. They'll bring you over dressed in whatever clothing you have at the jail. If you wish to be attired in something different, then you'll need to make arrangements for with your attorney to do a clothing exchange. If there is an issue with the clothing exchange, let the court know, and the court will see if I can help you with that, expedited. All right, thank you.
A little beatboxing.
If I may, as Anthony O'Neill Wilson is the attorney of record, no one other than him has access to discovery. He's poorly handled this case. There is no record of him actually ever downloading discovery. It's not like it's in the client's file. Since we're going to be held onto this case, I do ask that it be expedited to put me as attorney of record so I get access to discovery as soon as possible, as early as today.
Right, and my understanding is that your firm, he was with your firm, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, Ms. Ferguson, just make sure that his name is there. But I will tell you, since your firm is listed as the firm, your firm should have access to the discovery. But if you're saying your firm doesn't, which I find that hard to believe, since the previous attorney was a member of your firm, we will make sure that that happens. But a motion for continuance will not be granted because your firm is saying it does not have discovery when your firm should have discovery, because you have a firm, the attorneys work underneath the umbrella of that firm, and all that discovery should be there. All right. Thank you. Is there anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good seeing you.
Was bad talking a lawyer in his own firm. He says he's mishandled the case. Happy birthday, Zoe. Zoe, happy birthday.
Thank
That's
you.
Misty
So you were
Harris's
retained on January
granddaughter.
3rd. Your firm was.
Evangeline Light, thank you for another 5 memberships. The firm count is through the roof this morning. The old attorney
All right, can
never
I
downloaded
see
Discovery.
Nathaniel Vasquez?
No
Can
showed
you
in
come
court.
forward, please?
Wow.
Hello, Officer Mendez. Thank you so much for zooming in right away. You're on mute.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I love the pink headset.
So I have Nathaniel Vasquez here. I received the violation report from your office. He said he didn't have the proper contact numbers down. Is he able to report to you all today?
Yes, so he actually called me this morning and checked in with me via phone. So he has been checked in and he's currently back in compliance. The issue was the number that he had on file was his mother's phone number. And so every time that we would try to reach him, we were making contact with her, but we weren't able to make contact with him. And we would be told that he would make contact with us at later in the day whenever he would get home. But then we would never end up hearing from him.
So you have all of the appropriate numbers for him now?
Yes. As of this morning, he provided me with the 210.
Just 1 second. You don't need to say the number. So,
okay, sorry.
But
8675309.
you've given her your proper number,
The one I called from this morning.
and that's the number where they can always reach you?
Oh, yes.
All right. So you need to make sure you're there, because otherwise they're going to send to the court another violation report, and we're going to be having a different conversation. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's an issue where you feel like you can't get in touch with them, I'm sure they'll provide an email for you to email them as well. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Does he need to see you today or no?
No, he's good. He's checked in today.
I think
All right.
Officer Menendez
All right,
uses
good
that
luck to
same
you.
headset
All
to play
right, you two,
Fortnite.
just 1 second. Let me finish talking to you. All right. Thank you, Officer Mendez.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
All right. You too. All right. So here's the thing.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't wear that T-shirt to court, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you have another T-shirt, a black T-shirt will be fine. If
What
you
does
have a
that have?
T-shirt with a collar, that would be fine. For dressing appropriately for court, I realize that not everybody has a 3-piece suit with a tie that they can pull out. So all I ask is, if you're coming to court, you can wear jeans if you want to. Just make sure they're not the fashionable jeans where people have the holes in them.
That's what I'll make sure.
And then you can just wear a T-shirt. If you want to wear a T-shirt, they used to call them polos for me back in the day, with a collar. That's absolutely fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Have a
Have a good
wonderful
one.
day.
You too.
What was wrong with the white shirt?
I have a Milani dispense.
It's just a tee?
Yes.
I mean, I've seen much worse. We've seen the what was it, Grateful Dead or Zombie Apocalypse one? Nightmare on Elm Street or something. This was much better. I think it was at least clean. Yeah, I've seen worse as well. I think she just wanted to tell him off a bit to let him know that she's in charge because he hasn't been doing what he's supposed to be doing.
How much time are they? Big Summers 2015.
Looks like another hot day in court. Attorneys are fanning themselves with their file folders.
Yeah, 2015 CR 9. It's an MTR.
Motion to revoke.
610.
Okay.
That's only county primarily.
Okay, so yeah, he does have treatment time too. So that would not be.
With those dates included,
I have it here.
Yes, but I'll need to come back.
Okay.
Are those orchids?
For you. Okay, so it would be plus this 600.
They're roses and lilies up front, but are they orchids in back?
Gotcha. See if it's already been taken account of.
It's going to take me a minute to do.
So 600 now.
110, but that's really stupid.
I didn't see her do the 702 chastisement.
David Marcus. Are you doing this morning? No, it's on the docket. It's a plea deadline.
I don't think there's anything wrong with buying yourself flowers. Although I always buy them for my wife. I get to enjoy them as well, but if I buy them for her, then I get the added benefit of having bought her flowers. Any idea when Kohberger's portion starts? Need to drop? Okay, yeah, I can tell you. Kohberger, I think, is it in an hour? Does that sound right? Just 1 second here.
All right. Arturo Villanueva.
Okay.
Villanueva. Love that name. Yeah, it starts in an
Are
hour
you
for
ready on
Kohberger.
Carly Green?
I can buy myself flowers.
Johnny Ruiz Jr.
Who sings that one? Is that the Hannah Montana girl? Miley Cyrus? It is Miley? Okay.
Who's the attorney on Johnny Ruiz Jr.? I think it's criminal trial division, collision involving death.
Ooh. Collision involving death.
All right. So I know there are probably still some outstanding discovery. Can someone tell me what's maybe outstanding? Do you have all of the medical? Do you have the autopsy?
I do, Judge.
All right. Is there anything that's outstanding?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
All right. So this is what I'm going to do. This is a first setting case. I'm going to set it in 30 days for you to make sure that you have all of the discovery. And then on that day, if you have all the discovery, I want an acknowledgement of discovery. All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset on Johnny Ruiz. State you're excused.
September 30th.
All right, we're going to come back on September 30th. All right, Mr. Ruiz, when you come back to court, no T-shirts, you understand?
Yes, I saw the last one. I do apologize. I'm nervous and I just wanted to feel comfortable.
Oh, no problem. Here's the thing, unless somebody tells you what you don't know it, right? And so I always tell people it doesn't have to be a three-piece suit, right? Because I don't have a three-piece suit hanging in the closet, although I would like one, but I don't have one hanging in the closet. So, all right. So once you sign the reset form, you're excused. So what's going to happen? We're going to come back on September 30th. On that date, your attorney is going to let me know if he has all of the discovery. If he doesn't, hypothetically, let's say he's missing a medical report. He'll let me know he's missing a medical report. Then we'll give a reset date for him to make sure he has that, and the state turns it over. I want to make sure that he has all of the discovery so we can proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any questions about the process or anything? All right. Just take a seat. They're going to give you a reset form. And once you sign it, you're excused. And make sure you put your email if you have one on the reset form. OK?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. It's always fun to
Good
have
morning. How's it going?
courtroom professionals join us, especially for that perspective. Red pen, but hers has a collar. It's all about the collar.
500 emails later.
Yesterday I was wearing a t-shirt. Good thing I wasn't watching Judge Boyd.
And we're going to have to set this for testing.
Maybe you could do like a tie-dye polo with collar. Do you think that would fly? Who wants to be the guinea pig and pick up a quick misdemeanor just so we can see if what the judge thinks about the shirt? Mel's like, nope, not me. A tie-dye Grateful Dead. I mean, no logos. I guess don't do any logos. That would be bad. But basically, Grateful Dead style. Because you know how there's like tie-dye and then there's like Grateful Dead tie-dye. You know what I'm talking about. You've all seen that shirt.
Good morning. How's it going?
Great. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. You know, Zach is leaving us.
You're leaving. That's my last name. Where are you going?
Oh, going to intake.
I thought you meant leaving.
I'll wait to the front, sir.
He's like, oh, you're still going to be here. Lynn Godwin, good morning, everyone. So glad to lurk today as I work in my shop. Woohoo! 7 months. Thank you, Lynn. We have 1 hour, Angie. 1 hour before it starts. There's no video until the judge goes live, so it's going to be like video and he's talking.
So we're back here.
There's no lead up.
Today is the plea deadline date. It was previously reset so that the impact of any type of plea can be addressed by you.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is happening today?
Mr. Vargas is going to opt to go ahead and set it for trial.
All right. State, how long do you expect this trial to last?
More than 3 days.
All right. Ms. Ferguson, can I have Vargas set for a jury trial? They say it's 3 days. It's family violence. Your plea deadline date has expired. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And thank you so much. You always dress appropriately for court. I appreciate that.
October 14th, Judge, and it's going to be an impact.
All right. It's going to be October 14th, and it will be an impact court.
Great.
All right. And can you all make sure that an acknowledgement of discovery has been signed and completed?
Absolutely, Judge. I'll double check right now.
We'll do it this morning.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Just remain in the courtroom till you sign the reset form.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Have a good holiday.
All right. You too.
Hi there. Girls, Ryan. Yeah. Ryan or
Right.
Glad I could.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's under
Yeah.
Thank you.
Deputy Laura, what page is Vargas on?
Page 3 in the bottom.
Thank you. No, I have a different docket now. Ah, there we go. Thank you.
It's okay. I get her emails a lot. Just wanted 6 months.
Nathaniel Navy?
Yes.
Ruben Sarna.
I'm going to switch around where we have everything today just so I can make sure I catch the very beginning of John Judge.
And to think you almost were going to leave this case. See, attorneys do work hard. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And I still remember you maybe not wanting to speak to your attorney.
We got off on the bad foot.
Well, I mean, you got off on the bad.
I did, yes.
Yes.
Judge is like, let's put blame where it's due.
All right.
That was all
So
you.
the state has filed a motion to dismiss for further investigation. What that means is
We'll
maybe
be
it's
back.
going to come back, maybe not. I don't know. You understand? Defense, you have no objections to the court signing the dismissal?
No, you don't.
It's without prejudice.
All right. You know what happened to cause you to be in this situation? Whatever happened, don't let it happen again. Because
ma'am.
this case, 5 to 99 years your life. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Here you go, counsel.
Maybe excuse, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Salinas?
All right. Deputy Laura Cerna is done. Yeah. And he want, yes. I didn't want to talk to him.
Now, yeah.
All right. I wish there was a better way to automatically just know when Judge John Judge starts his live stream. Because depending on a YouTube notification, you guys know how badly that works, right? Because a lot of times you say, hey, I didn't get notified. Kenny, we will be on a live stream tomorrow. We definitely will. I'll try to be in a little earlier than I was today as well. It depends how well I sleep, because tonight I'm watching a scary movie. Fractured, thank you very much. Fractured 23, gifted 5 memberships.
Nalani Desmith.
That's right.
I'm watching a movie called Thin Walls, and it's a brand new movie that's low budget. It's what do you call it? Independent. And my friend from North Carolina, who he and his wife worked for.
All right, who is the prosecutor on this? And have you all read the violation report?
Wrote, shot, directed, edited.
I didn't know which one it went to.
And it's in the
Oh,
movie
there are two.
premiere tonight.
It's
We showed the
family
trailer
violence.
yesterday.
Give me a second.
It's scary.
Sure. All right, everyone, just have a seat and we'll bring you back.
But it's the movie's about
It's family
True crime.
violence and also criminal trial division, sort of.
paranormal.
And this is the second violation report. Sarah Rodriguez. Sarah Elizabeth Rodriguez. All right, why were you late? I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
There was a lot of traffic.
Judge
All
is in
right,
a
you
bad
need to
mood.
make sure you're on time. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. He's the link.
All right, so we're here today for a contested hearing.
Yes, Your Honor, we need to set this for contested hearing.
Oh, it is set today for a contested hearing.
Okay, Judge.
Okay. All right,
So
thanks.
contest
What time,
away.
Judge?
Oh, now, whenever you all are ready to proceed. All right, just have a
It's
seat.
quite
Thank you,
contested.
Judge.
And when you're all ready to proceed, let me know.
Yes, sir.
Riot Aguilar.
The green names in chat are people who have either purchased or were gifted a membership. Basically, it's a symbol of how many people are supporting the channel, and it is so appreciated. Having a name in green also means that you get a colored courthouse next to your name that shows how many months that your name
Why are
has
you
been
late
in
for
green.
court?
I wasn't able. I was here on time.
I'm sorry,
I was
what?
here on time.
Oh, I think you were. Just one second.
Oh my goodness, she's in the mood. She's in the mood.
No, you were on time. Somebody else wasn't here at 9.
Me?
But that's okay. All right. So Yeah, it was you. Me? Who, me? All right. So what are we here for today? Because it's been set.
To get a trial setting.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, this is a 2-day trial. As previously announced, it's criminal trial division. And can you all make sure that you've done a discovery acknowledgement?
Yes, sure. I think we already have, but I won't leave until we make sure.
Oh, you know what? You're correct. It was done on April 23rd. If you all can make sure that there's been no further uploads since that time.
Judge, I'm just hitting all aces for you.
You're just hitting them.
I've been building uploading systems that have provided.
Okay. And your client is dressed appropriately for court. It's like a stellar day.
I'm winning.
November 11th, Judge.
All right. We're going to come back on November 11th for your jury trial. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'm asking him. I know you don't have any questions.
Judge, November 12th.
November 12th. All right. So do you have any questions?
Okay.
All right. We'll bring you back then. Once you sign the reset form, you are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. You're welcome. Have a good one, guys. It is Friday Eve. I love Friday Eves.
Woo-hoo. It's also podcast day, Judge. I'm trying to run a countdown timer in the corner for Bryan Kohberger's trial so people know when it starts.
All right, I'm going to send you all to breakout room number 1. So if you'll go there, please. Hello.
Going to coach Judge to have us resets.
Which page is that?
This is for question charges.
Joaquin Mendez.
Present on here, Judge. We actually have a conference setting in federal court tomorrow.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll have
a competency setting?
No, just a conference, like a status conference.
Okay.
So, we're off the record, right?
Nope. We're on the record. Just about got the scoop. Okay, so the judge is talking off the record for just a second. I'm going to watch the tree while I get my counter set up. I'm trying to do a timer to show. Let's see. Give me a second here. Timer. Let's see, what time is it?
All right. Okay. Ms. Ferguson, on Mendez, can you give me a date and do you think early October? If you can give me a date early October, he's in federal custody.
And I do have an offer here. So once we're good there, we should be able to get it done here.
Okay.
Early October, I can do October 10th.
All right, we'll be back on October 10th. But other than that, Lorraine, how?
All right, we're getting there. Camera 6.
Yeah.
Criminal Trial Division on Joaquin Mendez. That's coming back on October 10th.
Yes, sir.
Everyone just give me a moment. I need to
Yes, ma'am.
put something in the system. Well, we're going to be with Odyssey until the zombie apocalypse happens, so we're going to have to deal with it.
Bingo.
Maybe I'll make it go faster.
Right.
Do we really want the zombie apocalypse? So many people are so unprepared.
I'm ready.
They haven't watched any.
He's like, I'm ready.
Deputy Lord, they haven't watched any Bruce Campbell movies.
Oh, good reference, Judge.
The zombie apocalypse is
I love
upon us.
Mr. Campbell.
Oh, yeah. Did you see The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr.?
Yeah.
That was that was an awesome series, right? I hate they took it off.
I don't know. It was only ran like, I think, 2 or 3 seasons.
Yes, it was awesome.
I met that actor, Tony Todd, who played.
Oh, yeah.
He is a giant man. Really nice, but
Yes.
very, like, his voice is very intimidating.
Mm-hmm.
I think that gentleman is about 6'5".
Yes, I think he may have passed, though.
No, not did he? Oh, no.
So did the guy who played Bly.
Yeah. He's still alive. Yeah,
Are we sure?
Yeah, Debo died. Yeah.
And the guy who played
Tell him he needs
Bly,
to make it
which was
back
one-
because this is a jury case. All right. And it's telling his client is dressed for trial in a Nightmare from Elm Street t-shirt.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
There we go. I had to insert that audio there.
Realized that he played Ray.
Yes, you all want me to approach?
Want to reapproach on Sarah Rodriguez starts.
I think the judge is not in a good mood. I mean, she's chatting nicely with people, but somebody ticked her off this morning. Not sure who it was. It was
All right,
not
the
me.
party's approach on Sarah Rodriguez.
Yes, Your Honor. Just really good.
And I'm assuming since the state has filed a motion to withdraw, the allegations in this MTR will not be brought up again?
That is not necessarily correct.
Then why are we doing a motion to withdraw?
We don't have a witnesses to present.
All right, so what I will tell everybody,
Ooh, she's on the state now.
and if I'm wrong in my thoughts on this, please let me know that I am wrong on my thoughts. I have no problem with people saying, I just don't think it's fair for motions to withdraw to be submitted, or motions for or motions to be to dismiss to be submitted because we're not ready.
Judge, if there's any way that we can talk offline.
Yeah.
So this is the state that entered that motion. She's like, you're playing the system. This would be like, well, they're not ready for trial, and so they're asking for a motion to withdraw or a motion to dismiss because they're not ready. She says, don't think it's fair. I think it's fair. How long are you going to hold somebody? How long are you going to hold somebody and, pending the state to get their act together? If they don't have evidence to hold you, then... Okay, download this again. Okay, we're getting the timer going. Of course, by the time the timer's up, the trial's going to be starting. Okay. There we go. So let me see if I can get the DSK working here. That's not it. So DSK2. Okay, there's countdown. Now I need a super source. Source 1. One is 6, 2 is 2, 3 is 1. That looks weird. That's not right at all. Oh man, why can I not mentally make this work? Box 1 is box 2 is 6, 7, 5. It's 5. There's our timer. Haha, I found it. Sorry guys. Box 3 is going to be camera 2. That's court. And box 4 is going to be MP1. There we go. Now we're cooking with fire. And let's, on box 3, let's turn off the crop. Pop. And position 0. There we go. We have a countdown timer
who's
for
here on
Bryan Kohberger now.
Christian Chavez?
I'm here.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning.
Oh, you want him up here, Judge?
Yes. All right.
He's dressed appropriately. That's, at least a couple points in his favor.
So on this case, the last time we were here, there was a thumb drive that needed to be given so the medical records could be turned over. Has that been done?
I do not have a thumb drive, Your Honor.
We have the file, and I think that was one of the so if he doesn't have that, but however, we have some other discovery that he just brought to my attention today, Judge. So that can be, we can definitely get that done on the next one. There's all the body cams are here. We don't have the co-band. We have one co-band. There seems to be, I think it's best marked, but 18 different co-cams. But then we also have security videos from possibly a Valero that we don't know if it's collector or not because I can't detect them. So we're going to be reaching out and we will resolve that by the next session.
Okay. How much time do y'all need, you think?
I would request 30 days on this one, Judge, because it's just for the fact of how much COVID and then also.
I was going to give you guys 45 days, but if it's 30, okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson on Chavez, could I have a 45-day reset for discovery? Thanks for dressing appropriately for court.
Thank you, Judge.
So I just want to make sure that your attorney has all of the discovery, okay?
Yes.
October 14th.
All right, we'll be back on October 14th for discovery. Is there anything else?
Nothing from defense, Your Honor.
All right, just have a seat. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Chavez.
Yes, Christian Chavez.
Possible find out if that's. Go there.
It would go to the judge. Mark would find it, it was to the judge. And then it goes to the judge.
And I have a consent.
It's been done if you want to or not. If you want to talk about it.
For the video conference. And that's all I have.
It's totally submitted everything because what happened, I can't.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't have any.
It don't let me, I can't see what he's seeing.
Oh, you need to do the share screen thing.
When I try to do it, it said the host has disabled it. We can't.
And I never disable. If you go back in, come out of the breakout room and I'll see what I can do to get you to share screen.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Judge also has IT skills.
Mr. Dunbar, your attorney is going to come back in and I am going to see about sharing screen.
That is a close-up of his ear.
Oh, just step back. Step back. We don't need to see your ear.
That was really close.
Okay. Let me see what I can do here.
She doesn't.
All right, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 2, Mr. Cox. You should be able to share your screen now.
All right.
Share your screen now.
All right, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right. We're going to do a plea on Ashley Hewitt. Are there any applications?
Yes, Your Honor, it's in there. Hopefully it hasn't gotten lost.
Oh, no problem.
Okay.
Ms. Abrams, this is an application. Court is calling 2024 CR 008114, State of Texas versus Ashley Alexandra Hewitt. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garrett, Your Honor.
Defense?
Jose Rocha from Ms. Hewitt.
And are you Ms. Hewitt?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you received all of the discovery?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review it with your client?
I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Hewitt, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it?
Stephen,
and did you sign it?
10 big
Did
memberships.
you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney?
Yes.
Did you understand it?
Mm-hmm.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hewitt, did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Stephen,
All
thank
right,
you
so
very
you're
much.
going to need to speak up because I can't hear you.
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Are you there?
I can hear you.
Hi, this is Mary from Med Health Center. I'm calling to let you know that after this recent open enrollment, if you have Medicare Part A and B, you're eligible for great newly added benefits like monthly $180 cash back, dental, hearing, vision, prescription coverages, and food card at absolutely no cost. So, do you have Medicare Part A and B?
I need help.
Okay, great. Just hold on a second.
Dave on a recorded line. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
All right, God bless you. Well, this call is in regards to inquiry about your Medicare benefits. Do you have Medicare Part A and B active?
How do I tell which one I have? What the? Come on, guys. I'm trying here. I'm trying. That was not a stretch. It's always the same guy. There's one dude. There's one dude answering calls. All right, let's jump back to Judge Boyd here real quick. Sorry.
622, and there's to be a drug court evaluation. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yeah.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Is that the plea?
It is right.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 4 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 120 hours of community service restitution, and no contact with Darlene Oliver. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state, and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence?
Exhibit number 1 with all this attached.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, state, you may be excused. Did you review the document entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in, the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
Well, the judge does that. I'd just like to bring up this one. I've been saving it for a good quiet moment. Thank you, Amber. 18 months, 60K. I'm 40 pounds lighter. Hands down, best place on the internet. And I love how we celebrate and support each other's milestones. Love y'all bunches. No, Amber, I didn't miss you. Maybe I did. I caught you. Congratulations. Amber is one of our great mods. Helps us out a ton, not just here in chat, but on the back end as well, as I, struggling to find things in a timely manner. She's a whiz at that. Thank you very much. And I hear she designs websites, or maybe, I don't know. That's just a rumor.
After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
When's the last time you were employed?
Last year.
All right, so last year. So what have you been doing with yourself? How have you been supporting yourself?
I get SSI.
Why you're receiving SSI?
Through my PTSD and schizophrenia.
If you're released, who would you be living with?
Just myself over across the street, over at Haven.
Where?
Across the street at Haven.
Do you have any children?
I do, but they don't reside with me.
What are their ages?
24, 18, 15.
Parenting classes.
And who do they live with?
My mother-in-law.
Your mother-in-law?
You're going to get.
All right. How often have you been using drugs?
How often?
Yes.
Periodically, every other day.
And is it only the methamphetamine?
I'm sorry.
When did you start?
Periodically and every other day are different.
Is there a reason you started? Do you know?
Just to cope. I was in a really abusive relationship.
That's sad.
Do you have any support system?
She said no on the support system.
All right. And Miss Oliver, man. Who is she to you?
She's my mother.
Okay. So it says here that you were yelling, saying that she owed you money. Why did you think she owed you money?
She didn't owe me money. I wasn't yelling at her.
I'm sorry, what?
I wasn't yelling at her. She didn't owe me money. I was telling her I was having a bad day because she told me to pick up the keys to the car. She was giving me her car. And she said to go ahead and go by over there to pick up the keys. And I was telling her about my bad day because I had lost a big old tote bag of like hygiene and stuff like that. And I guess like something clicked in her head or snapped or something because she has her own mental issues. And that's
this is not going well.
Okay.
This is not going to go well. Denying what happened in the court in
All right,
the police
we're on the
report.
record.
Not good.
All right. So this is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 4 years deferred adjudication. There's a $600 fine that will be probated. This is going to run concurrent with County Court Cause number 733622. There's to be no contact with Miss Oliver. If she wishes to have contact with you, then she can come in and let the court know. Otherwise, you can't go over there. So if she calls you and asks you to come over, you're not allowed to. So you're not allowed to contact her or go to that address. You understand?
That's where her kids are, right? She needs help. We're doing a countdown to the Bryan Kohberger hearing today.
Of SSI or employment within 30 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors.
The look on her face, she's like, why
There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. There's to be regular random UAs.
Kohberger starts in 26 minutes and 22 seconds, roughly.
There's to be 120 hours of community service restitution.
Then that's what the adjudication, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And if what I'm telling you, if you don't understand it, just stop me and let me know, okay? And probation is going to go over conditions with you as well. If you don't understand something, let them know, okay? There's going to be field visits 1 time per month for 3 months. Then at probation's discretion.
And that 1 time for 3 months, where is that at?
It's going to be wherever you're staying.
What day?
Oh, okay.
What day are you going to come check on me?
I'm going to want in custody the following evaluations. There's going to be a MIC evaluation, felony drug court, and TAP. Felony drug court will be able, if they accept you in their program, they'll be able to help you with any type of mental health issues you have. They'll be able to help you with housing and everything. You understand? Mm-hmm. And then if not accepted into felony drug court, then it's going to be lifetime recovery.
Okay.
This sounds harsh, but the judge has seen this a million times and she knows what's needed.
Probation. Is there anything else?
And how long is that drug court?
Just 1 second. All right. The felony drug court program is a minimum of 2 years. You understand?
Yes.
All right. Did you review the trial courts? All right, everyone. Y'all are not reading that sign. And I know the staff is not helping you with that, but that sign says do not approach while we're on the record, because I'm getting all this chatter over here. And when I have chatter over here, I can't 100% focus here. I'm at 98% instead of 100.
You wasn't talking to me, Judge. You were talking to Judge Latah.
All right. So other people. Here's the thing.
Sorry, that
everyone. Attorneys, stop approaching when we're on the record.
She's in a bad mood.
Thank you.
No, the
I
best,
don't know why Norma calling you out. She's done the same thing. I could name
the best client an attorney can have.
I could name the other attorneys who've approached and the staff just chatting
it's a
away.
Ventriloquist dummy.
All right. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
And did you sign it?
Yes.
because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea
Beautiful
bargaining
waterfall.
agreement,
No
and
on
because
this,
you waive your
'cause
right
it's
to
not from
appeal,
her.
you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. Everybody wants you to be successful. They think you can be successful. That's why they offered you deferred. That's why your attorney gave the offer to you. And that's why I'm accepting the offer. But in order to be successful in this court, you must communicate with probation. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you have an issue and you feel as though probation is not addressing it, you can always come back to court.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go back on the record briefly. Bashan,
Yes, Judge.
instead of her doing the 120 hours community service hours, I'm going to ask that you do sober support meetings. It's going to be 120 and 120 days.
One a day.
In this court, I believe that community service hours, when you're helping yourself, you're helping the community. So instead of doing those community service hours, I want you to get into AA or NA meetings. You understand? All right. Thank you. All right, your excuse.
Thank you, Your Honor.
counsel.
Just have a seat now where you were at.
I don't know if she's ready for the help that's being offered to her. Hope the support system the judge just mandated be there.
Everybody who wants to approach and talk to Norma now, do it.
Yes, line up.
I don't want to talk to you, Judge. I want to talk to the clerk or to Latah. I don't
I'll talk to you.
I don't want to talk to them.
I was just gonna ask for that. I wouldn't mean see if you get called for the.
Yeah,
We'll be ready to proceed on the law news. Oh, I didn't know. You'd already been up here. I didn't know I had to go back
Okay, yeah,
over there.
let them know.
Apologize.
Oh, no problem.
She says no problem, but
I thought it was still up on
she's
here.
going to snap on the first person that steps out of line intentionally. It's going to be brutal. 21 minutes roughly until the John Judge activates the live stream from court in Latah County, Idaho. This is the Bryan Kohberger trial.
Ready to do a coach on Saturday?
As soon as it's being broadcast on YouTube right now.
Yeah, just let Ms. Ferguson know when y'all are ready.
Okay, man.
Thank you.
Ready on Sarah Rodriguez.
Are we being broadcast on YouTube right now? Yes. we are.
Oh, you know what? Did you go there?
That's what I went to ask.
There's only one left. You can have the last one.
Last tissue.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, we don't have that.
I just need to work my skills.
Yes, I'll take it up when.
How do you know there's only one
I
left?
don't know. I just wanted to.
Oh,
make
not
sure.
you, Mr. Cox. Everyone else is like, I'm ready, and they want to do this stare down. It's like, I'm going to call y'all when I get to it. So I'm going as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
How do you do a 2-minute catch up on what Kohberger is? Oatmeal Kohberger was a college student up in Idaho who is accused of stabbing 4 other college students to death in their dorm. Broke into their house, stabbed them to death using what would be called like a K-bar military knife. It's a hunting style knife. They found the sheath to the knife in underneath one of the bodies. This is a chilling case. It exploded. Probably the reason it blew up was because I think the police handled it so poorly at the beginning as far as public information goes. I'm going to turn this off for a minute. They really bungled the communication to the public. They're like, oh, there's no threat. But then they're like, oh, wait, the killer's still out there. And they're like, how can you say there's no threat if the killer's still out there and you don't know who it is? And the double speak was really bad. And they're like, oh, wait, it's this bad, but then it's not. And anyway, it was crazy. It was crazy. We ended up having a manhunt. He drove across the country from Idaho or Oregon to, was he in PA or MA? I forget which. I don't remember what state he was in where his parents were. We followed his flight. They stuck him on a flight and flew him back to Idaho to face justice when they arrested him. After I think it was PA. It always happens in PA. We're always searching in PA. What is it? PA, what do you have in your water that makes the fugitives flee there? Anyway, they put him on a hidden flight, to smuggle him back, and we found out which flight it was and started tracking it on the internet, being able to see where it went. It was a crazy, crazy case because it's basically somebody who just appears to want to be a famous, infamous murderer. So crazy. Anyway, it's
Just give me a moment.
it's wild. They've said it's so there was so much press coverage at the time in Latah County, which is a small county as far as population goes, that they can't find a fair jury there. The hearing today is decide if and where they're going to move it to. I think we're going to decide. I've already placed my bet that it's going to Boise, which is Latah County. It's a much bigger area. The courthouse is bigger. It can handle the press because it has international press attention on this one. I hope to be there as well, so that'll be fun. It's crazy. It needs to be in a big town. It needs to be in a big courthouse. And the judge has stepped in and said on this one, yes, there's media access, but I control the cameras. So throughout this court, the judge is going to have, through his YouTube, which is Judge John Judge, he's going to have the live streams up. So we get to see all the hearings that are open to the public, and this one is supposed to be. So we've carried several of them so far as this develops. It's slated for, I think it's like a March. I'm thinking March. It's either March or June trial date next year. And this is going to be probably one of the bigger trials of next year, if not the biggest. Especially those that actually are allowed media coverage.
Stand right here and choose probably enough.
Hello. So you all have submitted a motion to withdraw?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And what conditions are you all asking to be added? Yes.
It's going to ask for 90 sober support meetings in 90 days. DWI education.
We keep the same judge. He'd travel. He'd commute.
TAP evaluation, follow the recommendations. Portable alcohol monitoring and monthly UAs.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
Are you all in agreement with that?
We are in agreement, Judge.
All right, we're going to go on the record. Court is calling 2022 CR 10123, State of Texas versus Sarah Elizabeth Rodriguez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Andrew Harrison.
For the defense?
John Sanheiners for Ms. Rodriguez.
And are you Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, it's my understanding that the state is filing a motion to withdraw. The allegation in the motion that's related to this motion to withdraw, it's the court's understanding, if I'm incorrect, let me know, that allegation will not be represented in another motion. Is that correct?
It is my understanding, Judge. However, my colleague from the state may answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So then in exchange, this is an agreement, and the agreement is to alter and amend your conditions of probation to 90 sober support meetings in 90 days, the DWI education course, a TAP evaluation that will be done out of custody, all of the TAP recommendations, the portable alcohol monitoring device, and monthly UAs. Do you understand that to be your agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then the court will sign the motion to withdraw, and we can go off the record. Probation is going to go over the new conditions with you. If there's an issue, you need to let them know. You're not allowed to drink alcohol while you're on probation. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court. Good luck to you. You're welcome.
Your Honor, I appreciate you. May we be excused?
Yes, but she'll need to talk to probation.
Yes.
Counsel.
Yeah.
Jets are flying overhead.
Counsel.
15 minutes to start time for the venue hearing.
Do you need the motion to withdraw?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love the spice in the Bryan Kohberger trial between the prosecution and defense.
Yes.
That's good.
Rodney Brown.
Desert Marshmallow, I love this judge. We've sent her flowers, actually.
Okay, just ask them to pull your file, and then I'll call it.
Okay.
Red Sky, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. We have so many people in green. It's wonderful. The only thing I don't like about Judge John Judge with his camera work is he uses Zoom cameras, so we do get a Zoom feed of court. It's not the best, and we're sort of dependent on them to get the camera situation right. But the audio has been tolerable.
I was gonna update, I update the judge on live more.
So I'm going to spend the next, 13 minutes refreshing 2 or 3 times a second so I can catch the second this goes live so I can record every minute of it because
Judge here on DeSmith
also deletes the broadcast as soon as he's done. So we have to grab it while it's live.
All right. Did you confer with the state?
Yes, I have. And maybe step out into the hall.
Okay. Just a moment.
This lawyer asked if they could do this off of YouTube. And I know some people know this, but Judge Boyd has had a bit of drama when it comes to YouTube, and actually some cases that sort of went south because of something that happened on YouTube. So I think she is, by default, she live streams, but in some situations she allows it to be turned off. So this might be one of those. Topics for today, I believe the main one is change of venue, Shannon. Change of venue meaning we were taking it from Latah County into another. Basically, not a lot of options as far as where to go that would be better than Latah County other than Boise, unless you start going maybe across the state to the eastern side of the state. I don't think that's going to be. First of all, that would be burdensome for the families. It would be very difficult that way, and I don't think they're going to move it that far. I think Ada County is where it's headed. But change of venue is going to be spicy. This is something they argued for a while. Let me show you the tree while we wait. This is something they argued because the defense went and did a phone survey where they started just calling prospective jurors. Basically, they took the list that you get of eligible to be called to jury, and they started doing a survey and pushed phone calls out to them and like, how much do you know about this case? What have you heard? All this. And when the state found out about it, they flipped and filed this emergency motion to force them to stop on a Friday night or something. And it was a lot of drama. And they're like, you can't do that because now you have polluted the jury pool by making the calls and asking the questions. Have you heard this about the case? Have you heard that about the case? It was a drama-filled hearing. The end result, the judge is like, hey, I don't like that you did it that way, but I see that it sort of has to be that way. We're going to allow you to continue. So they did that survey, not just in that county. I think they did it in another county as well, so they can show a balance and the difference between how many people may have been prejudiced by news coverage and how many have not heard about it. Let me show the counter as well. Sorry about that. But we're going to hear that today. I think we'll probably get some testimony as well from the expert who got his feelings hurt. He's like, well, I don't know if I even want to help anymore. I've never been treated like this in my life when I'm trying to do these surveys, and you're coming and attacking me saying I'm the one in the wrong. I don't know if I want to do it. You guys have to beg me and ask me nicely. It was a full-on temper tantrum. So now we're at the culmination of all those events today with this hearing. And the judge has actually teased that this is going to, basically it's a done deal. He said, look, there were some birds. Do you see the birds fly by? You see those? We're going to count those. We're going to count them. Let's go back to Judge Boyd here, though. Oh, that's not it. It was 6. He's teased it and said, yeah, I think I can see how
who's here on Watson?
You've proven the prejudice.
No applications, counsel. Court is calling 2024 CR 008808, State of Texas versus Jeremiah Lavon Watson. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense?
Phyllis Beal.
And are you Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Counsel, have you received all of the discovery?
Yes.
Did you review it with your client?
Yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Watson, did you review the document entitled True Bill of Indictment with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it and sign it? I'm sorry, did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1?
Is he being
less
sarcastic?
than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility. and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
Mr. Watson, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 100 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
No objection.
All right, state, you may be excused. Did you review the waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence state's exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Well, she reviews the evidence against him. We are about 6 minutes away from trial. So I'm using both hands. I've got one mouse and one clicker. We're refreshing a million times a minute. So when I'm looking up here, I'm watching two windows. Actually, I could put them down here. That would probably help. Kink my neck. All right. Want to be noticed as soon as it goes live, so we'll bring you the beginning, because I hate losing the first sentence of trial, even if it's just calling the case number. I think it's
all right. After reviewing state's exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yeah, Your Honor, the only thing I would like to say on behalf of him is that while he has been in jail for I think 103 days, he has completed all of these certificates, and he has also been attending sober meeting classes.
Good. I mean, it's in jail, but still, that's progress.
So, do you have a child?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old
Parenting
are
classes.
I'm 24.
And how old is your child?
He's 7 months. I got locked up when he was 6 days old. I've been dealing with the court for 7 months.
Well, I'm glad that you are taking advantage of the courses they have to offer at the jail. All right. Is Child Protective Services involved?
They came to the court, the jail, but I don't know now because I've been in jail.
Okay. Do you know who your CPS attorney is?
No, ma'am.
All right. So if they have a legal case, you need to know who your CPS attorney is. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And you need to remain in contact with them.
Yes, ma'am.
So you only have one child?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything else, counsel?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right. The court will find you guilty, sentence you to 100 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244. Court will show that the judgment is satisfied. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to go off the record. Here's the thing. You brought a baby into this world. You've got to be the type of person that your child would be proud to say, that's my dad. You sort of started off badly because now you have a felony conviction, but it's not too late for you to turn things around. So you need to start working on yourself. All right. And take parenting classes again, because one thing I know about babies is you have to have patience. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got to give them an environment where they feel comfortable telling you their feelings and where they can grow.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any questions about anything?
Am I getting out today?
You have other cases that are misdemeanor cases. So I don't know what's happening on your misdemeanor cases. So you need to address that with them.
Yes, ma'am.
But what I can tell you, if you have any issues with finding parenting classes, if you feel as though you're going to use drugs again, even though you're no longer out of this court, if that's happening and the misdemeanor court is not able to address that with you, you can always come back to me. I will pick up the phone, call somebody to put you in the right path. Because the last thing we need is another baby who is not having a good relationship with their father, because they may end up before me. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you. Thank you, Miss Bill. Bill, always good seeing you.
She's literally.
Have you been snorkeling of late?
I actually was in Costa Rica recently. On the Pacific side.
I haven't been to Costa Rica yet.
It's very fun. The mountains are very high. Pretty nice.
All right, awesome.
Mountains are high and the water is wet.
Alfonso Sosa. Are you all ready to proceed?
I'm going to switch to our tree cam just for a minute, because it allows me to focus just a little bit more on what's happening without distraction from Judge Boyd. Sorry, I know she is distracting. We are just moments away from expecting a feed from court, assuming they start on time, which no court is required by the law of the land to do for some reason. And I don't know why, because that should be a thing. There are two things I think that would be fair in life. And the one is that your doctor gives you a discount based on how late he is to see you. And the second is the court has to start on time, or else you get to go free.
Just questioning, how often are you on time?
Mrs. R.A. in the background asks about me being on time. And that's not one of the things. That's not one of the things. All right. Come on. Okay, we're refreshing constantly. I'd love it if it's like 3, 2, 1 and the judge is live. But no such luck. This is what it looks like this is on one of my screens. Okay, one of my screens is doing this right here. Just refreshing. And the other screen is doing this. Yeah. So isn't it more soothing just to watch this, and I'll just do all the clicking on my end. We all need to visit Costa Rica to visit Samantha Terry. Heard it's beautiful there. Put up my Christmas tree early. This is the tree outside the Airbnb out the back window. As you know, we are on vacation here, so we're enjoying the view. The mountains are not visible. You could see them briefly this morning, but I mean, just a little bit of an outline there. Let's see. Judge is now late. Let's turn off the DSK. There we go. How's the hot tub? Hot tub does not work. Want a refund. We're saving the complaint about the hot tub until they might like ding us for like, hey, you didn't vacuum the floor before you left or something. It's like, sorry, we had a popcorn fight. Just kidding. But we'll say, look, we're even because you guys advertised a hot tub and we didn't get a hot tub. Okay, I'm going to start recording on that one, even though it's not live yet. Melissa says I'm on vacation in Seattle watching RA. I can't click on the text right now, unfortunately, because both hands are busy refreshing to get this stream. Babs says, sent you PayPal love. Check to verify you would, please. I will. Thank you very much, Babs. Very, very generous. It is true. PayPal does bypass the YouTube cut. You can click on things. Do you want to turn your mic on and talk, Mrs. RA, with your hoarse voice? Her voice sounds really low today. Listen to this. Is this great?
I'm voting for smog because my voice sounds like this. I don't know why.
You've been trying to sing in the octave that I sing Happy Birthday.
I know. Get my Scott on.
Miss RA joining me in studio.
I got my doctor to stop being late to my appointments by proving that if he does not make me wait, my blood pressure will be normal because I won't have such high anxiety. Smart.
It's your fault I'm unhealthy, doctor. It's all this stress sitting out here in your sick room.
We went to the doctor yesterday, and he was just amazing. I love the doctors here.
I shared a tiny bit. I'm not sure how much you want me to share on that. Probably more.
Our kids are all falling apart today. It's fine. We'll medicate them. It will be fine. I don't know how to scroll on this.
Click on the clear button.
Okay.
And then you can scroll. So the judge is late, waiting for Kohberger. I'm going to get a cramp in my hand. I'm going to file for workers' comp. Who do I talk to about that?
Yeah, who would we talk to about that?
That's you, I think.
Oh, dang it. I do not have an amazing voice. Like, this is not my voice. My voice is being weird today.
Her voice sounds really cool right now. What did you do to make your voice low?
I don't know. I think...
I know what it was.
Could be the air.
You went and saw somebody who had an amazing library of homeschool books.
Oh my gosh!
And you cheered so loudly.
I might have screamed about it a little bit. It's amazing.
You went hoarse.
Yeah. It is amazing. She has over 1,000 books, and they are the best books. I was like, oh my gosh, I want your library so bad.
Shout out to Ven in chat. That's who we're talking about. Amazing homeschool library, like to die for, or to lose your voice over. One of the two.
Right. Oh, no, sorry.
No. Lots of whiskey and cigars.
I think just breathing this air is what's doing it.
It is, yeah. What's the count at? I cannot see it right now. I apologize. I've got all my screens doing other things.
Yeah, it may be allergies for me as well. I am allergic to ragweed, and that is definitely in bloom right now.
Hang on. Look, there's a bird. There's a bird. We have the bird.
Oh my gosh.
The tree's giving us the bird. If you missed it, you missed it, guys. It happened. We waited all morning for that. It's wonderful. Bird is the word. I think that was like a, what do they call those? A chickadee?
I don't know. I got COVID. And my voice is awful. I'm sorry, Allison. Are you scared? The bird. That bird is really far away. I'm sucking on a cough drop now, and it is not helping that much.
Don't get me sick, because then when I sing the happy birthday thing, I'll sound like...
You'll sound even deeper.
Like the guy who does the 16 tons song.
I worked for Calvert Education Services Homeschools. I don't know what that is. That's cool.
Yeah. Who is that? Who is that has the really low voice?
I do not know.
And other than the judge in Corey Richards style, Judge Mraznik, he has an amazing voice. If I could swap voices with one person, he might be the guy. Because, wow, it's buttery smooth. And just, the resonance is crazy.
Do not switch your voice. Your voice is awesome.
Yeah, I won't. But if I had to, and I got to choose.
We left all of our squirrels in North Carolina, and we had lots of them.
They have different squirrels here. Here they have like a ground squirrel. So it looks more like a gopher with a ratty little tail. In North Carolina, we have beautiful, beautiful squirrels with bushy tails.
And you did not see the bird.
The bird landed in one of those little cross twigs.
New York squirrels are mean. What do they do?
Those are rats, DMB. Those are full-on sewer rats.
Yeah, I think maybe that will change the story.
And they're the size of Labradors.
AC's Wildflower says, I'm watching chipmunks chase each other. They are really cute when they're not, like, touching us or stealing our stuff.
Hang on one second. Why am I not subscribed to Judge John Judge's
How
channel?
long you're going to be in Utah? Not very much longer. We have some stuff to do that's not very fun. We have to do testing next week. So that feels like not very much vacation.
Talking about school testing.
Yeah.
One of the requirements in North Carolina for homeschooling, even though we're in Utah, we follow the North Carolina guidelines because we live in North Carolina. We're just visiting here. One of the requirements is you have to annually test your kids. It's a weird requirement because you don't have to send the results anywhere.
I know.
You just have to do it. And as long as you've done it, they're like, okay, we're good with that. They don't need to achieve a certain threshold or anything. It's just, I guess if they come and request to see your documents, you have to have it on file. So we follow the rules.
Yeah.
Also required to keep attendance. It's like they live here. They're always here.
I know.
It's like if they're gone, I would be calling you. Homeschool laws are, some are fun, some are good, some are really not as good, which is why we're in North Carolina and not in, let's see, what state? New York.
Oh my gosh, or Pennsylvania. That's tough.
PA is a tough one. One of the states requires you to homeschool your kids. You have to have like a teaching degree.
Washington.
Not
DC, the state.
But I mean, it's not just a degree, but an actual
teaching degree,
like teaching certificate.
Ask me how I feel about that.
No, not on this one. Pickles, not politics. Still looking for Judge John Judge, the live stream to come live. It is not yet.
What, John Judge? That's BK.
BK. Bryan Kohberger. There's a hearing. It's a change of venue hearing. This for fun fact for you, Mrs. R.A.
Oh.
This determines where we get our Airbnb during the Bryan Kohberger trial. So, not sure if you guys.
Okay.
Do you want to come out to Bryan Kohberger? It's going to be in Idaho.
It's going to be like next year.
I think it's in March.
So I think honestly, our visits back to this area are probably going to be predicated on our children's life choices. Like if they we're just hitting that age.
Getting married.
Yeah, we're going to have a bunch of kids getting married here in a couple of years. So I don't know that they're all going to be back here, but it could be. I don't know. When is the wedding?
Airplane.
Next week.
I'm nervous, guys. I've never been to a wedding for one of my kids.
Your voice is freaking me out a little. Who is with her? Yeah, sorry. I don't even know what's wrong with my voice. People just look at me and they're like, whatever. I guess it's normal here.
Okay, the judge is late. I think I've clicked about 2,000 times now.
Yes.
I've got a cramp in my finger. I've switched fingers because it cramped so bad, the mouse finger. Ow.
That's sad.
Now the mouse moved. I have to find the spot.
Oh, Barb's showing off. Good job. Oh, shot out of left field. Mel Poy says, Judge keeps time like, all right. I have noticed that you're starting to be...
Really, Mel?
Mountain time now. Like it used to be like, okay, 4 o'clock, we're waking up. Now it's like, how about 7?
Judge John Judge.
Yes.
Sorry, I clicked back too many times. I had to start over. Krista Johnson, member for 7 months, says, this is my favorite place to watch live true crime. Hello, Mrs. Ari. My whole arm is shaking now. Like my arm's going numb.
That's so sad.
It looks like I saw the lawyer you know is doing a bit with WFLA. They're also waiting for a feed.
K Scarpetta gifted
5 memberships. K Scarpetta, thank you very much. The memberships have been flying today.
That's awesome. Would we ever move back to Utah in the summer?
After we hit the lottery.
Yeah.
My hand is shaking so badly. I can use it over here. I've got a wireless mouse that I've been reaching, like throwing my shoulder out of joint, trying to.
Stacy Ray, I've been homeschooling for 21 years. My last child is in 10th grade, only 3 more years. I wonder if what my energy will be like at that point. Did you hear my voice just got a little bit better?
It did. There was a frog. It jumped out.
I know. My son got married in July. That's why we drove to Oregon. Beautiful. Yes, that's true. Is your left hand capable of clicking? Fun fact, he's left-handed.
Left hand is clicking as well. Left hand is doing back and forward. Live now. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Ready, channel 2, cut.
Okay, see you guys.
We have a feed from court. We're live. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. The sound is bad because nobody's at the microphones. This is just courtroom chatter we're hearing right now. Judge is not even taking the bench. Ashley says, read my last comment. That involves scrolling and clicking, Ashley. Fast forward a little bit. DB, don't get mouse finger. Use an auto clicker program if you have to. I've never done that. Ashley, this would be amazing if we both hit a threshold today. Benchmark. That is awesome. If it can only be one of us, I think Brandy deserves it, though. She's done just an amazing job working her tail off.
Oh, okay.
Katie Bug, welcome. Says brand new member. Thank you very much, Katie Bug. Love that you're here. Yes, the judge's name is Judge John Judge. So Triple J. And what a name. I mean, he was born to do this. This is his profession. We are doing the podcast later tonight. It'll be at the same time, 8 o'clock tonight. There will be a podcast. I actually have to build the thumbnail. I'll do that now while we wait for the judge to walk in.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Regular time podcast. I'll be on the road. I'll be actually connecting live from the parking lot of the venue where.
Thank you very much. Please be seated.
Movie. Okay, here we go.
Good morning. So let's get on the record, please. We're now on the record. This is State versus Bryan Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is in the courtroom. He is represented by Ms. Taylor, Mr. Lobston, and Ms. Nassif. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson. Ms. Jennings, okay, I didn't see you. Ms. Beatty and Mr. Nye. We're here on a motion to change venue from Latah County to Ada County.
There it is.
Filed by the defense. Preliminary. Anything, Mr. Thompson?
And Your Honor, not from the state.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, just that there is a stipulation that the court received the exhibits that were filed along with our declaration and our memorandum in support. That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So we're talking about all those slides? There were like 100 slides.
There were 100 slides, Your Honor. We're talking about those, but in particular, the references to all of the media coverage, the articles that were contained, the table with the links to all of the articles that depict all of the media coverage.
So are you going to show those publicly, or those are for me because I'm the one who has to make the decision?
Those are for you. Yeah, okay. We'll have PowerPoint presentations today, but we will not be going through the hundreds of articles that have been provided for the court's consideration.
Well, I'm thankful for that. because I did look through all that, and I thought, oh, this would be not a good thing to, push out to the public, because we're trying to protect that, right?
So is that under seal?
Your Honor, we are. And I think it would take an extraordinary amount of court time to try to read through all of the articles or review all of the bits of news coverage that have happened in this case. We do intend to offer a little bit of a preview throughout our testimony, but certainly not the hundreds of articles and news stories that have existed.
Well, that was my other concern. So, all right. Well, call your first witness.
Your Honor, Ms. Massa, we'll start.
Okay.
That is Bryan Kohberger in the blue shirt with the black jacket.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, as we get started here today, what I'd like to do is provide you with a roadmap of where we're going with our witnesses. The standard here is whether there's a reasonable likelihood that pretrial publicity has affected the impartiality of prospective jurors. To establish the quantity of pretrial publicity, we will call James Todd Murphy with true scope. To establish effect on partiality, we will call Dr. L. Alili to discuss the social science behind juror decision-making. Then we will call Dr. Brian Edelman about the survey and what it means. And finally, we will call Dr. Dare about the validity of the survey methodology. We are not calling today Scott Sunby, but as you listen to testimony today, please keep his sworn affidavit in mind. With his 39 years of studying capital juries and teaching at the National Judicial College, he is considered by the United States Supreme Court an expert in this area. He has published this book. It's called A Life and Death Decision, A Jury Weighs the Death Penalty. And this book is a culmination of interviews of over 1,200 capital jurors and how capital juries make decisions. Research shows that when a small community creates pressure to impose death, an Eighth Amendment violation may occur. Through these witnesses today, we want to avoid beginning a trial with, as Mr. Sunby states, quote, a thumb on death's side of the scale, end quote. And with that, I call James Todd Murphy.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we should have witness video. We may not be able to see the slides.
Come on up this way, or however you can find your way through. And please face the clerk, raise your hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do. All right. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat there. And once you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
James Todd Murphy. I go by Todd, my middle name. Last name is M-U-R-P-H-Y.
All right. Sir. Okay,
Mr. Murphy, how are you employed?
I'm the president of TrueScope. That's spelled Truescope. It's one word.
And can you explain what TrueScope is?
Sure. TrueScope is a media monitoring and analysis service. We wrap our arms around all the media types out there. You can do it on a global level or a geographically isolated level. Normalize all that data from television, radio, newspapers, magazines, social media, online sources. Index that with metadata so we know date, time, placement. We assign sentiment metrics to it. And from that, we can extract data sets for what our clients need, specific to topics or phrases.
Can you explain how you track this media intelligence that you just described?
Sure. So we have feeds that are coming in. For example, we acquire a feed from X, formerly Twitter. We have an online feed that accesses all available online sources. We have a broadcast feed of TV, radio, and podcasts. All those feeds come into us as they're broadcasted, as they're posted, as they air or are printed.
I want to visit
We
his
don't do
place.
any modification of the text or the context. We just take it as it was provided by the content owner, index story, and then run queries against it.
Where did you travel from to be with us here today?
Our North America headquarters are in Omaha, Nebraska, where I live.
Would you tell the court about your background in media intelligence?
Sure. It might sound cliche, but I was born into the business. My father acquired press clipping service called Universal Press Clipping Bureau in 1959. Eventually met my mother. Without further detail, eventually I became in existence. That's a technical phrase, I'm not sure.
We don't need that detail. Please skip the conception
working
part.
Alongside my father growing up was just part of the DNA. I studied psychology and communications in college, and when I graduated, the internet was beginning to become a thing. And so I saw a future of data mining and expanding what was a press clipping service into the future. So my full-time employment with Universal at the time started in 1991 and came to today.
Beyond your 30 years of experience that you've described in your educational background, do you have other qualifications in this area?
Yes. So in the mid-90s, I developed a framework for comparative media analysis where we could take those data sets and compare. My first project was letting hospitals compare themselves to others to see how one brand of a hospital might compare to another within a community or market. I also invented the first multi-channel media monitoring software that would let us monitor multiple TV channels on one computer and write the closed captioning text to a database simultaneously. Innovations not quite as exciting as those continued throughout the years. I also made other acquisitions, which I then folded into Universal, buying up other monitoring services in Alaska or Wisconsin or wherever.
I'm intrigued.
Merged my company with TrueScope, a technology company out of Australia. TrueScope owns Universal Information Services at this point, and we're adding AI and other natural language processing to what we do.
What about organizations? Are you part of any organizations in this field?
I am. There's a global organization of all media intelligence services called FIBEP. That's spelled F-I-B as in boy, E-P as in Paul. Every continent except the uninhabited ones have many, often multiple media intelligence or media monitoring services. They belong, or most belong to this organization. My peers in this organization elected me president to lead this organization at a global level last year. I'm currently the president of FIBEP.
He's the president.
And have you ever testified related to your expertise before?
I have been asked to do that and have done so, yes.
Before you start talking about the data in this case, how closely have you followed this case on a factual level?
I kind of have a personal standard operating procedure that when a client engages us on a topic that I feel for our company may become contentious or may have downstream effects where I might be called to objectively testify, I purposely remove myself from evaluating the content of the data set related to the subjects that are
plausible deniability.
So while I have made myself familiar with the search strategy, the keywords, the phrases, which would include the defendant's name and the family names of the students that are victims, I have done very little. I paid very little attention to the media exposure on this. In fact, I just learned that the judge of this case has a last name that sounds like he was born for this role. That was last night. I didn't know who the judge was. What coincidence. My apologies for not knowing who you were until last night. Thank you.
Weird.
Are you familiar with Ms. Saucier, who testified last year in this case?
Yes, Jean Saucier is my right-hand person. She's a senior vice president of client success.
I don't know.
She has a media measurement background.
It might have had a bad word in it.
Years before she came to be under my employment. I would venture to say she's as much of an expert in this area as I am. And if she was actually here, I'd probably say she's more of an expert, but since she's not, I'll tell you that for myself.
So for
You know you're
context
under oath,
purposes,
right?
when she testified about data in TrueScope, is it the same set of data that you've just testified to?
Exact same data. We work at the same company. We have access to the exact tools. She works with clients directly as yourself, and I work directly with her.
How is TrueScope using media intelligence in this case?
I'll say it maybe functionally. We have been asked by you, our client, to track specific topics related to this case, names associated, and I might say the more unique a phrase is, the more accurate our media monitoring can be. If the name was John Smith and Susan Jones, then we have to do much more Boolean logic, apply more Boolean logic to make sure that we're focused on extracting it's very specific. So for you, we've built a search query using Boolean logic and AI to focus on the stories that are of interest in this case. The second half of what we're doing, so that's the media monitoring. We first capture the data. That creates a data set. Then that data set is analyzed by our analysis team, which is led by Cheryl Lewis.
That's a different guy.
Pheril, Lewis, Lewis. And she has an assistant data analyst who they're trained in a way that we call cross-coder proficiency. So whether Cheryl analyzes a story or Perry, her assistant analyzes it, they analyze it in the same manner. That also creates a check and balance that if something in the media monitoring function picks up a story that matches the name Judge, but for some reason isn't the Judge associated with this case, the analyst then at a human level can say, that's the wrong Judge, and it would be removed from the data set at the analysis level.
What objectives is TrueScope trying to achieve in this case?
We've been primarily asked to look at the, without even being hyperbolic, would say an extreme amount of media coverage, its impact on a population or a community, and a statistical volume of that media exposure on various communities across the U.S., but focused on several counties within Idaho.
How long has TrueScope been gathering data for Mr. Kohberger's case?
I believe we were engaged on February 15th, 2023. We have some ability to pull some data forward from that time, but that's when technically the engagement began.
And you've talked about the media types and the data that's gathered. Is area or location of media coverage able to be determined?
Yes, in most cases, maybe I'll separate that into two areas of media. You have traditional media, which would be television, radio, newspapers, magazines, even online news sources. Those are all tied to a specific city and state. You have the Moscow Daily News, and the metadata that we have attached to that source would say, okay, that publication name is in the city of Moscow, in the state of Idaho, and has a circulation figure of, I'll say, hypothetically, 3,000 readers. I don't know the exact circulation of
3,000.
For television, each television news affiliate, local news comes from what's called a local news affiliate. It may be the ABC affiliate, but it may have call letters such as KXLY, I think is one of the Spokane channels. And they may be an NBC or an ABC affiliate, but they're the local affiliates who's in charge of airing local news. And Nielsen media data, Nielsen services, you may have heard of Nielsen boxes and market ranks and things like that. They know that that station is in this city, in this state, and each affiliate is part of a DMA, a designated market area. Stop me if I'm going too far down the rabbit hole, but a designated market area, although the news may come out of Spokane, Washington, the designated market area is a radius around that that can take in additional cities, counties, and at the functional level, consumers of news, viewers.
Talk about the non-traditional media, though.
Is frequency of media coverage able to be determined?
Yeah, we, since on television, newspapers, online, demographics can change over time, can change by day. So a good example of frequency, why frequency matters. A local news affiliate might have a 6 to 7 a.m. newscast, a midday newscast, a 5 p.m. and a 10 p.m. Depending on what time zone you're in, those can be adjusted based on network. But let's say that they ran a story about anything. They might have run it in the morning where the demographics skew one way. They might run it at midday, which might have a much smaller audience or potential viewership. They might run it at 5 o'clock, which would have people who come home from work early or those who are unemployed. And then at 10 o'clock generally can be the largest audience. So knowing what time they run it lets us know the demographics, the audience, and even a vanity metric called ad values. We won't get into that, but what time a story airs and how many times it runs, we aggregate that and we can say, okay, this story ran 4 times on this channel on one day and had a total viewership potential of, say, 50,000. That doesn't mean I watched it at all 4 times. That just means the viewership at each of those times has the potential to see it. And that's where frequency comes into play.
Are there types of media coverage that Truth Scope does not gather?
We don't track anything that's illegal. We don't go behind, we don't penetrate privacy rules, such as your personal Facebook pages if they're marked private. We also don't look at streaming entertainment channels such as Peacock, Hulu, where the content on those channels often is broadcast originally in a specific time zone. We call that an ephemeral broadcast, where it aired at 5 o'clock and then was lost to the ether. But Hulu and those streaming channels give the opportunity for that story then to be posted, and you can watch it at your leisure in a time shifting. We don't monitor those adjacent streaming channels, because they're subscription based, demographics are different, and we already have the content as it was aired originally.
I'm going to hand you what's been stipulated and admitted as a part of Exhibit C. I've shown the state, Your Honor.
He hasn't talked about non-traditional media. He sort of got cut off because he went so long on traditional media. But I think non-traditional is a major factor.
Can you tell the court what that is?
That is a very base level spreadsheet of all the media exposure, just looking at some of the topics specific to this account that you've engaged us for, including the topics that you've specified we monitor for your account. It includes various things like the type of media, so it might be Twitter or print or broadcast. It would include the metadata we include, city, state, circulation, viewership, things like that. There's also hyperlinks. As a client of ours, you would receive, if you exported this from your workspace or we exported it for you, you would have a hyperlink. You would click on that. Because we have a cookie on your computer, it would open that hyperlink and you could see the full story. Unless it's an online story or a social media story, then we take you directly to that end source. So if it's MoscowDailyNews.com and it's in front of their paywall, you would click on that link and you can view that story yourself.
Is Exhibit C in front of you specific to Latah County?
Yes, I see under county, spot checking it and spinning through where it can be determined. These are all Latah County related. Some of them are cities within Latah County.
is the list of Exhibit C approximately 1,360 entries long?
Yes, I can confirm that's the number of rows, which and each row would indicate a individual media mention, or also known as a media story.
So that's probably
an article
just
or a
traditional.
news story on a broadcast.
And Your Honor, I won't have him hand that to you now, but for purposes of the record, that will be a paper copy for the court's file. You have that in an Excel spreadsheet that's much easier to read than what is in that paper in there.
Right. Okay. So this was agreed by the state too. So I just want to make sure, because I have the exhibit.
He printed it out.
Also, that was attached to your brief,
which is
300 pages. So, but then we have the additional C, which is more. I guess thorough.
So this is a part of C related to TrueScope, which is this list of the 1,300 stories. And then I'm about to get into the other part of Exhibit C, which is TrueScope's report.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to clear that up.
He's got like a ream of paper there on his desk.
Did you prepare some other documents that represent media coverage in 4 counties in Idaho for this case?
We did. Once TrueScope had and it's an ongoing thing. We're constantly monitoring your news. So even this morning, you would have received a report of any media exposure that has happened since yesterday morning. It runs on a 24-hour cycle where we push out a report to the clients, but we're collecting it in real time. So if a client wanted to look at their workspace at 3 p.m. today, all that news would be in there.
The judge
I may have digressed from your question.
That's I'm going to hand you an exhibit.
Okay.
This is the second part of C, and I'm going to put that in front of you because it might be easier to see. You've got 2 screens.
Yes, that was the second part of my answer. We did prepare a media measurement analysis. Cheryl Lewis's team and
this is the sum of the whole thing.
Part of the
those two graphs explain why we need to move it to Ada County.
Okay, looking at this page here, can you please explain to the court what this is?
Sure. You have 2 pie charts. On the left, you have the volume of media coverage specific to the keywords and phrases searched for our client related to this case. You see on the left, out of all the media coverage between January 1st of 2023 and July 15th, 36% of that coverage, or just over 36% of that, was seen or had the opportunity to be seen in Latah County. On the right side, you have another pie chart that shows the population of Idaho, and it shows what percentage Latah County represents of the total percentage of Idaho, which is 2.75%.
On the second bullet point of notes there's some reference to census. Can you explain that note?
Sure. The census data used for this was from, I believe, July of 23. Of the 40,924 people in Latah County, we were asked to look at age eligible to serve on jury duty amongst all of that, the people in the county, which equated to 61%, or just under 25,000 people of the nearly 41,000 all are age eligible to serve on the jury.
Right.
In Latah County.
Going to the next page.
Move up here. So
what does this page tell the court?
This is the same analysis framework performed on a different county. Again, on the left, you see the total media coverage in Idaho for the same date range, but 34% of the media coverage was seen in Ada County, which is just a couple percentage points below that of Latah County. The primary difference is the right-hand pie chart, which shows the population of Ada County relative to all of Idaho. And it's over a quarter of the state population, so Ada, or 26.42%.
What conclusions do you draw when you compare the two counties' data?
There's a lot more people in Ada County.
Of not watched the coverage.
And where I would be going with that as a media analysis, when I would interpret this from a media analysis perspective, is the propensity to dilute the media exposure in a larger population is a factual function of that. If you have a certain number of stories divided by the population, the number of stories a person can see is fewer if the population is larger. Did that answer your question, or was I? Yeah.
I'll follow up with another specific one. Out of the two counties, where is the most opportunity for a resident to view stories about this case?
It's by far in Ada County. When we did the analysis of the age eligible process, nearly 300,000 people in Ada County are jury age eligible, compared to just under 25,000.
He answered that incorrectly.
I'm gonna just ask my question again. It was probably inartful on my part. Do more people in Latah County? Is there more saturation in Latah County, or more saturation with media coverage in Ada County?
Yes, a person in Latah County would be exposed to far more media coverage than people, a community in Ada County.
Can we now switch to the third slide? What does this show?
This adds in 2 additional counties that we were asked to look at. It reflects media exposure specific to Bannock and Camden counties.
And and then there's also a gray area, rest of Idaho. You just want to explain what we see here?
Sure. So if you look at the volume of media coverage for the same date range that the first 2, Latah, Ada, and then 4 counties we're looking at, out of all the media exposure for the state of Idaho, Latah received 36%, Ada had 27%, Bannock 1.56%, and Camden just over 3%. The rest of Idaho got just under a third of the meetings. So outside those 4 counties, the rest of the counties in Idaho, for the rest of the people that, the rest of the regions in Idaho would have been exposed to approximately 31.53% of the media exposure.
You turn next to, I believe it's page 5.
Opportunities to be seen per person.
Explain what opportunities to be seen are and the differences in the counties.
Sure. So in this pie chart, again, we're looking at the same date range. Opportunities to be seen are maybe best described relative to probability versus possibility. Each person in any of these 4 counties, or the rest of Idaho for that matter, have an equal possibility to see a story. It's like flipping a coin. You can flip a coin 100 times and the possibility of it coming up heads is equal every time. The probability of it coming up heads every time is much different. Probability is a mathematical statement, a quantitative measure. And so opportunities to be seen are dependent on the media type. So we measure opportunities to be seen for, say, newspapers based on their circulation. These are paid subscribers who you then are paid to receive that news, they consume that news. Television has Nielsen audience figures. Nielsen measures those in smaller markets quarterly, in larger markets 6 times a year, I believe. Any of the broadcast markets we're talking about, and the DMAs affecting this pie chart, would be measured quarterly. So opportunities to be seen are the possibility that people in that county would see it. It's the volume of those opportunities that creates the potential opportunity or probability that they've been exposed to X number of articles or media mentions, discrete articles, stories about this topic you're having us track. The numbers reflected on the pie chart show that over half of those opportunities to be seen reside within Latah County, nearly 60% or 57.03%. The opportunities to be seen per person in Ada County is 31.2%, not quite half, but nearly half the opportunities. And that's a simple mathematical function of all the media exposure in that county divided by the population, or in this case, potentially age eligible for jury duty population.
Why does
And
34.78
in terms of the green sliver there, Canyon County is close to Ada. And so if we assume that Canyon County residents might review Ada County news with its population of 180,000, is the dilution of Latah County or the dilution of Canyon County still significantly greater than the saturation in Latah County?
If I understand the question correctly, how I may answer that is Canyon, and I would also say Bannock, unless you don't want me to mention Bannock, but the media exposure specific to those counties is statistically insignificant relative to the rest of Idaho, Latah County, and Ada County. In fact, if you combined all those two and grouped them into either one of those, it wouldn't change the inferences that we make on the data between Ada and Latah.
Can you turn to the next slide now?
Wow.
Tell the court which line represents which county and the color.
Those are the darker line. The red line is maybe the easier one to see. That's Ada County, and the darker line, it's a blue or might look black on the screen, is Latah County.
And Judge, for your purposes, this is C1 that was filed with the reply, which is an update from the original memorandum to include a more recent date, the date that we filed, August 19th, the reply. So I don't know what one you're looking at, but the one on your computer screen is the one that we're talking about right now.
Thank you to tell me that.
Could you explain, Mr. Murphy, what the purpose of showing this over time does for the court?
Yeah, one of the more interesting charts that we develop for our clients is media coverage over time. And in this case, we're looking at January 1st of 23 through August 19th of 24. If you look at the red line, which is Ada County, you can see that aside from May 2023, it often lags by volume of coverage behind Latah County, in most cases by 50% or more of the media coverage. So if I rephrase that in maybe simpler terms, the media exposure in Ada County for the majority of time between January 2023 and August, continuing into August 2024, has been far less in Ada County than in Latah County.
And what can you tell from the spikes? Have you correlated those with case events?
Sure. It might be convenient to look at it analogous to maybe a stock portfolio. Oftentimes a peak is followed by a valley, unless you invest in NVIDIA. But May 2023, you see 198 stories.
A stock plug in the middle of testimony.
Highest peak for Ada County was
not investment
the
advice.
indictment is what's driving that peak. Now, when you compare that to Latah County, I can see that moving towards that indictment, there was ongoing media coverage. So while Ada spiked, it had a quick uptick in what I would call a fairly slow decay because of the extreme nature of the topic of this story. When we look at Latah County, it is more consistent. And after the indictment, Latah County surpasses media coverage over time consistently up through August of this year.
And this was filed with the court on August 19th, and we're here on August 29th. Have you been able to review and see what's going on with the coverage regarding this case right now as we sit here?
Yeah, I took a look Tuesday. I started seeing the media exposure ticking up again. It was fairly high yesterday. In my professional opinion, I would wager it's going to be extremely high today. And that's a function of public interest in an extreme news story. A story, you may have heard the phrase, this story has legs. A story that is extreme, unique, atypical, has greater legs than, say, high school football scores you hear on the 10 o'clock news on a Friday night. Those would have a very fast decay of memory on consuming viewers. This type of story will remain on the mind and be of interest up to and beyond the conclusion of this case, however that might be.
Would you flip to the next slide? This green line, what does it show?
It shows somewhat of a similar pattern across the entire country. It's the same date range. It's also showing media coverage over time, but it's looking at all media exposure nationwide. So while you feel things very acutely locally, even a story as extreme as this garners less interest the further you get away from the local community. And to look at this on a nationwide chart like this, you can see it remains in the mind, and these are large numbers. The indictment of over 13,268 or 13,268 media mentions on May 2023 shows that the nation was interested in it, but that decay has been faster on a nationwide
across
level,
the country?
just because, according to the decay of engagement on news stories, the further you get away, the less, I don't mean to sound callous, but the less interesting it is if you're in Florida than if you are in Latah County or something.
So in terms of looking at decay, I want to ask this in the context of the story waning for the court's purposes of projecting, say, months down the line next year at trial. Based on the data that you're seeing, is this story waning in the news?
No. In fact, if we could make one more line on any of these media coverage over time charts, you would see an upslope on the first one, this chart. You already see it ticking up when I compared Latah to Ada. If we could bring that chart forward to today, you would see that going up, and that will be consistent. Anytime this case has significant news or a significant hearing in Latah and Latah County, it will be of interest. And I would say that the delta or the difference between Latah and Latah County will continue to be statistically similar. It will probably potentially always be of greater interest in Latah County than in Latah County. Not to diminish the interest in Latah County, it's just, I believe it's further away than Latah County from where the alleged crime was committed, or the crime was committed.
Is Nez Perce and Lewiston are they a part of Latah County's designated market area?
To my knowledge, yes.
What does that mean for Lewiston and Nez Perce to be a part of the designated market area of Latah?
That's real simple. If the population, those are counties or cities?
Nez Perce is a county, Lewiston is a city.
Okay. So the population of those, I guess, could you rephrase the question?
What does it mean for those, for Nez Perce County and Lewiston City to be a part of the Latah County designated market area?
Okay, so that would increase the population of people that have opportunities to see the story within the same designated market area. So if you're in Latah County, you have the same potential to see the stories in Nez Perce and Lewiston. Does that change the mathematical outcome of the original pie charts we looked at? Those two counties combined with Latah County would have to exceed the population of Ada County in order for this dynamic to change.
I wore my shirt just for this chart today, so we would match.
I don't know how many people are exactly in each of those counties, but if together with Latah County, they exceed 295,000 potential jury eligible jurors, then you might be able to say the impact from the media on those two populations or exposure to media could be equal. But if Nez Perce and Lewiston are smaller counties and together with Latah are still significantly lower than Ada County, that's not going to change the determination I've made in this data.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right. So the basics of that is Latah County has a lot of news coverage. Ada also does.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
But the percentage of people who watch them in Latah County is higher than in Boise in Ada County. So it would be easier to seat a jury in Boise than in Latah.
Just for my own clarification, on those pie charts, when it says Latah County and Ada County, are you limiting that to the boundaries of the specific county, or are you talking about the broader designated market area?
When what we're looking at is media mentioned that impacted the county.
The county specifically.
Right. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So in looking at those line graphs that you presented, I noticed that they started in January of 2023.
Correct.
So December of 2022, Mr. Kohberger was arrested. Were you able to make any determinations of media coverage in December of 2022 at the time Mr. Kohberger was arrested?
We were not engaged nor tracking the media.
Okay. And that's not possible to go back and track that?
We can do what's called a back search, but we can't. Certain media types have expired. Online news links, social media might have been taken down. So you can do it. I wouldn't say I would present it with confidence.
Thank you.
I can show you a number.
Thank you. So fair to say, though, that there probably would have been a pretty substantial spike at that time as well.
I would say yes.
And possibly, although you can't say for sure, that spike could have been even higher than any of the other spikes on this graph, possibly.
The possibility exists.
Thank you, sir. So for the first 6 months on this chart of volume of media coverage over time for Latah and Ada County had more intense media coverage in January, February, March, April, May, and then June, and then in July, there's a crossover where Latah County is higher than Ada County. So fair to say for that first 6 months, Ada County did have, at times, fairly significantly more media coverage than Latah County.
Correct.
Okay. And counsel talked with you about these peaks and how they correspond with specific events in the case, such as court hearings. Would you expect that if the court were to make a decision to start closing certain hearings, particularly evidentiary hearings as we approach trial, that would be a mitigating factor that would decrease the amount of media coverage in this case?
I can't say yes or no on that. I would say it depends. If those closed meetings were a public record, then the media most likely that's following this would still have a high probability of reporting on it. They may just not have any image or interviews or some of the
detail
elements that go into a more engaging news story.
So the coverage might be less intense.
Intense is a qualification that I'm not able to make. I can't tell you how intense something impacts you as a viewer or a consumer.
Sure, thank you.
Don't close the hearings.
And I noticed in that chart of Latah County and Ada County coverage that in the last couple of months, that coverage intensity in both of those counties has become pretty close again. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yes.
And so based on these charts, it's really not beyond the realm of possibility that Ada County could again surpass Latah County in coverage, at least at certain points, correct?
Again, there's an equal chance of possibility. The probability based on the data, I would say is no, in my professional opinion. We've already seen an uptick, and it appears that in Ada County, the news is much more focused and attentive even to what I might consider a less weighted story. I think there was a story recently about a memorial garden or something that this county garnered quite a bit of media exposure. But that's logical.
Sure. Well, in June of 2024, it looks like they got so close that they were just 2 points apart. Is that correct? Latah County just 2 points above?
Yeah.
And you're not willing to testify that there's a possibility that Ada County could potentially surpass Latah County in the future?
I'll absolutely guarantee that possibilities are always equally available.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirects?
There's Matthew.
Mr. Murphy, in terms of this discussion on Ada versus Latah, you mentioned the Nielsen rankings. Could you please tell the court the difference between what the Nielsen ranking is, and then I'll follow up with what Latah's is and what Ada County's is. So what's a Nielsen ranking?
Sure. So I don't want to assume that most people have heard of the Nielsen ratings, but anyone who's involved with selling advertising or the news media knows that Nielsen
they live and die by these ratings.
More than 50 years has measured the top 200 designated market areas. New York City is number one. It's the largest DMA. The media in that market reaches the most people. And so it's a measure of how many active news consumers, is the way I would describe it, are in a city or a city's area. I know we're looking at counties, but your designated market area here in Latah County fall under the radius, I think I mentioned earlier, Spokane, Washington. In Ada County, their designated market area is Boise, Idaho. A different deal.
And what's the Nielsen ranking of Latah County?
It's ranked 64 out of 210.
And what is Boise?
97.
I have nothing. So I should follow up and say, in terms of how that's measured, 64 mean that is a higher rank than Boise at 97.
The DMA in which Latah County resides.
Yep. Lower number is higher.
Has far more opportunities for media stories to be seen based on the strength of the DMA. As you get down to the smaller DMAs, for example, Glendive, Montana, has historically been market 210 last. They have one CBS affiliate. There's just not a lot of news coming out of an area, a DMA like Glendive. But on the two counties you're talking about, they reside in a DMA that's 64 for Latah County. A larger DMA is going to have more media opportunities to be seen and more media outlets available. As you get to smaller markets, you have fewer and fewer media outlets serving there.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beatty?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
He can, Your Honor, and the exhibits that are with him can go for you for the court's paper file for the record.
Thank you. Okay, sir, you're free to leave or you're free to stay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Take your water with you.
Being here.
Go back to, what is it, Nebraska. Yes.
Thank you.
I actually like that testimony. I worked in the news media. I know how important Nielsen ratings are. Ratings week, it's huge. The pressure that's on there to try to even just rank one higher, you know, to try to increase your viewership. It's amazing because you sell advertising based on those ratings.
They're very small
based on those numbers.
Letters.
I agree, Your Honor. It was really hard to get them on one page. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Why don't we take a quick break and maybe come back at
Please don't kill the stream.
10:20.
Please don't kill the stream.
Okay. Thank you.
Just like cut to a splash screen or something. Can we do that? Is that too much to ask? Keep the feed up the whole day. Judge, like, I have heard enough about this. We're taking about a 12-minute break, is what they say. Audio should be down. Fun little side note. Somebody just showed up in Judge Boyd's court wearing a judge's robe. Okay, good. This is what I want them to do. Splash screen, that's okay. Court is currently on break. Good. So we'll keep that up. So while we're waiting, do you want to talk about? Do you want me to try to explain using my crayon? What are they doing? They're now showing us their Zoom screen. Nope. This is nuts. Yeah, we've got like a Inception thing going on. Look at because the viewer, the name that's on, look, I can use my mouse. I think I can use my mouse. Oh no. The picture was the court clerk. So that was her YouTube screen that we were seeing there. That was funny. Yeah. Use a grease pen, please explain. Okay. So it boils down to this. There is a lot of interest in the Bryan Kohberger case in Idaho and across the nation and around the world. But the closer you get to the actual location of the crime, the interest seems to be stronger and last longer. Now, it's a very sensational story. So initially, in Boise, Idaho, which is a very, it's a close big city within Idaho that they analyzed, the case, the stories, there were a lot of them. There was a ton of interest right at the beginning, okay? But it dropped down and it's been trending downward in Boise, Idaho, whereas in Latah County, it was high and it keeps peaking high and the interest is still up high. So you look at that, the number of stories, like Boise is not going to interrupt their news broadcast to let you know that Bryan Kohberger and his lawyer were in court today and they argued about a date that they're going to, require the prosecution to turn over some evidence by. No, most people in Boise are like, whatever. Tell me when something happens, right? At this point. Now, because the story is not about, hey, 4 kids just murdered. That's a big story. Latah County, on the other hand, there are people that are invested in this. They're like, this happened in my neighborhood. This happened at my school. This happened in the town that I work. And they're following all the details. And so the news media is running all these stories. And Latah County now has a higher chance of somebody who lives in Latah County, which is a small county, of seeing these news stories than the chance of somebody who lives in Boise County, which is a big county, has like 300,000 people in it, of seeing those same news stories. Why does that matter? You're trying to seat a jury that doesn't already have in their head all their ideas about what happened in the crime scene, right? What happened, who was to blame, who's at fault, whether he's guilty or not. You want somebody who's like BK what? Burger King? No, you want somebody like that who's just like has no clue about what's happening. And it will be easier to find that in Boise County with a big population, even though they've had a lot of coverage similar to Latah County, because percentage-wise, fewer people have seen the stories in Boise County. So that's why everything looks good for Boise County. Yes, there's a couple other counties up there that the numbers look really good at, the little thin slices. The problem is they're also small counties. You don't have a huge population base to draw the jury from. So Ada County, I keep saying Boise County. I'm sorry. Thank you, Michelle Mix Media Madness. I've been gone a few weeks. I don't know what we're watching, but I'm glad to be back. So Sarah Sherwood, thank you. We are watching the Bryan Kohberger hearing, which is the change of venue hearing. This is the big one that decides where it's going to be. Why it's important to me is because the Airbnb is either going to be Ada County or Latah County. I think those are the two options. And I know it's that, well, I called it first, but we heard when the judge read the motion today, the motion itself is a motion to move it from Latah to Ada County. So nothing else is really on the table other than those two. Let's see. The house is just demolished. Yes, they did that. We saw that news story. Todd's like, whatever. Trial's moving. I'm watching golf. I'm out of here. See you, Todd. Have a good one. Enjoy the golf game and the commentary. Ali B, yes, it has some issues here on the investigation side, especially the handling of the investigation and how that correlated to public information at the beginning. I think that really counts against them a little bit. Oh, it's tennis? Oh, so they hit the ball at each other instead of at a hole, right? Is that the only difference? Oh, and they shared a ball, they hit at each other instead of at the hole. I know my sports. I'm good that way. All right. There's U.S. Open in golf, but that happened already this year. So that's why I was confused. Could be ping pong. Ping pong is a sport. It's an aerobic sport, a lot like tennis, only you don't run as far. I know my sports. I can't say I'm Mr. Sports. That title was taken by a radio broadcaster named Doug Wright. He went by Utah's Mr. Sports, often pointing fun at himself at where he lacked. I tried pickleball. We tried it when we went to the Provo Rec Center about 2 weeks ago. Did a little pickleball, did a little racquetball as well. And yes, that sound is quite interesting. If you've never done pickleball, it's like this. It's like
I wake up, I hear it. I walk down the steps, I hear it. Open the back door to let the dog out, you hear it.
That's that little pong pong in the background. That's pickleball. So this guy, the only thing he did, all he does is analyze media, and this is a cool job if you're a nerd. I am. I've worked in the media, so I understand what he's doing. He's gathering. Basically, he has a computer room that watches all the channels in an area. They watch everything. They bring everything. They bring all the newspaper feeds in. They bring in all the Twitter feeds. They bring in everything, and they're able to. They use some AI as well. They're working that in as well. But they're able to take all that data, put it in one place, drop it in a database, and say, now show me the coverage and show me how it looks and where people might be, overexposed in this story. The next guy that's going to come in, I think he's the guy that did the survey. So now we've talked about the news media being there, and he just glanced over the new media of social media, the non-traditional media, possibly because it's a lot harder to quantify and qualify the subscribers by area. I know YouTube itself could give that information, but he's a third party trying to extract that data. YouTube's not going to give that away. So it's harder to say, oh, you have a YouTube channel and it has a viewer here and there and there and there and there. They can't do that. They can just say, well, you have viewers and you're in the United States. And, it's much harder to put that into the chart. But I would say that the people who watch social media who are interested in the story probably have a higher degree of knowledge about details of the case than someone who watches just like the news story that comes on at 5 or 10 p.m. on the TV channel. The level of depth that the viewers in social media have regarding the case is probably much, much higher than the average viewer on traditional media. Because traditional media, they don't have the time, first of all. You can't dedicate 3 hours to a story. So whereas social and new media, we can. I'm sure most people have seen stuff on this, except maybe people in the 80s. Well, Allie B, we assume other people are like ourselves. You'd be amazed how many people, probably you could even find in Latah County, who have no idea what's going on. We do have an international audience, which I love. It's amazing. Okay, so when they come back from the break, we'll probably have another one witness and then lunch break. During lunch break, I think we're going to show you Judge Boyd's. I'm not sure if it's another judge, but this lady, she's either Gothic or she shows up wearing a judge's robe, and I can't wait to show you what happened. But if I start playing it now, we're going to miss it. What do you think? Do we have enough time? No, we don't have enough time. Someone's banging on the door here. I need to see the robe defendant. Let's cut to it. Let's see what happens here. All right. Where was she's standing there in back? You can see her. Is it another judge?
Approach again.
Yes.
Come on up.
Look at this. Tell me she's not dressed up like the judge for Halloween.
Okay, I got you.
Yes.
All right, Judge. So we're trying to figure out, we don't need a record yet. We're just letting you know. We're trying to figure out, I guess, the exclusion zone where she's not to go.
Mm-hmm.
We're not opposed to her being in contact with her or anything else of that. One of the areas is she's getting ready to move to be closer to her kids. It will kind of be in the same area, UTSA's and 1604 area. I know she has no intention of having any contact with this woman.
Y'all just figure out within where she's supposed to be living. She's, of course, allowed to live where she's living unless she is living, for example, in an apartment complex and the complainant lives in that apartment complex.
I don't think so.
So do y'all have locations?
It's too general for an area to.
That's my concern. I just don't want her to run afoul of something if she's living in that area. I mean, it's a big spread.
All right. So if y'all are.
We'll get it figured out.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Sure.
Have a seat.
Okay, so apparently that was the second time she was up. I've got to come up and see what the first is. They were trying to work out where she was not supposed to go. You guys say it's a cloak. It looks a lot like the judge's robe. I keep thinking about Elvira. I don't know. Is that her name? No, I can't find it now. It's gone. But it's a goth. Gothic. As the attorney for the House Gryffindor. Maybe she's from Harry Potter. Vampira. So what's happening next? In the Bryan Kohberger case, we're going to come back from break here in just a minute, and our next witness will probably be the guy who did the analysis of the people themselves. So we've heard about the exposure. Now we're going to talk about possibly the actual numbers based on surveys of how many people knew about things and what they had heard about. We got a sort of like a preliminary view at this. I think if it's the right guy, this is the guy that threw the temper tantrum when the state objected and called and put a stop legally with the court and an emergency motion on a Friday night to stop the little phone survey from going on. He was so offended. He was like in a huff. And they're like, the judge is like, well, it's not a big deal. You can just start it up again. And he's like, well, I don't know if I want to help anymore when I've been treated like this. I've never had people disrespect me like this. And I'm not even sure if I want this job. You guys have to beg nicely. It might be him. It might be him, which is funny. So, but we're gonna go first. We've got the media coverage. Now we're gonna go in the actual in depth. They're gonna have somebody who explains it, or two people that explain it, and then I don't know if the state's gonna present any witnesses here. The state doesn't want it moved, right? They think it's fine here. They're like, look, you've got basically the same percentage of coverage, percentage of media stories in Ada County as in Latah County. It's going to be fine. Yeah, it might take an extra week to seat a jury here in Latah County. Let's do it. It always is better for them when they're closer to home instead of away. Did he huff and puff? Oh, he huffed and puffed. It was good. It's supposed to be a 12-minute break. We're waiting for them to finish their 12-minute break. I don't even know who Elvira is. I guess I should have said Morticia, because she's from the Addams family, right? In my head I saw Morticia and I thought Elvira. There's a song, Elvira. It's got the bass guy as well. Giddy up, papa, mow, mow. That guy. Yeah. I don't even know what the words are. It might be something like that, but I've always thought that's what it says. Oak Ridge Boys, my heart's on fire for Elvira. That's it. I didn't have a TV growing up. You are correct. You are correct. The only TV I have in my house we use for live streaming. We don't have an antenna or any sort of TV feed. This is my favorite PowerPoint. I think with this being on a computer, I think they could have gone full color on the state seal instead of doing like the sepia tone. I think we're almost back. Here we go. Ooh, what's this? FTR Gold. Please tell me she doesn't just check her personal email here. I don't think she realizes this computer is live for everybody. Jim Bob, I'm a bit of a fanboy when it comes to Apple. It's a love-hate relationship. I love their product and I hate how much it costs. Two hour, 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Thank you, Josh, as always. Gets the goodies. I'll see if we can go back, maybe on lunch break, and catch the first one. Is that how far back it was? Is that reverse? 2 hours, 4 minutes, 54. You were right. There she is. Oh, no, that's somebody else.
All rise. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Okay, let's get back on the record, please. Back on the record, State versus Kohberger, CR 2922-2805. Sorry for the delay. I think we had to adjust some mics, make sure everybody can hear. And counsel and Mr. Kohberger are here in the courtroom, so we're ready to go forward. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will call Dr. Anani L. Alili.
Oh, this is a different guy.
All right, thank you.
Or girl.
Thank you, ma'am. Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat and then please state your name and spell your name.
My name's Amani Alalili. Last name is E-L-A-L-A-Y-L-I.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning. I can see you brought some papers to the witness stand with you today. Will you identify what those are?
Yeah, it's just copies of the slides. It's nothing. None of my piece I couldn't see.
Okay. And the slides, does that refer to the PowerPoint presentation that you for us to share today?
It does.
Okay. At this time, will you place that document in front of you face down? And if you have difficulty seeing the slides, let me know and we'll have you turn it over so you can track and help us understand what you're going to teach us today, okay?
Sure.
Yeah, I want to make sure then the state has stipulated to admit that.
That's correct.
Those slides. Okay, thank you. So all the slides that we might be considering today, you agree to?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Will you tell us what you do for work?
I'm a professor at Eastern Washington University.
What do you teach?
I teach social psychology, which is the study of how people interact with each other and influence each other, how we're all affected by social situations.
I'm going to ask you some questions so that I can understand your background that led to your ability to teach. But I want to know if you're here today in your capacity as a professor or in your separate role as an expert consultant.
I'm here as my separate role as a consultant. So what I'll be talking about today is based on my expert opinion, based on the research I've conducted and what I've learned about in the field, and it's not affiliated with the university.
Thank you for that. Now let's go to your education. What degrees do you hold?
So I have a bachelor's in psychology, and I have a master's and PhD in social and personality psychology with a focus on social psychology.
What does that mean, a focus on social psychology?
So our area, like I mentioned, it studies how we interact with and influence each other, the power of the situation and how it affects us, like how we're all behaving differently here than in our living rooms. It includes things like how people influence us to purchase things. Like I teach a class on social influence or influence us to donate money. And then my specific area of focus is on social cognition, which is how we select, remember, and interpret social information.
How long have you been teaching?
I have been teaching since before I graduated with my PhD, so since the late 90s. But I started my positions as a professor in 2002.
2002?
2002 at University of Florida, 2003 at Eastern Washington University.
In your role as a professor and a professional, have you written articles and been published?
I have.
How many, roughly?
Roughly 15, give or take.
Do any of those relate to human bias?
Yes, most of them. So a lot of them are focused centrally on bias, and then many of the others are tangentially related to bias. So it could be biased perceptions of ourselves, how we tend to overestimate ourselves in a lot of ways. It includes biased impressions of individuals, like you might take one thing about a person and make a whole bunch of conclusions about them when you don't know them. And that could influence how you perceive their behavior later on. It includes biased perceptions of groups, so stereotyping and prejudice. And I've also studied biased impressions of businesses.
Have you consulted as an expert in other cases besides Mr. Kohberger's case?
Yes, I consulted in a case around 2016 or so, and then I was involved in the non-dissemination hearing here as well for Mr. Kohberger's case.
So you're telling us that you testified before Mr. Kohberger's case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And have you testified as an expert in any other hearings besides that one for Mr. Kohberger?
For Mr. Kohberger, no, just that one.
How about other people?
Yes, one for, and in case I didn't eke it out, I have a full-time job, plenty to do. But I've been asked to do expert testimony, and I feel like it's the right thing to do to share what I know about bias.
Thank you for that. What is your role today? What did we hire you to do and ask you to do?
So my role was to evaluate how publicity about a case could shape potential jurors when they come in and sit on the panel, and to see if maybe people who were living in Latah County or have some connection to Latah County might potentially have more problems being objective because of media saturation and other issues.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint to help walk through what you have to share today?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to do my best to open that up. It needs to.
And we're black. And we're back. Well, I missed her name spelling 100%. I did not nail that. Amani Ali Alili. Amani Ali Alalali.
I am trying to find the right.
You would just go to slideshow, right to the top, maybe 6 down to the right.
One more.
One more, right.
Down there. Click.
And then on the left, or to from beginning.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. I think we're there. Thank you for helping me through that.
I do this regularly. I'm teaching.
All right. I want to know if this is the background of the research on potential juror bias. What do you know about that?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of research on how publicity affects potential jurors. It says roughly 40 years. Really, it's been longer because in the 1960s, there were some high profile cases. And so social scientists wondered, does it matter if there's a lot of publicity about a case? Could that potentially make jurors less objective? Could that influence actual outcomes in a case? And so the research started then, kind of trickled in, and then became more and more popular. And then in 1999, there were enough studies that somebody conducted what's called a meta-analysis. And another one was conducted in 2022, so it's nice to have a recent one. A meta-analysis is when you take a bunch of studies on the same topic and you statistically combine them into one giant study. So they do this in every field. They do this in medicine, every discipline, where you really want to know an overall effect of something. Because I might run a study on the effects of pretrial publicity and find maybe a small effect, and somebody else might find a big effect, and somebody else might find no effect. And it's hard to trust any one study with, a few dozen participants, or even if it's hundreds. I would want to see lots of studies. Just like if I were trying to decide if I want to take a medication, I don't want just one study that tells me it works or doesn't work if I have a serious illness or the medication has a serious risk. But I would be much more confident if there were a whole bunch of studies, dozens of studies combined, and thousands of participants' data. And so a meta-analysis basically does that. It narrows down a specific topic, in this case, the effects of pretrial publicity on judgments, and it examines overall, combined, is there an effect? And so there were, like I said, one is quite recent from 2022. So it's the simplest way to describe this research. It's the easiest way for somebody to know where it stands, even if they don't read all the articles. And what this work has found is that if somebody's exposed to publicity about a case, something about the defendant, something about the case, fact, fiction, that the tendency is, if you look at everything as a whole, for it to affect judgments, and specifically how much you like the defendant, your inclination to think that they're guilty, your judgments of their criminality, etc. And this has been shown with individual judgments of guilt, but even more so with group judgments, with juries. And it looks at participants who are randomly assigned to get pretrial publicity information or not. so that you can really determine cause effect. So this would be a formal experiment. We do lots of studies, and experiments are the ones that I like to look at, because what you do is you hold everything constant except for one thing that you change. You get one people, one experience, another group of people, another experience, and then expose them to all the same things. So all the same trial stimulus materials. And you see, okay, the people who got some information ahead of time that they weren't supposed to pay attention to, did they evaluate the evidence differently? Did they come up with different judgments? And so the meta-analysis in 2022 is based on over 11,000 total participants, and it summed up the studies on that specific topic.
And the sum up, what was the sum up?
Yeah, essentially what's on the slide there are the main findings. The fact that if you get exposed to publicity, you're more likely to render a judgment of guilt and less likely to, or have lower liking for the defendant, and have higher ratings of their criminality.
Based on your years of teaching and work and understanding human bias, do you know why this happens?
Yes, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide, I have a couple sections here. One is on why we sort of soak up this pretrial publicity in the first place. And then the next section is on why that stays with us through a trial if we are to serve as jurors, even when we don't want it to stay with us. And so if I'm to start with the first topic, why is it that we soak this up in the first place? One reason is because of how we process information. Since the 80s, social psychologists have studied this model that suggests that it's pretty straightforward. Sometimes we think deeply about things and we scrutinize arguments and find flaws in them. And then sometimes we make quick decisions. We like decision shortcuts. And we only have so much cognitive capacity that the vast majority of our decisions and thought processes are more automatic. And we call this peripheral root processing when it involves an influence situation. So if you're making some kind of determination about something, whether you should purchase a certain car or vote for a certain political candidate or something like that, you can go through and you can analyze every single thing and try to be as objective as possible, or you can make a decision in 2 seconds. Oh, my neighbor has that car and they like it, And so the problem with peripheral processing is sometimes you're going to come to a conclusion that you wouldn't have come to before if you had thought about things more methodically, more systematically. And so the reason this applies here is because people, when they're consuming media, are often processing peripherally. Why? Because they might not be completely able to focus on a story, or they're scrolling quickly through a newsfeed. So if you're scrolling through a newsfeed or a social media feed, or if you're watching the news while you're cooking dinner or something like that, you're taking in information, but you're not able to really devote the resources cognitively to nitpick. And so you'll see something like Bryan Kohberger arrested for the murder of 4 students, or you'll see something like this, among items taken from suspect, knives, guns. And automatically, when we're processing at the superficial level, which again, most of the time we're doing, we'll say, oh, okay, so they found the person who committed the crime and they have evidence. And we don't take it a step further. But if you actually stop and think, then you realize, oh, wait a minute, people get arrested all the time and it turns out they didn't commit a crime. Or wait a minute, we all have knives in our homes, but we haven't all killed somebody. I have a lot of knives in my kitchen. A lot of households have guns. And so we don't take that extra step to really think deeply about things a lot of the time when we're consuming media.
It sounds like you're telling me that we're just absorbing information. And in Mr. Kohberger's case, from the media, people may take bits and pieces, and that starts to create a level of knowledge or human bias.
We might feel like we know about something more than we do, yeah.
Are there other ways that bias gets created?
Yes, and it looks like you advance to the next slide. So one thing that's relevant here too is listening to authority figures. So I mentioned that we're processing superficially a lot of the time, peripherally, and one readily available peripheral cue a lot of the time when it comes to this type of situation is hearing information from authority figures, people who have status or expertise, any kind of power, and we tend to listen more to people in those positions. And yes, a lot of the time they have more knowledge, but there are big problems with this. One is that we assume that they're accurate. We forget that they're humans too. that they make mistakes too, that they have biases too. Like if I'm in charge of trying to make a community feel safe by, arresting the right person for a crime, I have a motivation. I want to make sure, I want to convince myself maybe that, I've caught the right person. And, if I'm in that position, doesn't make me less biased, right? We all have biases. All humans have biases. And they also could be wrong. Like I said, people can get arrested for a crime when they didn't commit it. And what we found in research over many, many years, decades, is that if somebody has any kind of indicator of authority, even if it's something as minor as height, but certainly, an occupational status, title, that people will take their words so far that they'll do things to contradict their own morals, and they'll be influenced in areas beyond the person's expertise, like a doctor influencing you in your relationships or something that's totally irrelevant. And so we take it a little bit too far. And in the case of Moscow and Latah County, it's a really small community, right? And so the authority figures are often going to be people who are known and well trusted. And, so that makes this effect even potentially more problematic. And
they're talking about the prosecutors.
Chief Fry, the chief of the police at the time, had said that he was certain that he arrested the right suspect and he didn't have any doubts. And so the community would say, okay, well, the chief of police is sure, so then I can be sure too. But like I said, we can't assume, and there's no trial that had taken place yet. And so we can't assume that that's accurate information, but we tend to take that a little bit too much at face value.
The example that you gave of the police chief speaking out and offering what he thinks about a case, is that something that creates more bias in the minds of the Latah County residents that heard that?
Yeah, they're familiar with him. They know him to be an authority figure. They may know him personally or trust him personally. And so, yeah, somebody outside of Latah County, they'll still be affected by his authority status, but maybe not as much, right? And then he also has power over people in that community, and that seems to carry some weight when it comes to this type of influence. And then also, the president of University of Idaho saying, we can feel safe now, they found the person. It sounds very conclusive when there hadn't been a trial yet. And so another authority figure is pretty major in an area like Latah because so much is centered around the university.
Are there other ways that you found that create bias?
Yes, if you don't mind advancing to the next slide. This is a phenomenon that goes back maybe a century. We've been studying this in so many different contexts, tons and tons of research on this phenomenon called classical conditioning. And it's basically when we make associations between things and it causes us to have reactions that we didn't have before. Like, for example, if your alarm clock, we don't really have alarm clocks that much anymore, but if your alarm sound on your phone, if that's what you use, wakes you up this morning and you have kind of a negative response to it, it might be because you associated it with waking up before you wanted to. Before, I know I always try to choose a sound that I don't have an aversion to, but then it doesn't take long before I have a negative reaction. So you make this connection, right? But if that same tone was used every time a loved one texted me, then I wouldn't develop an aversion. I might develop a favorable reaction. So classical conditioning is when we develop a response to a stimulus. It could be a sound, it could be any stimulus at all, including a person, because we've connected them with something that it had been paired with, especially repeated pairings. So in this particular case, if the defendant's name is seen throughout media and social media a lot, or his image is shown alongside things that are aversive, negative words, things like terror, murder, or evil, or alongside known killers, alongside details of the murder, alongside information about, tragic consequences, things that make us feel bad. What happens is it doesn't take that many pairings, and then his name alone, which was once neutral, because most people wouldn't have known him, becomes conditioned, and it evokes those same kinds of feelings. And they've done studies like this where they can make this happen within minutes. if I could take a picture of any of you or multiple pictures of any of you, show those interspersed with pictures of other people, and at the same time present words, consciously or not consciously, that say things like terror and evil. And at the end of the study, I can ask people, what do you think of this person? And the rating will be lower. And so if you get that exposure a lot, like in Latah, where people are getting a lot of media exposure and also social media exposure and having a lot of discussions and attending, vigils, and they're really being exposed to kind of all these emotional reactions. If they're thinking about him at the same time, they can't help but make that connection, even if they don't think he's guilty.
Let me make sure I understand how big this is, how far-reaching this is. We've been with this case pending for a year and a half, and there's been, suffice to say, a lot of media coverage. There's a lot of pictures of Mr. Kohberger in the media. Do you mean that when we walk into trial and the room's full of potential jurors, there's going to be a great majority of them that before we sit down are going to have a feeling of bias against Mr. Kohberger?
Yeah, I do. And you've seen the pictures, these ominous headlines, and that connection can't help but be made.
This all the way that bias gets created? Or do you have another one?
I have one more. As far as things that happen largely while the publicity is coming in and you're getting exposed to it. And it's sort of a category of a lot of different influences that are emotional and motivational. And this one I think is especially relevant to, sourcing people out of Latah County to be jurors. So the media played a role in inducing some emotions like it does. It likes to attract attention, things like fear and anger and sympathy and empathy. But in that community, people are going to have those emotions anyway from everything that's going on. But if the media uses phrases like killer on the loose, everybody stay vigilant, make sure you report all suspicious activity, then they're arousing that even more. And so what happens is when we have emotions like that, they filter in how we process information. Just like when you're angry, you're more likely to remember things that have made you angry in the past than things that have made you happy. And when you're angry, you're also more likely to have kind of an agenda with new information coming in. And so, for example, and this is something that could stay with somebody, this distorted information processing could stay with somebody and could get, there could be a resurgence during a trial where it keeps affecting somebody as they are reminded of their emotions. Because, they've associated moods with different judgments of guilt. Like, for example, if you're angrier, you tend to be more punitive and you want retribution. And in fact, in one study, they associated anger of mock jurors during a trial with support for imposing a death sentence for somebody. And they, when they were angry, they were less likely to pay attention to defense arguments. So people aren't trying to be biased. It's just that when we're in moods, those moods filter how we process information, how we take it in. And, I think I may have mentioned this already, but there's also kind of an emotional, motivational component to feel like the person who committed the crime is under arrest. It is the right person. I think I mentioned it as, being a motivation by the police, but the community has this motivation too in Latah because they were living in fear during all these weeks where they were trying to find somebody to arrest. And somebody was arrested and people could take a sigh of relief. But that sigh of relief assumes that he's guilty. And so we have this coping mechanism, basically, where we want to get rid of these negative emotions. And one way to do that is to feel like, oh, well, if he committed a crime and he's under arrest, then I can feel safe now. And so that's something that could come into play, too, if you live within the region where the event occurred.
And that's because of the fear that was associated with?
Any of the emotions really could potentially distort information processing. That last point relevant to fear, but a lot of research on how anger influences judgments and how sympathy for victims, empathy for victims influences judgments. And certainly if you are in Latah and attended vigils or offered social support, that you're really getting a lot of that empathy and sympathy as well, or if you're exposed to the personal media stories about what happened.
So I think I understand the ways that the human bias just gets bigger and more solid in a person. What happens if we seat a Latah County jury and those biases aren't there? What happens as we put on the trial and evidence is presented?
Yeah, well, I mentioned this one can get carried through the trial, this idea of motivational and emotional sources. But there are other things that can happen during trial too that kind of exacerbate the problem. And one of these is confirmation bias. So this has to do with us wanting to confirm our expectations of things. And one of the most fundamental human needs we have is a need for predictability. You don't want to walk into this courtroom and feel like you have no idea what's going to happen. That's uncomfortable. We want to feel like we know what's going to happen. And we know how people are going to behave. And so part of this need for predictability is that it causes us to distort reality a little bit. And so in one way that this does this is through the confirmation bias, which is once we develop an expectation of something, once we decide that this is true, this is the case, or the defendant is guilty or not guilty, or the defendant lives a certain lifestyle or behaves a certain way, or has, then once we decide something, everything goes through that filter. I talked about an emotional filter. This is a cognitive filter that we actually process information differently based on what we expect to see and hear. It's just like if, you're going to meet up with a friend and you think somebody called your name, you expected it. And so it made you hear it even when it didn't happen. And if somebody does call your name, you hear it more readily. So we're kind of tuned in. And so the processes I mentioned here, this filtering can happen via 3 different processes. One is selective attention. So if I'm a juror and I have expectations about Mr. Kohberger, and it doesn't have to be just that he's guilty, but it could be expectations about him as a person. If I have expectations coming in and I'm getting all this new evidence during trial, going through that filter and paying attention to information that backs up my idea. Well, I had this idea that he's a bad guy, and this information backs that up, so I pay extra attention to that. And then they talked about something where, where he was kind to someone, and I really have to pay much attention to that. So, we have this filter, and then we process information too in a distorted manner. We actually will change the information to fit in with what we think. It's just a way of our minds simplifying our worlds. And while these processes all help us not be overloaded cognitively, they distort what we take in. So we have to be aware of them. And recall is distorted as well. So, a trial takes place over a long period of time, potentially, and somebody has to remember a lot of information. And if they have distorted recall that's consistent with their expectations before coming in, that's obviously problematic.
Is that the only thing that happens when we have new information at trial?
No, I have a couple other things that I'd like to talk about. And the first one is belief perseverance, which is really a direct consequence of the confirmation bias. So it's just like it sounds. This is the tendency for our beliefs to persevere, even in the face of contradictory evidence.
Thank you, Jen.
Confirmation bias supplies us with this filter. And because we have this filter, if somebody gives us all these facts that go against what we think, logically, we should just change our minds. A lot of the time we don't. In fact, there's some evidence to suggest that sometimes we even cling more closely to our beliefs. And anyone who's looked at anything on social media has probably seen evidence of this, where somebody has a strong belief about something and then somebody provides actual facts that contradict it, and then instead of saying, "Oh, you're right," I see your point. Of course, that can happen sometimes. The general tendency is for people to still stick with their beliefs anyway because they formed them. When you're in the process of forming your beliefs, that's different. But once you've formed something, it tends to stick. It's the same thing with stereotypes. Somebody has an assumption that elderly people are bad drivers, and they see a whole bunch of evidence suggesting otherwise, and even research studies and things like that. Then they no, I still think elderly people are bad drivers. So that's belief perseverance. And in some cases, people will even double down. Again, social media, they might even get more aggressively in line with their initial opinion after seeing evidence to the contrary. So this is one reason that's directly aligned with confirmation bias.
It sounds like they can work together when somebody already has a bias. They've already made decisions about it.
Yeah, really any expectation or decision or judgment, even if you don't know that you have it. I heard the phrase of growing legs. Well, there's a famous social influence researcher who used that same phrase with decision making. Like once you've decided something, your decision grows legs of its own. And so now it's not just the normal information necessary that for any rational person, because we all kind of have this tendency to be irrational in situations like this, but it ends up causing us to distort reality a little bit and need a lot more evidence now than we should to change our minds.
What else impacts getting new information during the course of the trial?
We'll advance to the next slide. I want to mention a little bit about cognitive dissonance. And cognitive dissonance is an uncomfortable feeling we have when we have like an inner clash, like an inner hypocrisy. You know, like if I'm religious, but I don't adhere to one thing about my religion, and then there's this inner clash. And we don't like that feeling, and we like to reduce it, minimize it, prevent it. So why is that relevant here? Well, if somebody lives in Latah County, they might have a dissonance experience because if they start during trial to believe that, oh, maybe the defendant is innocent, you know, maybe he shouldn't be convicted, that belief might be battling another belief about loyalty to their community because they know the community wants closure. You know, they know that the community wants him to be guilty. They know the community wants to feel safe. And so they have this inner clash. And what happens when we have this inner clash, lots of things can happen. But one thing that could happen is we could distort reality. That's another reason for kind of being a little bit less accurate when taking in information. So if I'm if I'm a juror from Latah County, and I'm starting to kind of think, oh man, maybe he didn't do it. There might be part of my brain convincing me that no, he's guilty because of this inner clash. I want to get rid of the clash.
Is that because of the loyalty a person would feel to Latah County, to their community?
I think that's a big part of it. And there could be other reasons with regard to community connections that could create that clash too.
Like a concern that they might be known
who
they are as a juror?
A concern that they might be known. They're this kind of picturing yourself sort of coming back to your community with the news that you were involved in a process that actually, acquitted somebody, for example, and having to face people in your community, which is something I touch on later a little bit too.
Guys, I've got a couple of words that are
Should we move forward?
Kicking out some of your statements in chat. It's my fault. I'm going to fix those. Hang on a second.
I know the court's going to want to know, can we fix this?
Sure.
Can we get our jurors in here and tell them, don't bring your bias in? Can we fix this? What do you think, knowing what you know about human bias?
I would love that to be the case. I just don't see that as feasible when bringing jurors out of Latah County. And I can tell you some problems with all the methods that people try to use. It's just, if you look at the research, there are limitations to these. And so one of them, of course, is juror selection. Let's try to find people, for example, who haven't been exposed to publicity. So there are problems with that. Can you recount all of the publicity that you've been exposed to? No. If I asked you to tell me about all of the interactions you had with people over the course of a week, you're going to have forgotten some, right? But doesn't mean they're not going to be affecting you. So maybe when I was at the grocery store, the person checking me out had a negative expression on their face, and I didn't recount that to you, but maybe that memory is there and it's buried. And when I go back in the grocery store, I'm a little colder to them. And another possibility too is that retrieval cues can make some of these unconscious memories actually become conscious, and maybe they affect us at that level. So if I'm a juror and I'm sitting and hearing all of this evidence, something might remind me, oh yeah, and I remember they found this information, and maybe it's something that's not admissible, but now it's affecting me. And I didn't report that I knew that because I didn't remember that I knew it until something cues that up. And so that's a retrieval cue, is basically something that reminds you of what you know and can't articulate yet, or maybe don't have knowledge about it at a conscious level. And so there's a problem with that, picking people who haven't been as exposed to a case. And of course, in Latah, we talked about the saturation of media. It'd be hard to find somebody to even say that. But if they say that, I don't know if that really would be something we could rely on as being totally correct. And then this is something I focus a lot of my research on, and it's bias. So there's a lot of research on how we overestimate ourselves. We have overconfidence. We tend to rate ourselves as better than average, like better than average in intelligence. There's one study where the vast majority of people rated themselves as better than average drivers, but we can't all be better than average. And it included people who had gotten into multiple car accidents. So while people might be thinking that they're making an accurate assessment of themselves when they're asked, hey, do you have any bias, for or against the defendant? Do you have any, or are you capable of setting aside your bias? People probably often believe that they can set that bias aside. Because it's in line with all of this research that we know about how we tend to overestimate ourselves. So they're going to say they're less biased than they are. That's been shown over and over again in a lot of studies. And by the way, the people who are the most biased have the most distortion when they're estimating their bias in at least some cases that they've studied so far. That's some research I've done too. And then also they're going to be biased about how much bias they have. That's called the bias blind spot, which has been studied too. So I might acknowledge that other people might be biased, but I won't be biased, and I'll be capable of setting it aside.
It's easier to see faults in other people than ourselves.
So it's one process, jury selection that we would hope would work, but there are a lot of drawbacks to it. So I wouldn't rely on that.
Do you think that it's less likely to work in a situation like this with the amount of negative media coverage that has been going on for a long time?
Yeah, if you ask somebody from Latah County to forget everything that they've heard about the case, forget all the discussions they've had, forget all of the media they've been exposed to, forget all the emotions that they've experienced, set all that aside. Can you really do that? Can you unhear things and unfeel things for an extended period of time to be objective? That's quite an undertaking. So yeah, I think that's problematic.
You mentioned extended period of time. This trial is projected to take 3 full months. Is that what you mean by extended period of time?
Yeah, really. The longer it is, the more potentially distortion there can be because your decision has grown legs and things are getting filtered through filters. And then emotional things can carry a little bit more longevity. So, so I wouldn't expect it to just go away if it's a long trial by any means, but I'd expect to see it in a short or long.
Could I get a resident fishing license in Idaho?
Is there anything else that can be attempted that might or might not work?
If I live there for 3 months?
And my next slide is on instructions. And of course, people would want to try to give instructions to jurors to be unbiased. And like I said, people overestimate their ability to do this. They don't even think they're that biased to begin with. And the first step to not being influenced by bias is to acknowledge that you have bias. So there's already an obstacle there. And then you have to have the motivation to not be biased. And I hope jurors have that. You also have to have the cognitive capacity to be unbiased. And that's where we run into a lot of problems because their cognitive capacity is going to be occupied by serving as a juror, paying attention to information. They don't have time to spend 80% of their mind, trying not to be biased and catching all the bias. And in fact, there's research that suggests that when we try to suppress thoughts, that we can think about them even more as soon as we let our guard down, which is very soon because you have to think about other things at some point. So if I try not to think about something like an argument I had with somebody or somebody tries not to think about cigarettes, but they're trying to quit smoking. They could do that for a really short amount of time. But as soon as they think about something else, their mind gets flooded with those thoughts. Because in order for you to not think about something, you have to think about it so that you can catch those thoughts. And that process is automatic. Most of what I've been talking about today is unconscious, automatic processing, and that's why it's so hard to control. And with regard to instructions to disregard information, whether it's something that people learned pre-trial or something they learned during trial that turns out to be inadmissible, the research shows that those instructions typically don't work, and sometimes they can backfire, partly because of this thought suppression rebound effect.
Judge, telling people to disregard things doesn't work.
There could be other reasons too, like people not wanting to be told how to think. And I mentioned too that, it applies to emotional information too. So factual and emotional pretrial publicity would still have influence even if people say don't let this affect you. I wouldn't assume that works at all.
You can't unring the bell. The poop does not go back in the horse. You cannot.
How about
instruct to disregard
jury deliberation? Will that work if you have a juror in there who's going to maybe accidentally bring something in or interpret something based on something that heard before, or they've remembered something over the course of the trial? Will the other jurors push it out, help them not to think about that? Will the group overcome that bias?
Yeah, so we would hope that you get a bunch of people together who are trying to be objective, for them to sort of correct each other. And while some of that might happen, I mean, what the research has shown is if some people are exposed to pretrial publicity and some aren't, that can spread. Because you can't expect a juror to remember where they learned things. Like maybe they have information about DNA evidence and some of it came from trial and some of it didn't. And how do you disentangle that? That's really, really hard to do. And so they might spread it unintentionally. It might be spread intentionally too. But even if we're assuming perfect jurors here, it might spread unintentionally and then sort of contaminate the jurors during discussion. And then there's also this phenomenon we've been studying for a long time called group polarization, which is when you get a group of people and if they're leaning towards a particular opinion, when they discuss a topic, that opinion gets stronger and stronger the more they discuss it. Another thing you could see potentially on social media, like groups that, are invested in a particular issue. And so if the group is leaning towards negative judgments about Mr. Kohberger or judgments of guilt or anything, even a little bit, then discussions could actually make it worse and worse over time. It could get polarized. So I don't anticipate that discussions would fix the problem. In fact, I would expect it to exacerbate the problem. And that might be why in that meta-analysis I talked about, the effect of pretrial publicity was stronger when it came to group judgments, verdicts versus individual judgments of guilt.
Based on your years of teaching human bias and your extensive study of human bias, do you have an opinion about whether the extensive pretrial publicity has impacted the Latah County jury pool?
I do. I think it would be so hard to be a member of that community and be able to come in and be objective, arguably impossible. So we don't have a known method for undoing things, and the things have been done. They've felt the emotions, they've seen the publicity, they've had the discussions, they've been to the vigils, and even if they want to be as objective as possible, and even if we disregard some of the limitations I talked about before, research has not uncovered a way to undo this after it's there. And so the recommended best practice by the vast majority of researchers on this topic is find people who don't have that information, restrict that information in the first place. Find people who don't have that information. And the same goes for the emotional experience and investment and so on. Utilize jurors who have less exposure, they have less reason for prejudgment, less motivation to find the defendant guilty. It doesn't affect them, their feelings of safety, the community. They don't have to worry about reporting back, and other people maybe ostracizing them if they didn't make the judgment that was expected or wanted. And so my recommendation would be to find a community to recruit jurors from that's as far removed from Latah as possible, physically and psychologically.
Wow. Move to the far
south. I don't have any other questions
southeast corner of the state, maybe?
Hold on just a minute.
Is that Bannock?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Debate.
Your Honor. In any jurisdiction where there's been a tremendous amount of pretrial publicity, at least some of these biases would apply to a prospective jury pool, correct?
Yeah.
And the best thing, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, for this trial would be to have a jury pool with the largest percentage of jurors who hadn't formed an opinion on this case already. Would that be fair to say?
I mean, you need, I can't speak to percentages. You need somehow to find enough people to serve on the jury who have not been exposed. Now, this is a high profile case, so we know the exposure is all over the state, and of course, this is part of But if you can have less exposure, you have less bias potential.
In a case like this, where there's been so much exposure across all counties, are there unique challenges in selecting a jury that would apply anywhere?
So, well, I mentioned some unique things about Latah County and the emotional investment in the community, concern for community members, and, you know, having felt that fear and wanting, you know, the defendant to be guilty so that they could resolve the fear and anger. So, you know, there are all those emotional and social connections. And of course, Dr. Edelman's report, which will come up later, shows that a lot of people who live in Latah County are connected in some way to the university or the police involved in the case. So they actually, you know people or they lived in Latah County. And so those kinds of things make, because it's such a small community, make Latah a unique experience.
And so you've reviewed Dr. Edelman's survey.
I have.
So does it sound correct that 75% of folks in Latah County are not affiliated with the university?
I don't recall his percentages.
Okay.
So offhand, I'd have to see the report. I could look at it if you'd like.
Okay. And I should be more precise. I believe the question was, are you or a family member a student or employee at the University of Idaho in Moscow? And the percentage of folks who responded no was 75%. Does that sound right?
I couldn't tell you without seeing it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Would it surprise you to find out that 60% of Latah County residents who were surveyed reported that they did not feel higher levels of stress or anxiety during the hunt for the killer in this case?
I don't know. I don't know what percentage I would have estimated. I just would have estimated it to be higher in Latah.
Okay. So is one strategy that the court could use in any jurisdiction, whether the trial stays in Latah County or moves to Ada County, would bringing in a larger jury pool alleviate some of these concerns across any jurisdiction?
Well, if we're talking about Latah County, you know, a lot of the things that I mentioned were not in the survey. So, you know, there are emotions I mentioned that weren't assessed during the survey, impressions of Mr. Kohberger that weren't in the survey. So it could be that 90% of people think he's a bad guy, but they don't think he's guilty. And then that still could influence judgments. So it's really hard to answer that question without, you know, I didn't make the survey, and even if I did, there'd be a lot of things that I would miss too, you know, so I can't make that determination about, you said maybe you can restate it and I can.
No, I appreciate the answer. Thank you. Now, I guess the last question I'll ask you is, would you be surprised to find out that in the survey, when jurors were asked, potential jurors who were responding to the survey were asked what their opinion is of Bryan Kohberger, the highest percentage of prospective jurors that were surveyed who had no opinion of Mr. Kohberger were Latah County survey respondents? Would that surprise you?
That they have no opinion about whether he is guilty.
I think the question is just, do you have an opinion of Mr. Kohberger?
Well, it's a high-profile case that had a lot of coverage, and the percentages are so high that of people who have an opinion. I imagine, I don't have those in front of me, but in statistics, we call that a ceiling effect when all the percentages are high and you can't really see differences. So I don't know if we're talking, I don't know what numbers you're looking at, but I don't know if that applies or not in this particular case without seeing it.
Thank you. I have further questions.
Ms. Taylor, anything else?
Yes, just a few questions for you.
Please, no more PowerPoint.
Your focus is on human bias, right? Okay. And you talked to us about media exposure and how that forms bias. Are bias and forming an opinion, you're willing to say, different things?
Bias can come from lots of things, one of which is an opinion that was formed, and then bias can shape another opinion that gets formed, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. You talked to us a little bit earlier about how that bias gets formed, and then you told us sometimes we won't be able to spit out our entire bias or what we looked at to form bias. Is there a danger in a case like this, where there's been a lot of media coverage, that somehow we see a jury but they start remembering things they read in the paper and trying to make the evidence fit into that filter.
Oh, yeah, of course. So Dr. Edelman's report, I remember, said that, people didn't list everything that they recalled, but when they were prompted to ask about, to indicate whether they remembered specific things, then they remembered a whole bunch of things. And the same thing would happen during a trial, right? Those retrieval cues, anything that reminds you of something. So our minds have kind of an association network. All of our memories are sort of connected in some way. You could just mention the word white, and maybe I think of snow. So our memories can come up from so many things that I would be surprised if there weren't some memories rekindled.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks, Ms. Taylor. Any more questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Can we take a lunch?
And no objection to that. All right. Okay. Thank you. You're free to stay. You're free to stay or leave. All right. Thank
Either
you very
stay
much.
or
That was very
stay.
interesting.
We're not
Thank
biased,
you.
though. You can do what you want. About lunch, Judge. You have that little rumble in the tummy?
Next witness is Dr. Bryan Edelman.
Okay. Dr. Edelman.
He has a PowerPoint. I'm biased against
Welcome back.
PowerPoints.
Please raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do. All right. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
We've
And
heard
then
from him in a
please,
previous hearing.
State your name and spell your last.
You're going to speak slow today, I promise. So, Bryan Edelman, Edelman.
Sir, go ahead. Stand up.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Edelman, I see that you brought some things to council table with you.
I did.
What do you have?
It's just a copy of my presentation.
Your PowerPoint presentation? Okay. And is that face down?
It is
Perfect. Will you let me know if you need to flip it over to refresh your memory?
I can tell you the second you start, I won't be able to see anything, so never need it.
Okay. Your Honor, and counsel, then I'll ask if he can leave his PowerPoint presentation face up so he can help us understand this testimony. No objection to that.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Let's start with your background.
Going back how far?
Conception is where we started with everyone
Let's start
else.
with what you do right now and then work backwards and forwards. How about that?
Okay. I'm a trial consultant. So in that capacity, I'm often in a courtroom doing jury selections and assisting with that, running juror questionnaires, helping attorneys craft the oral voir dire questions. And I also do pretrial research. So that's focus groups and mock trials. And then I also do post-trial interviews and do a lot of presentations and writing in terms of trying to educate or help the legal community. And then I also serve as an expert witness in this capacity. And in that scenario, I'm often focusing on pretrial publicity, the impact of pretrial publicity, and whether or not a defendant's due process rights may have been undermined by media coverage. And I also do post-conviction work, which kind of ties into that, where I might be brought in to look at a case to see if there was a lot of media coverage and whether or not there should have been a change of venue or a request for a change of venue, and looking at the adequacy of voir dire to uncover what jurors knew. So that's kind of reviewing the voir dire transcripts and use of challenges and that sort of thing.
How long have you been doing that work?
That part? Since I think the first one, maybe like 2011, 2012, something like that.
Where do you do that work? What company?
So all over the place. So all over the country in state and federal cases, Florida, Michigan, Washington, DC, Idaho, California, Texas, New York, a bunch of others. So quite a bit.
How were you educated to do the work then?
So I have a background in social psychology. So a PhD in social psychology from the University of Nevada, Reno, which is a program that really focused on psychology and law. That's where the judicial college is, and something called the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies. Am I going slow or I do better? Okay. And while there, I worked at the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies as well, and did research on the death penalty, so on pretrial release programs and the impact of media coverage, so kind of similar to this. And when I finished that, I went to England and got an LLM in international humanitarian law, and then came back here and started working at a trial consulting firm. I think I started in 2000, I want to say 2004. That sounds about right. 2000, I think. And then started my own or co-founded Trial Innovations, where I am now, with a business partner in 2011.
Do you do any teaching about your
teaching? So I do like CLE classes and things like that for bar associations. I've done it for public defenders, for district attorneys' offices. I've been like a visiting lecturer at like different law schools, at the ASTC, which is the American Society of Trial Consultants. Did classes on like trial consulting and change of venue. I think I've done one at APLS, which is like the American Psychology Association, a legal society. And I'm sure there's some others out there too. ABOTA is one, and that might be more on like jury selection. That's like a legal organization.
Are you a member of any organizations, professional organizations specific to your work?
Currently, I don't think I'm a member of ASTC, which is American Society of Trial Consultants, but I might have forgot to pay my dues this year, so maybe not.
Are you usually a member of that organization?
Yeah. And same with APLS. That's one.
What's APLS again?
That's the American Psychology Association, and it's the Legal Society Division. And then I also do for like the ASTC, I've been on like a committee that helps write some of the professional guidelines, particularly around change of venue.
And I understand you do consulting work. Do you testify as an expert?
Yes.
What
Who
states?
does that?
What states?
Roughly.
Okay. Kind of the ones I mentioned earlier. I'm sure there's more. So Florida, Michigan, California, Washington State, Washington, D.C., Texas, Idaho. Wish I had a map in front of me right now. Tennessee, Georgia, Minnesota, and I'm sure there's others, but it's been a long time, so I've done a bunch of them. I've probably done over 100 that I've been retained on in some capacity related to pretrial publicity in both state and federal cases.
I heard you mention Idaho. You've testified as an expert in Idaho, is that right?
I have.
How about in this case? Have you testified before in this case?
In this case, yes. I did.
All right.
Yes.
Last time we were here, we were talking about a survey that was in progress.
Yes.
So have you now completed your survey?
Yes. So I completed the survey in Latah County and then conducted several comparison surveys after that hearing in Ada County, Bannock County, and Canyon County.
Before we get to all of those, I'm going to start a PowerPoint presentation that you provided for us today, so you can walk me through the process of what you do and how that works. Give me just one moment.
Sure. I think 3 PowerPoint presentations in one day might constitute cruel and unusual punishment. I'm going to do a little questionnaire if I can. Just one second.
Thank you for that, for the patience. I think we have it now. Will you give us a overview of what we're going to talk about today?
Yes. So the presentation is broken down into 3 parts. So the first part is just kind of a cursory review of some of the social science research, some of the basic general research, foundational research, and then research specific to pretrial publicity and juror decision-making. And then to get into the actual change of venue analysis, which focuses on the media coverage, so the extent and nature of the coverage, and in addition to whether or not that coverage has had any impact on the jury pool. So that really gets into the survey. And the last part gets into the unique challenges that cases like this pose when we talk about jury selection. So is what you're an effective remedy in cases like this, when there's been a lot of media coverage and people have a lot of knowledge about the case.
I heard you say cases like this. What do you mean?
Oh, look at that.
Sorry, when I say what?
Cases like this.
Oh, cases that have a lot of media coverage. So in a normal case, like a car accident or something like that, people come in, they might have general attitudes about drinking and driving, but they don't have case-specific attitudes about this person that are well-developed from information I know about the evidence and the person and so on. When you have a case like this, people come into the courtroom with case-specific attitudes that are well-developed and based on, it could be emotional information, it could be evidence that they already have already seen or heard. So they have very well-developed attitudes. So that's a unique thing because they're no longer blank slates when they're hearing evidence. They're confirming what they already know, as opposed to jurors who don't know anything and are learning and building attitudes and knowledge structures as they go.
All right. Let's go to the background of why we do this, why this matters.
Yeah, so there's decades of research in general documenting the impact of pretrial publicity on decision-making, and it kind of falls into two areas. So there's what we call field research, which is kind of similar to like a change of venue survey. So people are exposed to pretrial publicity in a naturally occurring setting. I read a newspaper, I watch it on the news or on the news when I'm cooking dinner, whatever it may be. And so we see natural exposure and we're able to assess the impact of that coverage on pretrial opinions. But there's some limitations to that. We can't really learn how pretrial publicity impacts decisions, and we can't really learn the types of pretrial publicity that are most impactful, and whether or not remedial measures like an admonition or voir dire mitigate the impact it has. That's where experimental research comes in, because it's a controlled setting and we can test things like what types of pretrial publicity are most prejudicial, how does pretrial publicity impact decisions, and things like do remedies work, and so on.
Do you have an example to help me understand maybe the difference starting with field research?
Sure. So the one we're looking at here is one of the earlier pieces that was published. And it looked at 3 cases that were high-profile cases in California.
I was 4 years old.
One involved the murder of 2 police officers. I think it was in Latah County. And then the murder of a dental hygienist from a prominent family. So it was the status of the victim was important in that. And then I believe the third one was a rape of a young girl. So the 3 cases, and they did surveys to assess the impact of that media coverage. And they learned a couple of interesting things. So they learned that people who consume news, whether they watch it on the news or they read the local paper, develop more case knowledge. So the more often I follow the news, the more likely I'm to have detailed information about that specific case. So there's the first relationship that we look at. And then the next thing is case knowledge impacts presumption of guilt. So people who have well-developed case knowledge, they've read a lot about it and they know a lot of detail, they're more likely to think the defendant is guilty. They're more likely to have an opinion about that. And that stands out as more important than a host of things. They looked at gender, education, attitudes towards the criminal justice system, and ultimately case knowledge was 10 times more impactful, more important than attitudes like towards the criminal justice system. So it wasn't something like I'm just a pro-conviction person who tends to favor the government and think people are guilty. It was far more important than that when it came to these attitudes and opinions they developed.
It sounds like the field research has been important in your profession.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yeah.
Help me understand what experimental research is.
Yeah, so these are more, again, traditional studies where we are able to control. We can look to see maybe we're testing to see what types of pretrial publicity are most impactful. Maybe we want to know if voir dire is an effective remedy at mitigating the influence or impact. An interesting study someone recently did was looking at the set aside question. And they were looking to see if you did something like normally what happens to the jurors on the spot. It's just like, what do you know about the case? And it's kind of like on the spot, I need to think about it and try to recall everything from memory and spout it out right there. So the remedy was, what if the person was given time to write down everything they know and think about it, think, can they really be fair, and then come back to them and then ask them again. So they were looking at that as a remedy. So that would be an example of an experiment. And like globally, what we find is exposure to pretrial publicity impacts perceptions of guilt, and it influences the defendant's credibility, likability, and sympathy towards the defendant as well. And overall, most of the research shows that judicial remedies are not effective. We talk about admonitions, so like the judge telling the jurors are not allowed to consider media coverage, they have to set that aside. Voir dire, kind of like I was mentioning before, those don't mitigate the impact of media coverage. Delay is another one. Sometimes there's a long delay between when someone reads the coverage and when they come and do the experiment to see if that mitigates the impact. So overall, those are the key findings and takeaways from the experimental research.
All right. You have a slide in here called, I'm not going to say this word correctly, Potower and Singer. What's this about? How is this?
Hey, don't
so
leave
this is, again,
out.
just an example of some of the research. So in this study, the researchers recruited people who had been excused for jury duty, so they were at the courthouse. And they were put into two different conditions. So in one condition, the experimental condition, they read an article, and that article contained information about the defendant. It was a criminal record. And it also included a retracted confession. So they were looking at something that was inadmissible. It wasn't going to come in, I believe, in the story. And the control group read the same article absent those two pieces. Didn't mention anything about the criminal past, criminal record, or the retracted confession. And what they found, if you go to the next slide, is that there was a significant effect. So those participants who were in the experimental condition, the ones who had been exposed to the background, the criminal background information and the retracted confession were much more likely, I can tell I'm talking too fast, were much more likely to convict and perceive the defendant as guilty compared to the control group. So that was a significant effect.
That seems like a pretty high percentage. This is an experiment with two otherwise equal groups of people, some exposed to negative publicity and some not, and almost 30% of the people in that experimental group would have voted to convict just based on that difference alone.
So 28 percentage points higher. And again, it's a controlled study. So they're controlling for everything. So the only variable really that should be, that's impacting is the fact that one group heard this negative prejudicial information, the other one didn't.
Seems like a high.
What's that?
That seems like a high amount.
Well, it's a significant find. It's statistically significant.
All right. Let's talk about pretrial publicity.
You can Google these images. He just stole
How
them
does
off
it
of Canva.
impact information that you might get in?
Square peg round hole.
Yeah, so we already heard about this a bit in terms of this selective process for filtering information. So the one that really is significant for me that stands out is the belief perseverance research. I'll tell you why. And like it was mentioned, so a common study would be someone would read an essay. For example, there might be an article about why risk-taking makes you a good firefighter, and people who are cautious that's not a good characteristic. And then someone else might read the exact opposite, where implying that cautious people are better firefighters than risk takers. And then they're asked to write an essay, and whichever one they read, they're more likely to write to support or write an essay that's consistent with what they read. And then later, when they're confronted with information that disconfirms whatever they had read and written, they're resistant to change. So we see that in our everyday lives quite a bit. And the thing that really is significant to think about is jurors who come in as a blank slate in a normal case, who haven't been exposed to media coverage, have no opinions or attitudes that are specific about the defendant, about the evidence, about guilt. And they're just processing evidence in a controlled setting through direct examination and cross-examination. The rules of evidence apply. So they're learning and they're developing opinions. They're considering the evidence for the first time. That's the ideal situation. In a high-profile case where jurors have been exposed to a lot of coverage and they end up serving, they already have well-developed attitudes about the defendant. So opinions of the defendant. They have well-developed attitudes about guilt, for example. And they have case knowledge that they've already been exposed to, not in a controlled setting. So maybe it's information in this case about cell tower data, or information about a vehicle being seen on video, or what the results of DNA tests are. And it's not under a controlled setting of direct examination and cross-examination, and another expert from the defense side where they weigh all that. It's in the context of a news story. There's editorial, there's public personalities, it's Nancy Grace, there's all this sensationalism around it. So they're being exposed to all that.
Why did Nancy get a mention?
The information, the evidence within that context that they're going to hear at trial. So when they hear that information, it's not new, and they're not considering it and weighing it as a blank slate. What they're doing is just activating the beliefs and the knowledge structures they have, and it's just confirming what they already know. So one side is just giving you the information I already have, which strengthens it, and it makes that information more accessible in memory and so on. And then the other side is giving information that is attempting to disconfirm what I already know and believe, and it's scrutinized in a very different way. They're much more likely to reject it. They're much less likely to attend to it, to store it in long-term memory, and it's really shifting the burden. So now the burden, whether intentional or not, is shifted on the defendant to change that juror's mind. And that's what we see when we talk about a filter, like our knowledge is, our impressions serve as a filter for processing new information. So it's really important to think about putting yourself in the shoes of the juror and what the task is and what that's like when you already have all this information compared to a jury who doesn't have any of that information.
Sounds like a tough road that can be created by a lot of media exposure.
Can be.
Can you tell us about any studies you know about how evidence might be evaluated?
Yeah, so this is just an example again. So in this particular piece, the researchers were looking at something called pre-decisional distortion. It's kind of like disconfirmation bias. So people were exposed to negative pretrial publicity or positive pretrial publicity about the defendant. And then there was delay. So I think it was like 5 days or something like that. And they watched a murder trial where a husband was accused of murdering his wife. And it was intentionally balanced. So it was kind of like a 50-50 split of guilty, not guilty. And what they found was that at each point in time, they would stop and do a case evaluation and assessment. And people hold the evidence to be consistent or supportive of whichever leader they had. So if they had started the case where they were supporting, they had been exposed to negative pretrial publicity, they would be supporting conviction, let's say the prosecution. So they didn't look at that evidence just for the probative value, but it anchored closer to it supports conviction. It's consistent with the belief I already have. And it was consistent like that throughout the entire study. Versus those who maybe had seen neutral pretrial publicity, you didn't see that. So people were more likely to consider the evidence primarily for the probative value.
How about when you've had a lot of pretrial coverage and then you have a lengthy trial? What do you know about a risk of confusing where you heard the information? By that, I mean bringing in something that you heard a long time ago that didn't tend to the trial.
Right. And think about it based on what you were saying. These studies we're talking about an effect that was discovered with maybe 1 or 2 articles, and it still had an impact. Case like this, you're talking about inundated with pretrial publicity over a significant amount of time, repeating information, and then new information that's sensational. And so it's constantly reactivating those memories and making those knowledge structures more accessible, both consciously and unconsciously. So those attitudes were even stronger. So you would expect to see an effect like this to be even more robust in a trial setting over the course of weeks and months or whatever it is.
All right, let's talk about surveys and what you do.
He's reusing the same images from Canva.
Tell me what you do when you want to do a survey.
What do I do?
Yeah.
Well, so there's two different phases. So I don't start with I'm going to do a survey. So when I'm first asked to look at this, the first thing I do is collect a newspaper coverage. And I try to take a conservative approach. So I take the papers that have significant circulation in the county, that are based in the county. So I'm not looking, for example, at a paper in Spokane or in Ada County. I'm just looking at the ones here. And I read that coverage and I make an assessment if there's extensive coverage and potentially prejudicial coverage. So what is the nature of the coverage? Does it include inadmissible content? Does it include a lot of detail about test results like DNA results and things like that? So conviction-prone evidence. Does it have presumption of guilt or guilt-oriented detail? For example, public officials making statements about a defendant's guilt, victim families talking about that, things like that. Emotional pretrial publicity, because we know from the research the most prejudicial types of media coverage is emotional pretrial publicity, inadmissible content, and information about the defendant's character. So those are three big ones. So really looking at that. And every case is different. So in some cases, it's all about the community impact, and there's candlelight vigils and memorials, and it just shocked the community. In bigger places, you don't see that as much. So it might be something very different. So it's always dependent on the case. If there is not a lot of coverage or it's very neutral and basic, I wouldn't recommend doing anything else. So it would just stop there. If it's extensive coverage or sensational coverage or something like that, we would move to this next step, which is doing a phone survey in the venue. Sometimes we do a comparison survey, sometimes we don't. Yeah.
All right. I think you told me a little bit about the analysis of the coverage, but will you again tell me what you're looking for specific to a county before you decide to do a survey?
I'm sorry, the main thing I'm looking for?
When you're deciding whether or not to do a survey.
It really depends on the case, right? So every case is different. There's no I'm looking for X and is there or not. Every case is unique. Every case has, sometimes an example would be maybe this case went to trial 5 years ago and there was a conviction and then the conviction was thrown out. So really the unique thing there is exposure or knowledge that this person's been convicted is highly prejudicial. Sometimes there's a confession and we know from the research in the Supreme Court that confessions are considered one of the most prejudicial things that could be out there in terms of media coverage, that when we talk about change of venue. So maybe that's a factor. It always just depends on the case.
And do you look at the coverage to the local area you're talking about?
Yes.
What did you find for Latah County as far as coverage?
So just looking at the Moscow Pullman Daily News and the Idaho Argonaut, I found 240 articles going from 2022 to 2024, stopping in June. So I don't know what's been published since in terms of collecting the coverage. So that's the extent of the coverage in those two papers. I believe I also provided the Lewiston Daily, I think it is, or the Tribune, is that right? As well, because in the survey, a lot of people mentioned they read that paper. So I put that in there as well and turned that over. And I think that was another 200 articles or something like that.
Do you know the total number of newspaper articles you collected from those three papers between the dates of November 13th, 2022 and June?
Yeah, so approximately 441.
Now you've provided this chart and you have Mr. Kohberger's name highlighted at the bottom of this. Yeah. What's significant about this chart that you've presented?
So one of the tricky things is always what is a lot of coverage. So there's no decision that I'm aware of where it says if you have X number of articles, that's considered sufficient for a change of venue. So what I did was I pulled cases where the population or the county where the case was initially venued were between 27,500 and 62,000. And I did that because we fall somewhere in there. We're at like 32,500, I believe, 18 or over here. So just trying to look for a range of cases to get a decent sample size and look to see how many articles were published in those cases and what the median was. So it's not impacted by extremes. And what I found was these 16 cases that fall within that range, and the median number of articles in those 16 cases was 85. And in those 16, there were 12 change of venues granted in that case. And if you look at those which had more than 80 articles, should be 85 median, it's 78%. And Kohberger would fall at the bottom right now because he's at 444. And I think, is it Daybell would have been, I think there was approximately 200 and change in that one. I know that one was recently moved to Ada County.
And these are articles from the 3 newspapers only, not talking about any other source of media coverage.
Just the 3 papers.
This whole hearing could be that slide, and it would be granted.
Let's talk about how much media coverage there is. It's not just these 3 newspapers. Is
Those
that right?
newspapers aren't in English, are they?
Right. So I did an analysis of the coverage that's in the declaration, which is more of a qualitative analysis. So I'm not going to go through that because that would be pretty laborious. So what I have here is looking at kind of consistent, some of the television coverage and some of the information that's been spread through more informal channels, such as social media.
What did you find?
I need to get smaller in the corner.
So again, like this is really
What did you
looking
find?
at
Yes.
what people are seeing on social media and through informal communication networks. And the reason I did that is because it's a small county, and in small counties, people talk. So people are more likely to know, rumors and speculation because people know the victims, they know the defendant, or someone's worked with somebody who knows the defendant or victim. So from my experience, you have a lot of information disseminated through informal communication channels and through social media in high-profile cases.
Did you find that in this case?
I did. There was quite a bit.
What are we seeing on this slide?
So this is just an example. I went on Facebook and just did one search, which was just the search term was Moscow murders to see what would come up. And this is what we would call a results page, essentially. So if you hit play, you can see the extent of content that's out there from groups that are just talking about this case and sharing information and discussing what they think happened, and videos and posts, which may include anything from
Perez Hilton
influencers and podcasters to sharing traditional news stories through local newspapers or television stories. But there's quite a bit. And again, this is just one search.
It looks like you did a screen capture so that you could show the results from one search term.
Yes, this is me just scrolling through the search engine results page from that one search term. And what you're seeing is a combination of everything. And then if you click on the tabs like posts or groups, you would see other categories. What's remarkable is the number of groups that have been created discussing this case. Some of them local, some of them national, with, some of them have hundreds or thousands of members, others have hundreds of thousands of members. So this case has captured the public's attention.
We'll just keep scrolling for a minute. I think this goes on a little bit.
Sure. These are all groups that you're looking at right now. So these are just Facebook groups that have been created talking about this case. These are videos.
These all popped up from that one search term.
Do you see anything you watched?
No, I don't think we need to advertise all these, honestly.
Okay.
We've been trying to protect from this kind of stuff.
Your Honor,
Your Honor, this is already out.
I'm aware of it. I don't look at it. I don't read it. We know it's there.
May we take a brief break, Your Honor?
Sure. Go off the record.
Judge just steps in and says, stop. stop showing this. Literally, it's a Google search for all intents and purposes. Well, actually, it's Facebook, but it's a Facebook search. The judge is like, no, you're polluting the jury pool by showing what's out on Facebook. Does he? I'm not sure. I like Judge, but does he understand how the internet works? Not talking about it does not make it go away. It's out there. Okay, we get a break. How long? Nobody knows. Not everyone uses Facebook, but yeah. I was looking for my live stream. I didn't see it. I'm sort of offended. Just kidding. Lots of people are interested. This, it's a high-profile murder. If you don't want, let me just say this. This is to all you potential murderers out there. If you don't want a lot of people to be interested in your case, don't kill a bunch of people. There you go. That's it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That's it. We're in recess for how long? It doesn't say how long the recess was. Archive space, 198 gigabytes. It's got a 500 gigabyte hard drive. It's not very much. Makes it go away for like a month. If you like to commit a crime, okay, and you don't want the media to talk about it nonstop, sounded more like a TEDx talk. Have it be speeding. Commit speeding. Go 2 miles an hour over the speed limit. Get busted. Guess what? Ask for a jury. Nobody on that jury will be like, yeah, I heard about this guy. Yep, it was on the I-5. Uh-huh. 2 miles over is what I heard. Thinking he's guilty. Yeah. The reason they're interested is because you did something that was so far outside of societal's norms and accepted practices that you are an outlier. That's why we're interested in it. So you're saying he's guilty before the trial, really? No, I'm saying we're interested in the trial. We're interested in the facts of the case. If you don't want people to be interested in the case and have heard about it, don't commit, really. This is just to whoever. It might not be Bryan Kohberger, whoever committed the murder, right? If you don't want a lot of public interest, don't kill a lot of people. How do you provide proof in court without showing the thing? The judge is like, I think his issue, okay, because we know this judge has an issue with us, not just us, but media in general. Okay, the broad media, everybody included in media, new, old, traditional, non-traditional, social, everything. He has an issue. He doesn't like how information is manipulated. And by that, he means enlarged. Like literally, he does not allow us to zoom in on Bryan Kohberger's picture on the live stream. There's a court order. I cannot zoom in on the picture. It just makes the squares bigger, okay? For those that understand pictures are a bunch of little tiny squares. We call them pixels. It makes the pixels bigger. It does not, you cannot zoom in and see additional detail that you couldn't tell before. No, it's a blurrier and blurrier. Pretty soon it looks like you're watching Minecraft court. That's what it is. He does not want anyone to do that. He doesn't want someone to draw horns and laser eyes on Bryan Kohberger. Did that before he made the order. He doesn't understand. I think what his objection is that the court is now in the official record sort of giving a little bit of advertising to those channels who did the exact thing the judge doesn't like with the pictures. They zoomed in. They used AI. The jury pool should not be watching this, okay? If you're watching this, guess what? You're probably not eligible to serve on the jury. I'll put that out there right now. If they're going to ask, hey, do you see any coverage prior? Well, I followed every hearing. I'm a member of like all the Facebook groups in all of Idaho that talk about this, and we did a site visit before they tore the house down. You're not going to be on the jury, okay? Those are the people that are like, we're going to remove for cause, okay? You can't not be. There's just too much we're asking you to set aside there. There's no law against people watching news who are not yet on the jury. Correct. Boo, says Ricky. I wanted to be on it. I've got my I was here before they tore it down t-shirt and everything. Richard Chambers. The Idaho seal is dope. What does she have on the tip of her spear? Is that like her hat? Or is that a hoe? Is that Lady Justice holding a hoe? Got 2 cornucopias. Farming is big. You've got the wildlife, the elk in the picture. Not sure if that's supposed to be corn. Definitely some mining going on. Idaho is a gem state, you know that. Lots of gems there. It was because of my Kohberger flies down tweet. Says 2AO Toys. That's it. You ruined it for the rest of us, Phil. You zoomed in and you saw that he wasn't quite ready for court. He was very close, but he hadn't quite done everything the way it should be. Just because a crime happens in your city doesn't mean you have to stop watching the news thinking you might be called for jury duty. I agree. Statistically, I would say it's not worth your time to try to qualify to be on a jury. They'll weed you out, or you just never will get chosen like me. Like I've never even been summoned. But they had potatoes. They try not to talk about the potatoes. If you look at the seal, look, I'll put the mouse on it, like right. I can't quite put it. See where the mouse is right here, right above the they. If you go straight up there at the bottom of the cornucopia, there's some potatoes there. I do see potatoes on the seal, but they're right on the edge, even though everyone else knows that that's what they're famous for. At the end of the day, they're going to seat a jury who have people on it who say, I've heard about this case, but I don't know the details. Can you set those aside? Yeah. That's what we're going to have. Hey, we got a call. Hang on. Hello?
Hello, am I speaking to Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Scott. This is Sky Dylan. I work for the group of investors, and we're buying a few more properties in your area. So I'm just calling to see if you might consider selling your property on 317 3rd Street for the right price.
Yes, but I only take cash offers, and it has to be transferred in Bitcoin. We're looking at about $3 million is the latest offer. It's a heritage property. It doesn't really. I mean, on paper, it doesn't book out like that, but it's a Frank Lloyd Wright home. So there's a whole bunch of like value in like the stained glass and everything else. Plus, we've done some probes with ground penetrating radar, and we think we've got some Civil War treasure buried on the property. So it's got a lot of potential. If you're interested.
Okay, so let me just tell you that we take the properties in as-is condition. So that's
we haven't dug up the gold or anything. It's still in the ground. That's why the price is where it's at.
Okay, so just let me tell you that I'd like to record this call for my partners, so we don't ask the same questions again.
That's cool. I'm recording. You're on YouTube too, live. So go ahead. It's fine.
Okay. Wait. Please come again.
I'm live on YouTube. You've called in live on the show, so I just wanted to let you know you're live on YouTube. There's just a couple thousand people listening. It's all right.
So, may I call you later?
Only if you got a higher budget. I mean, if you can beat the previous bid, yes. But Bitcoin, first of all, I like to hide my money from the government, so it has to be Bitcoin. But it's got to be about $3 million.
Okay, Mr. Scott, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
People think I own property all over the place, and they ask, they got my name right. They got my name right. She broke a character. I think that my house is worth like an 18th of that price. An 18th. She's like, wait. You made her day. Oh, man. All right. That was the best call ever. She'll call back. Yeah, I'm on the good list. She's like, well, I mean, technically he said he's willing to sell. Should we put that on the leads side of the paper? Check the burner phone. Let me take a look. I haven't looked at that recently. Okay, we've got the Idaho seal. Ooh, and all the things it means. That's pretty cool, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. Let's see, did you send something else? Nessie, what did you send? I'm not seeing something from you. Unless... Wait. I just got one. Live courts, YouTube... What's this? Oh, the counter. So, did you just send me the livecounts.io for my channel? I can tell you it's off. It's showing 59,918. I'm showing 59,936. So it's a little bit off. It's a little delayed. But we're close. We're under 100. What'd you miss? Prank call. Somebody called trying to buy my property, and I told them that it had Civil War gold buried on it, and I wanted $3 million for a house that may be worth $200,000 in a pinch and needs a lot of repairs. And I need it in Bitcoin. That's all. She was nice. I'm glad she finished the call instead of just hanging up. A lot of people, when they realize that they're not getting what they want out of the call, they just hang up and go on to the next one. At least she was considerate and finished the call. Are they mining under Idaho for something? They're mining everywhere. Scott returns home and his yard has been dug up. It was not moles. Kathy. The funny thing is, I've already had experts, I say experts, people who are professionals in recovering articles of history from the ground, come out and test. We've probed the yard. We've metal detected it. I've picked up every silver coin out of the yard already. There were a bunch. I got them already. They were awesome. Thank you to the previous owners from a long time ago who lost them. But there's no Civil War gold there. All right. Judge called a quick break. Not sure if we're going to go to lunch here, if we're just going to chill out for a while. Our price goes up to $50K for each of those calls. We're at 1.5 million now. Oh, man. I'd say, yes, I'm interested, but we're selling it in a garage sale style format where we set out a table in front of the house on a Saturday morning at 10 a.m. and everyone who's interested comes and puts their bid in the jar in Bitcoin. And I keep all the losing bids as well. All right. He's no more important than any other defendant. When it comes to hearings with no handcuffs or leg shackles, I don't understand why. Okay, this is curious, Holly Mack, because let's see, who did we just barely watch? That Corey Richins. Let's look at Corey Richins, for instance. Corey Richins is argued and won successfully the right to appear in court without handcuffs on, like at a hearing. At a hearing, not in front of the jury, at a hearing without handcuffs on. This is the first time she's been in court without handcuffs. And she was accused of murder, but not of murdering 4 people like randomly in their house in the middle of the night with a knife. Okay, this was like it's a different class of murder, I think you could say. Yes, it's just as heinous, and I guess murder is murder, right? But as far as the threat to other people, I think in Corey's case, you could probably make an argument to say she might be a threat to future spouses once she gets done with them. That's I think where the threat level lies, or maybe a business partner who screwed them over or something like that. Bryan Kohberger's like, you never know. If he did that, whoever did that was like, this was like random. It's like pick a random house and commit murder type thing. I would think he would be in cuffs, and Corey not. But every state's a little different. Jean Romaine. We recently bought a metal detector, dug a bunch of holes in the yard, found nothing. The trick is find the metal with the detector first, then dig it up. And I know it's a bad word in today's day and age, but in metal detecting, it's actually a good word, and this is one that will save you a lot of digging and a lot of frustration. It's called discrimination. Getting a metal detector that can tell the difference between targets is key. You don't want nails, pull tabs, and bottle caps. Okay, you take those out of the picture. Suddenly, your detecting becomes an entirely different experience. And I can help you on recommendations on a good detector. Why is Kohberger allowed? Idaho rules. Idaho thinks. I guess the bailiffs are like, yeah, we can take him. Bring it. I'm up for the challenge. Angie, detectors are a lot of fun. I will say it's got a learning curve, almost as steep as Discord. For those of you who have tried Discord and had to get around the learning curve, it's almost as steep as Discord to get into metal detecting. Although I'd recommend more people use Discord than metal detect, because Discord is free, unless you really love the product, then you can help boost the channel that way. But need one that can detect boots. Steel toe boots, that works. Is that detector expensive? I need recommendations. I will say, if you want a detector that has the ability to avoid little bits of iron like nails and bottle caps, you're probably going to be upwards of $250 for the detector. On the good solid side, where it's like the thing just works beautifully and skips nails with just the push of a button, you're going to be closer to $1,000. I'm on a list somewhere, but that was directly to my phone, so it's probably for some. I don't know how they got my name, but that was not a Dwayne call. You need a handheld detector next to the metal detector. Yes, we call those a pinpointer. The pinpointer, I've got one like right over there. Hold on. Hold, please. All right. This is my travel detector. It looks sort of like the Starship Enterprise. Like, these are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. It looks like that. It's completely wireless, so like the head unit can just pop off, and I can turn it on over here, and it can work with the coil even though they're far away. It's really cool that way. It's very annoying and loud. Like, it sounds like that. So I'll turn it off. It's loud, but it's really cool, and it collapses and extends and everything else. This you can find metal with, but once you find the metal, you use a pinpointer like this, which is like it's got a little power button. You turn it on, and it buzzes. It buzzes when it gets close to metal. So you find it with the first one, you dig up the hole, and then you find the actual piece with the small one because it's more precise. That was loud, huh? That hurt my ears. Even makes Star Trek noises. Yes, it does. But that particular detector, I think that's an XP-ORX. I like it because it's lightweight. If you have like shoulder problems or, if carrying a heavier detector and swinging one would be very difficult, I like that, the lighter detectors. See, that one runs about $600. And then the pinpointer is about another $130. All right, this is the test of the National Alert System. Sounds like a Commodore 64. Yeah, of all my detectors, this one is the worst one to listen to. I have another one, a MindLab Equinox 800. I don't have the 900 yet. Mrs. R.A. Like, birthday's coming up yet. I don't have the 900 yet. The 800, it sounds beautiful. It sounds like a flute symphony in your ears. It has 50 different tones it makes depending on the type of metal that you're detecting, and it's like, and this is like has like 3 tones. Beep, beep. You got those 3 beeps, and that's it. But imagine 50 and beautiful tones. So, sorry about your ears. I do apologize. Hey, Lynn. Lynn, you mentioned you got a laser engraver. I'm curious if you went with like which brand you went with. I looked at those for a long time. I never pulled the trigger on one, but moved to big screen. Oh, it would help. It would help if I showed you. Okay, I'm not going to turn them on this time, so you don't need to plug your ears. But here's the Starship Enterprise of metal detectors, right here. Like that. It collapses and extends, so this like slides out that way. This slides out this way, and this flips down, and then I can swing it like that. Usually works better when there's not sand in there. It has a little head unit wireless thing. You can use. They have a version that's just headphones. That's the receiver, so you don't even need this on there at all. It's completely, it just attaches. The battery for the coil is actually in the arm here. It's pretty cool. I can feel sand falling out of my detector on my leg, like right now. It's like every time I shake it, there's sand that falls down. Probably not good for the keyboards. And oh, it's everywhere. I need the blower. And then this is the pinpointer. I think this is the, this is the XP MI6 is what they call it. And you turn it on, it's got a little light. Like that. And so the closer you get to metal, it'll go bzz, 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 like that, if my finger were metal. It even makes that sound. All right. Let's see. Simple user. Or I started doing a metal detecting stream and everyone left. That's what happened. We are waiting to come back to court right now. The judge called a break because the prosecutor was showing everyone's social media posts about Bryan Kohberger, and he's like, hey, we don't want to give them any publicity. So, although I want to slow it down, watch it in slow motion, see who was included on the list. All right. You got the X Tool S1. I looked at the S Tool briefly. I haven't done deep dives into that one. Wonder why my super fancy, expensive titanium hip does not set off the metal detectors of the airport. It feels like I got ripped off, says Red Pen. Non-ferrous. Yep, they're looking for iron. Iron like steel. Like a knife blade or the slide of a gun or something like that. Yes, Chinny, the judge has bought in. He's sold on this. And I know this because this is the second time this witness has testified in front of this judge in this case. We had a preliminary hearing just to see if he was allowed to finish that whole survey that he did. Even without finishing the survey, the judge said, yeah, it sounds like you got that pretty much proven. And so now this is it's almost just a formality, but we just need to hear if it's going to change the date or what happens there. So. Did you see the latest Sarah Boone motion? Justin, I saw a motion that was filed by some guy out of California on Sarah Boone's behalf. He emailed the judge with the copy of the Constitution saying that she had, she's been stripped of her rights and she needs to be released. Motion to dismiss. I saw that. I'm not even sure if Sarah Boone knows that came in. I haven't followed that one yet. Plus, it needs to be handwritten for us to really, really do it. That's the one. It's wild. It's crazy. Stacy, Sandra Birchmore. That's the one in. Those the breaking news. I would say no on that one based on the content. That is a really, really tough case. I know I said yesterday we'd want to follow that because of some connections with some other cases we followed, like Karen Reed, but I looking more into that. No, that's terrible. Do hope that the justice is done there. Oh man, Lynn, I got the X-Tool S1, came with a 40 watt, 20 watt, and the 2 watt rotary gadget. The 2 watts for engraving, like paper or something, right? The rotary gadget, so you can engrave like wine bottles. You guys didn't know this. You can engrave a wine bottle. You can laser engrave a mag light, flashlight for all you guys out there. That's cool. I mean, imagine having like your big old long, 6D cell old police style flashlight, laser engraved with like a snake that wraps around the handle. That's just cool stuff, Lynn. That's awesome. Yeah, we've had a couple of people pop in and say, "Yeah, I watched that. I've looked into the documents on that Sandra Birchmore case, and I just need to step away. It's so bad." All right, I don't know. Let me check with Twitter. Does anybody know if the judge has given us an idea on the time back? Okay. The Bryan Kohberger trial budget got a big hike, big pay increase for some lawyers. Let's see what it went to. On Tuesday, the County Board of Commissioners approved boosting the trial expense budget to $150,000 for 2025, more than 40 times their 2024 budget of $3,500. So the county has a lot more money, which is going to be funny because this trial they've now got a higher budget. This is the court having more money to put into this, right? We create laser system, Lori. That sounds really cool. The court has a lot more money, but then today they're going to move the trial out of Latah County. So now they've got a huge budget and nothing to do. So we expect upgrades in cameras, upgrades in audio, maybe even a new building, right? You can't get a new building for $150,000, but maybe just new chairs. All right, we're back. Break is over. Judges.
All right. Let's get back on the record. Thank you. We're back on the record. This is State versus Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Counsel are in the courtroom, and as does Mr. Kohberger. We had a certain break here so that we could discuss about what we want to send out to the public. But we also have to make a record on that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. We're going to make sure that we have the families of the victims can observe if they want to on Zoom. Some are here. And we're going to come back at 1:30.
That's 9 minutes.
Did I say that right, Ms. Taylor?
Yes,
You
Your
can
Honor.
correct me if you need to.
Yes, and I believe that the court will not be live streaming about the first 15 minutes after our lunch recess, and then live stream will pick back up.
Yes.
Do I understand that? But the courtroom is otherwise open?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes. So it's kind of a compromise, but we thought there were certain things that maybe we don't want to send out to the public. So I don't necessarily know what it all is, but I need to look at it and see it for on the record. So that's how we're setting this up. Okay, Mr. Thompson, anything else on that or corrections?
No, Your Honor, we appreciate the court's concern. We have the same concerns, and I think this is a reasonable way to proceed. We'll reach out to all the families.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a break and we'll start up at 1:30, but the first 10 minutes will not be streamed. All right, thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to lunch. They are an hour ahead of me. Sorry, they are Pacific time. This is crazy. Literally, I wish they're going to have the families in court, but apparently no media or courtrooms open. They're saying because we are reviewing the social media postings involving Bryan Kohberger and weighing that as you know, as we make the decision about whether or not to move this to another venue, to another county, we don't want the public to see the social media postings because we're worried about the impact it could have on the jurors. What? Recess. There we go. We're spelling it right. Who's doing this? Type some more. Yeah, recess works. We'll shrink that down. This is the recording system that the court uses. It's crazy. I honestly think the judge has never been on social media. I think he's not. First of all, he doesn't understand how YouTube works very well, because he believes that once he takes the video down, then it's gone. So I mean, the second his live stream ends, the whole feed is gone from this trial. Yeah. It's like he thinks that if we don't show it, people can't Google it. Boise is mountain, but Latah County. Hey Siri, what time is it in Latah County, Idaho?
Okay, I found this on the web. For what time is it in Latah County, Idaho? Check it out.
Oh, wow. Cool notes. This is the transcript. Whoa. Taylor introduced Brian Eldman's PowerPoint presentation. Yep. The court does not like the social media stuff being shown. you guys say it's 12:30. That means it's an hour behind us. We're in Pacific. We're going to take a lunch. I think we're going to leave the stream up. Let me make a little note that shows that we'll be back. Give me a minute. I'll create a little overlay here. Custom size 1920 by 1080. We'll add element, Idaho map. Let's delete that one. I'm designing the thumbnail as we speak here. Set images background, add text. It's going to say let's see, so it's going to be 1 more hour, so it's going to be 2:30, 2:40. 2:40 Mountain Time. Bold effects. Make it bigger. Okay, share. Download, compress, download. Okay, there we go. We've got it built. And I'm going to put this up on right here. All right, so for MP Player 1 DVE input is going to be Media Player 2. Oh, I made it wrong. Man, that's no good. All right, let's see. We are still, we haven't picked up many new subscribers today. We're still at 59,000. Well, let me double check. Hang on. 59,936. 59,937 is where we're at. So we're not quite there yet. I can't see Brandy's exact number. Only she can. The tools that try to show you the exact number are not quite accurate. I just got judged to pay my Norton antivirus bill. Hey, nice. Adam says, on my YouTube channel, I schedule streams but never go live. You want the counter on there? I can put the counter in place of my face. Is that all right? But I need to take a tiny break to, let's see, where's this going? That's 3. I'll put it up on camera 6. All right. We're getting there. Just 1 second. I'll have, instead of my face, we're going to have the counter. How about this? I'll make it bigger. Where are we at? that work? So we have audio turned on from trial. So if something happens in court, we're going to hear that. Then I'm going to step away and grab some lunch. Is that all right? Hearing no objections. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm trying to find a cord again, guys. Sorry about this. Let's see. They went and killed the stream while I was out cooking hot dogs in my air fryer, which I've never done. I thought I was inventing something like nobody's done this before. And then I searched social media, and apparently everyone cooks hot dogs in an air fryer except for me. Welcome back. Welcome back. We need bus chase music. There we go. Here's bus chase music. This just means I have to do like a million more refresh clicks. I'm sold on the air fryer. It is amazing. I actually cooked two things. I cooked some fish sticks and hot dogs because that's all that's left in the house right now. Mrs. RA is out of the store with the kids. Kiki's Garden. Did I ever tell you guys my house is a new build built on an Indian reservation? First night my son was seeing someone named Michael. I got paranormal investigators. Confirm, all right? Wow. The judge has not started the live stream. He also has not deleted the old live stream yet, which is cool. Ninja Foodie has all the things. I think that's what we have here. It's a Ninja. It can be like a pressure, like an Instapot or a air fryer. Kikidi, you realize I'm going to a scary movie tonight. I actually got a text. I don't know who it's from. I have to look through and see who it's from because my phone forgot everyone's contact names. But I'm going to a scary movie tonight. It's not really. It's a true crime. It's a true crime paranormal movie that some friends of mine wrote, shot, and filmed, edited everything, and now they've rented out one theater, like one theater at the movie place for one night. This is the premiere, and I get to go because I'm in Utah, and it's where it's doing the premiere. So it's awesome. I'm looking forward to that. Somebody reached out to me and said, "Hey, wife and I might be coming down. Just give you a heads up. We're not stalking you." But so I don't know who it is off the top of my head. I'm not sure who it is, but I'll be there an hour early for the podcast. So if you catch me, like I said on the text, you might get a cameo. During the podcast, we might introduce you to everybody. So wear something that you feel is appropriate for podcast attendance. All right, it's a red carpet event. Yes, for sure. Only it's a very low budget. Okay, my son is online with gamers, and I just heard him send them to Recovery Addict to subscribe, says Krista. That is awesome. That is awesome. Look at those numbers. Look at the numbers here. We're already, boom, up to 59,940. Only 60 more till we hit 60,000. 6 Volt says I'm ironing my best tux t-shirt. blazer jacket up top, shorts on the bottom. I'll be wearing shorts and this. So I'll be wearing my RA shirt. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to get the ninja one when I get home. Honestly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch Sam's Club. They have like I don't know why French door things are, they're my thing. I like French doors. We have French doors in our bedroom right here in our Airbnb. But they have a French door air fryer, and I just think that it's like big enough, and I can see it cooking. That's huge for me. I like to be able to see it cooking because I'm always wanting to open the lid and see what's happening. And I guess you're not supposed to do that with an air fryer. But how short are we from 60K? We're right here. We're at 59,942. That's the live view. Not to be confused with live view, which is this. This is a live view. This is how we got court out from the trial. I love this device. This was actually the first streaming device I ever said when I grew up I want to be a big boy and buy my own live view. This little thing right here, amazing. It's, first of all, battery lasts for about 3 hours on its own, plus you can plug it in and run it forever. This thing has 4 modems. They're right here. You can't really see them very well because they're in the little pouches, but 4 modems that look like this. There's 4 of those, and they connect to whatever signal is the best out there, and then it ties them all together and makes it so we can stream from wherever we are. As long as we have an internet or a cell phone signal, we can stream. So it's very compact. It's about LiveView has a lock on most of the market when it comes to live streaming from court. So they're like 3 companies. There's a LiveView, there's like a TVU, and then there's this other company that I don't see much. But LiveView, the backpack for news media is about yay big. It's probably about 2.5 feet long by 18 inches wide, and maybe 10 inches tall. That's what they use. Mine is much smaller, and mine is much cheaper. Danny Austin gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate that. You can open an air fryer, just not when it's on pressure cook. The throne of mine says I'm going to go kidnap 58 peeps. We'll put this down here. It's very compact. That's actually in it's in a belt pack configuration, so you just wear it around your waist, and you can just plug in a camera. So it's designed to be used on the move, on the run. The term they use often is run and gun in news media like that, but love it. And it's good. The downside is like $450 a month just to get a signal. That's a big downside because it's spendy. But for a trial like Corey Richens, I think it's worth it. And I don't have to run it. I don't have to pay that every month, which is even better. I've got it for 1 month and then I turn it off, and I won't turn it on again until I need it. And I can enable it and disable it as needed. But it's in month increments. An air fryer is a convection oven. That's why it's so fast. That's all it is. Marriages don't work that way. Free sample user. Love that you changed your name. Brenda, it is expensive. And I saved up for a long time to get it, but it lets me do something that I've always wanted to do, and that's go live from wherever I am and bring whatever the story is there to you, and that for me is worth it. Krista, yes, we see that the unsub and then the sub again just to watch the click. There's a device they sell that's a rotary. What do you call it? It's a rotating counter. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me, but I'm thinking about getting one, but it's like a physical. It has the physical numbers that flip down. It's a flip counter, and you can configure it to be on your YouTube. But it's like $800 for the YouTube one, and it like costs another $150 if you add another zero if you want to, if you think you're going over 99,000. Creative Bee, Debbie, how are you doing? Is Earth technically a solar-powered oven? Yes, we're all just cooking. We're on low. Some of us are on stir fry. Okay, so we have, I think we've got half an hour before we expect video from the court. The first 10 minutes when we come back after lunch break, which ends, lunch break ends in 22 minutes. The first 10 minutes are going to be the judge reviewing these social media postings. I don't think he understands how social media works, but it is what it is. Tube clocks are my jam. They look cool. Larry K, I hear you. There's a possibility. We're looking into getting the best of both worlds. Does that make sense? If I'm able to start bringing some professionals in to help with the equipment and the court, because I'm stuck in a closet is what I am. I mean, I don't even get to see court. I'm stuck in the media closet. Which it's cool and all, but you're still in a closet. You don't get to see anything. If I can get that worked out for some of these court cases coming up, and with a tiny bit more equipment, it's always more. I might be able to do both, go live and have the live feed. What we would do is we would have the live feed pushed to Top Mark Media, and then I could go live with the Top Mark Media feed as my background and my commentary on the Recovery Addict channel. That way, everyone who that we work with on the YouTube side of things, who is not a big multi-million-dollar company, can use the footage and use that and run their commentary as needed, and then we can also do our thing. I saw the bird briefly, Nessie. Good eye. Good eye. I looked up right at the last minute, and it flew away. Let's see. And it's gone. Oh, there's a bug. You see the bug? It's a dragonfly, it looks like. It's going to land on the tree. What's a dragonfly? There must be some little bugs out there for it to eat. Some gnats or something. I think I see Edward and Bella. Are they glittery? Can you tell? Missed the outcome on Kohberger. Are they moving venue? Macy, you didn't miss it. They're just taking a lunch break. They'll be back here in about half an hour. And that'll be, I can see the little bugs too. This camera is incredible. Check this out. Okay, just to show you how far away zoomed out I am, I'm going to zoom all the way back. So that's where the camera is situated in our Airbnb, looking out the master bedroom. And then I'll do a nice slow zoom in right to that same spot. It looks like people are out playing basketball. That's cool. Forgot to zoom, sorry. That is a 30 power optical zoom on a 1080p camera. I love it. What about using Twitch? There are a lot of IRL streamers on Twitch. They use a live view as well, like the live view Solo Pro, like I have, either the Solo or the Solo Pro. But they're Twitch. I've never understood Twitch, and quite honestly, their chat is so colorful and cluttered. I don't know what's happening on chat. Crystal H says 6 months of friendship and fun. Thank you for having a great spot for us to all share and discuss. Appreciate you, recovery addict and mods. Thank you, Crystal. Congratulations on your yellow courthouse. It looks good. Either a sparrow or a finch. Niece streams on Twitch. I think it's cool. Twitch is a good platform. It has a lot of things, especially if you're into gaming. It has a lot of options for gaming there. I'm not as big on the ASMR channels that you find there, but it's all good. That's why I love my Nikon Coolpix P900. Yeah, Twitch, I think, is the better platform for gaming. Although at different times, YouTube and Facebook have also been really aggressive in trying to get gaming streamers to come to the platforms. What do you do with the camera after hours, says Donna. I point it at the wall is what I do. I figure that's the safest. It's the danger of having, a studio in your own house. Or if you like hot tubs, Twitch has that also. Yes, I could show you the hot tub here, but it's basically empty. Hopefully we can see the dragonfly catch the bug and then the bird catch the dragonfly, and we can have like the whole circle of life represented here. Do I need a hot tub to stream in the hot tub category? Susan wants to know what's happening in Tuned In Late. We're on a break right now. I could show you. Oops, there's the courthouse, Latah County. That's the judge's channel. Nothing is happening on the judge's channel yet. They have not gone live. As a matter of fact, the judges said when we come back from lunch in 15 minutes, the first 10 minutes of court will not be live streamed. So we're just basically going to start with live streaming as the court is in progress already, because the judge doesn't want the court to show some of the social media postings about Bryan Kohberger. Now, if you're on social media at all, you might be scratching your head and saying, what? And I am too. I think the judge doesn't realize that people can see these things without going through him. That's where we're at. Don't say hot tub. It's a touchy subject. Yeah. Aaron Blackman says, RA, have you watched and followed the YSL trial? Oh, my goodness. Young Thug is crazy. Karen Reed trial? Yes. Birchmore case? Not as closely. That one's a really tough one. That's a difficult one. Let's see. How are us true crime addicts supposed to keep the faith in our judicial system with the corruption and bias being brought to light? What's your take? I like that it's being brought to light where it has occurred. Does that make sense? Let me run this to A just really quickly. There we go. I like that it's brought to light. I think that transparency in the courtroom is a very, very good thing. I think that's one of the services that we provide. I believe that is a service, not just to you guys, but to the nation as a whole. We as a people are better served when the process is transparent. So I'm a big fan of that. Although it's never exciting to say, yay, we got some more corruption. I like seeing that corrupt judges are held accountable and convicted, and that if there's a corrupt police officer, that they're held accountable for their actions, and so that tarnish can be removed from the police department. But social project, post on social media about BK. Will it be shown in hearing? There you go, Kelly. This is the one where it would be shown if it was one, and the judge said we're not going to show it publicly. I wonder if he's going to seal this hearing. Do you think he'd be able to see that he would seal this hearing, the video? Because I know they're recording it. Do you think they'd seal that because of that? Woody is still on the stand? I thought his last day was a couple days ago. Melissa, I missed you guys as well. Although I love being in court. I love working with technology. It was strange to not be live streaming. Nobody's untouchable. Correct. And I think it's important to say no one is above the law. That the law of the land applies to everyone equally, and that we see pictures of Lady Justice wearing a blindfold. It should be in that way applied very much fairly like that, instead of preference one way or another. I think we got some bees. I think those are wasps now landed on the tree. There may be a wasp nest in there. He'll be on the stand till the end of time. Except Chuck Norris. Right. There's a wasp right on the tip of the tree there. 2 wasps now. They're just admiring the view. Where is this tree from? This tree is from the backyard of the Airbnb that we have rented for about another week. Hang on, let me show you this. Oops, I went focused the wrong direction. There we go. Okay, I'm going to set this as a default. Now we're going to swing around and show the studio. Wait for it. It's very dark because it's very bright outside. There's me. Here I am. Hey, welcome. And now I go to the other one. I said go back to 1. So now automatically, with my hands not touching anything, it just finds the wasps again on the top of the tree, hopefully. And maybe it'll even focus. It's on the window. Bing, there it is. It's a little slow. I need to turn the speed up a little bit, but there are lots of. There's like a swarm of bees out there. The settings like this, the reason why these pan-tilt zoom cameras have a setting is if you're using them in court, like we plan to do, you might have a setting that say go to position 1 is the judge, position 2 is the witness stand, position 3 is the defense, position 4 is the wide shot. You can have all these different shots where you just hit the button and you can turn the speed up so it responds much faster and it's very quick, and it'll just cut from one to the other. But that way you don't have to manually control it around. Melissa P., thank you very much. I think it's working. I really do think it's working because, let's see, DVE inputs to 6. We picked up another one. I'm just saying, it's working. Tree covery addict. I like it. About 20 minutes now from when the judge says he's going to be live after lunch. So I guess I should start clicking. If there are wasps there, that's probably why the bees or the birds are not going there. They don't like the wasps. Bet they decorate the tree in December. The wasps going after the sap. Angie, I am a subscriber now. There it goes. It worked. Can we have a pizza party when you hit 60K? We're going to throw a party for sure. I already have my noisemaker ready to go. Kitten is watching with intent. Something about a pine tree just requires decoration. Did jury decide tell us sentence? Yes, they did. We watched over with Brandy Churchwell. both the verdict and the deliberation on the sentence. I can spoil it for you if you want. Pineapple cones. Pine cones. Yes. Angie, thank you very much. It shows right here that that you just connect. We do have a party command, and it plays this sound, but it's on my home computer, which I did not bring. Sorry about the random ads, late but present. We've tried to minimize those as much as possible. Donna. I think the people the people that know YouTube, that advise channels on how to run a successful channel, would probably say I shouldn't do this, but I want to see another bird. It's not my tree. It's not my tree. Danny says the third pine needle down from the top has grown 1/64 of an inch today. I remember when EDB said it's probably not a good idea. EDB is a wise person. She has been down this road and seen a lot of things. When she saw that I was allowing people to post something using a super chat, and it would just play, it would just read it without any interference on my part. It would just start reading a super chat. She's like, yeah, that's probably not going to be a good idea, because somebody could put in something, even if it gets past the censors, and it would read, and I could get my channel in a lot of trouble that way. So I have to say she was right. Mrs. RA is home with the kids, or back with the kids, back home. Hello, it's Britt. Welcome to the channel. Look at this, the count is going up. We're only 53 more people needed, and we'll hit 60,000. Watching a tree and you're up on subs. You must be doing something right, says Krista Johnson. Krista, thank you. That is awesome. All right. I'm addicted to free samples. Adam, Sam's Club and Costco. You will never look back. You can get your money's worth membership just on samples. Just go there every day. And she says, my mom would have been here and subscribed, but she fell asleep. Probably looking at the tree. Would do it. Samples, yes. Oh man, I'm going to be, Sarah Boone starts right when I get home. I'm literally, as soon as I get home from this vacation, Sarah Boone's going to start. I don't know if I could do back to back like that. Mystery Me, thank you very much. We're stargazing at the tree. There's not much else to see. We're waiting for the judge to turn on the feed from court, which he said he won't do until like 10 minutes after they start because he doesn't want anyone to see what's out there on social media about Bryan Kohberger. Maybe, Your Honor, maybe let's do this. You know what? I'm gonna thwart Judge's evil plan. Let's bring this up on channel 6. There we go. We're going to go to, well, let's switch to 6 right here. Let's see if I spelled this right before I put it up on screen. There we go. All right, we are on Google right now. We're searching just some random term that somebody in public might accidentally search, and that's Bryan Kohberger murderer on here. So let's go up and see what news there is about Bryan Kohberger murderer. Let's see. There's CNN. These are all the big stations. Murder suspect. Arguing for change of venue. Judge weighs decision on venue decision. Weighs change of venue decision. Defense wants murder case moved out of county. There's some live coverage. Now let's go over here and let's do the same search, right? But let's put it on YouTube. So let's go to video. Oh, let's just go videos and see what there is here. Oops. Go back. This is all the stuff the judge did not want you to see, but we are bringing it to you by special arrangement. We've got access to the internet to show you social media, which is, you probably don't know much about it, but this is where everyone talks about Bryan Kohberger, but nobody sees it unless the judge shows them. So let's see some YouTube. Look at this. Although he's looking pretty guilty in that one. Something's beeping. I don't know what that is. Who is Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger? That's Law and Crime, Court TV. WFLA is in on this. Let's go to tools and show us the latest and greatest in the past, the past week. Let's see what are people talking about right now about the defendant. Kohberger's defense releases stunning quotes from residents. That's cool. Idaho court feed. There's the trial from WFLA. Good Morning America is in on this. In Facebook over here, ABC News Live is talking about the suspect in the murder trial. Yep, everyone's linking Bryan Kohberger with the word murder for some reason. I do not know why. Let's dig down deep. Let's say any source. We want to say just from YouTube. And then in the past hour, let's see who's on here. Oh, we've got J is for Justice podcast right there. Change of venue hearing. TikToker's dad tried murdering her for ruining his what? That's not Kohberger. Just in, a hearing is held in Idaho for the Bryan Kohberger. That's Forbes. Forbes just heard about it. Now everyone's going to know. Let's see. Let's do the past 24 hours. And the quality has to be high quality. And the duration has to be long. So you want the good stuff. Oh, look, Nancy Grace right there. Option number 2. They're talking about Scott Peterson, though. Tellis was found guilty. There's most dangerous. Robbie Harvey. Fox 2 Detroit. Untold Files. Talking about him, too. Oh, look at this. Nobody knows this person. Brandy Churchwell doing the presser right there. That's pretty cool. First responders. Paralegal Institute of Washington, D.C., Storium. Yeah, There's just, everybody's out here talking about it. Another J is for justice reference. Vision Discovery. Gray Hughes Investigates. Class E Beats. That's talking about Young Thug. There we go. I've pretty much showed you everything the judge doesn't want you to see. Now we go over to Facebook, and of course you can't find anything on Facebook because I'm Googling wrong. But back to the birds. That's what the judge is going to show people, the first 10 minutes, or that's what people are going to see, the first 10 minutes of court. We are officially to 50 more people. 50 more people. And then it will be party time. Yeah, the evidence the judge does not want live streamed is a search results for social media terms connected, or for terms connected with Bryan Kohberger on social media. Judge is like, this has to be sealed. We can't let the peeps know what people are talking about. Oatmeal says, I can't understand Vordire to save my life. The idea is it's an opportunity to have a discussion, question and answer style, with potential jurors to ask them insightful questions within certain parameters to see if they may have some sort of pre-existing bias or condition or situation in their life that would make them unfit to serve on the jury. That's the whole purpose. Teaching you about the birds and the bees. Well, when the witness got up on the stand and they said, tell us about your background, and he's like, well, my dad started doing this, and then he met my mom, and they fell in love, and they loved each other very much, and then because of that, I happened. Yeah, that's how court started. If you missed that, you have to go back and see that. That was the first witness on the stand here in this hearing. It was crazy. I don't know what you guys are doing, but it's going nuts. It's going up. We just got six more, just like that. 7. It's flying. The largest octopus fan club? Octonation. Didn't know. Congratulations. Subs incoming. Yeah, they are. Thank you very much. We're waiting. We'll have a court feed for you just as soon as the judge decides to let us search the internet. So far, there's nothing. That's a past live stream that's showing up right now, which will probably pull down by the end of the day. Subway has $7 subs, but RAs are free. It's awesome. 40 more. Now it's starting to seem possible that today might be the day. Allison, thank you very much. That's really cool. Is there snow in Idaho? Idaho does receive snow. This is the wrong time of the year for there to be snow. I would say you are going to find some places that are almost like glacier-like in some of the tops of the mountains and some of the valleys and things. They have snow that lasts late into summer. Maybe even this late. Maybe somewhere high up in the Tetons in a valley somewhere that's protected from the sun. Weatherwatch says, don't forget, we also lose a good portion of our subs during the podcast. You're not joking. It's funny. We normally lose 10 to 15 subs every podcast. I think it's the dad jokes, which I think is great, because if you can't hang around for a dad joke, you're not going to like the rest of the channel either. So, Mr. L, that number in the bottom left-hand corner, that is where we're at, 59,960. I can make it full screen for you if that. I can put me there and go there. That's where we're at. I'll keep an eye on the tree for you on my end. Lots from EDB subscribing. That's awesome. She's amazing. But your podcast is amazing. I tell you, the podcast for me is one of the highlights of my week. I cannot believe how much I need it. Does that make sense? We sit around and talk about trial, and we're talking about murder, and people just having no soul, or just doing the cruelest things to other people who just don't deserve that sort of treatment. And we talk about that day in and day out for the week, and then along comes Thursday, and it's podcast time. I've got to tell you, I looked over the stories that we're going to cover tonight for the podcast, and they are amazing. They are amazing. Ms. Terrell, thanks. At the same time, make sure you've got permission to do that. I don't want you to poach very much, but thank you. The EDB's crew is absolutely incredible. Emily has been extremely supportive, advice, and I've learned so much just from watching her as well. So big shout out to those who popped over from EDB. Thank you. She's amazing. Tonight, after this live stream is over with Bryan Kohberger, we're going to I'm going to hit the road, drive for about an hour down to the mall. I think I shared that, and a couple of you guys are going to be there as well. Down to it's about 45 minutes away from me, and we're going to a premiere of a true crime paranormal movie that some friends of mine from North Carolina are premiering here in Utah tonight. Tonight's the night. So I'm super excited to go down there and watch that. So we're going to do the podcast. I'll do that live from the parking lot. Live from the Yukon, I think we're going to call it. Live from the Yukon, because I'm in the Yukon. And then got the movie premiere. It's probably going to scare the daylights out of me. I'm not a scary movie. I mean, I watched Sixth Sense, and I still can't sleep thinking about that. So I'm not I don't watch horror movies. I'm not big on that. I'm probably going to pee my pants is what I'm saying. I don't know how to politely say that I'm going to be scared to death in this movie. But the movie is called Thin Walls. It's a brand new movie. So it's not the other Thin Walls that's about music. This is one about, actually, I can show you. I got permission from the producer to show you the video. So let's bring it up here. Just one second. Let's bring it in on channel 3, shall we? We'll do a quick movie premiere. Okay, here we go. Here's the teaser. If you want to play that, we'll do that. Share to my MacBook Air. We've got to turn off chat for just a minute. Pause this. This is called Thin Walls. This is the official teaser trailer. Hang on. There we go. Official teaser. Okay, so that's no good. Where's my audio coming from? Right here. Pause that. All right, I will turn this off and this on. Here we go. Here's the Thin Walls official teaser for the premiere tonight.
So Brigham says you're a big fan of the show?
I listen all the time.
Well, it's nice to hear people actually enjoy our take on true crime, and I'd love to help a longtime listener such as yourself.
Thank you. There's a woman.
Hello?
On your podcast, the stories are all about local victims who go missing and then are brutally murdered as a series of killings.
It happens all the time.
And the people you interview, friends, family,
neighbors,
they all talk about strange things happening around the time of the murder.
That's right. Something that really makes their gut twist.
What advice would you give if a person was convinced a crime happened but didn't have any evidence?
I was just in your neighbor's apartment. We didn't see a woman.
If a crime did occur, there is evidence of it happening.
Why you need to record audio?
My advice? Go find it.
I've been tracking his movements.
What does it sound like?
Body's still in the apartment. That's your evidence right there.
Don't do anything drastic.
We need to see the inside for ourselves.
Taylor!
In a nightmare, terrible things happen to you. But in my dreams, I'm the one doing the terrible things.
Maybe I'll get a report on something relevant.
Ah, come on, start killing more people.
All right. That's tonight. Sorry. That's tonight. Thinwallsmovie.com. That's where I'm going. So that needs to stop autoplaying. That's another short horror film that they made, which we're not going to go watch. Let me bring back text and me. Where it depends. Melissa, thank you very much. Thanks for looking out for me. It's going to scare me to death. Anyway, so I'm supposed to be working now, and now I'm obsessing over 60,000. We are so stinking close. 29 away, which is just amazing. Brandy, you're also about to hit a threshold if you haven't already. I haven't checked. You are just about to touch 30,000, which is fantastic, amazing. And that's not counting, all the people that just follow the podcast and everything else. But that is just great. All right. Real missed opportunity from your friend not using the Big Deal song on the trailer. I agree. Let's see. Still nothing from Judge. We're supposed to be starting right now. I mean, this is... First 10 minutes was said after lunch, assuming they come back on time, right? Which ended 15 minutes ago. The first 10 minutes was supposed to be just about media. Sorry, I didn't put this on the screen. There it is. Thank you, Petrified, for the message. Play the Big Deal song. Give me a second here. Okay. If I play Big Deal, Judge has got to come back, right? Here we go. Okay, this is like we have gone from bird watching, tree watching, counter watching, and now, well, we've also spied on social media, and now we're going to play some rap. Here we go.
Wake up in the morning wearing headphones. I'm running court into your brain like it's an end zone. My money's green like the pickles and you want some. Don't interrupt cause I don't want your lame objection. From lamp t-shirts to murder, I think I've seen it all. From picking juries to when the gavel falls. The judge takes the bench and the bailiff yells all rise and pay respect to the one and only go to true crime. Imitators they try but they just can't achieve. And when they fail they be like, ow, I stepped on a beat. Take the stand and the jury chooses not to believe. Because there will never be another creator like me. Big deal in one corner and the count in another. We've got the judge reading chat while we talk to the lawyers. All our clips go viral, they're the good not to share. Came in late, check the thumbnails, you'll find it all there. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but it's more than just time. And the mic is hot, the gavel drops, and I'll be talking about crime. And don't you worry about the sound, cause I'm keeping it real. Just like a pickle jar, but I'm one big deal. They say I'm addicted to rhyme, but it's more than just time. And the mic is hot, the gavel drops, and I'll be talking about crime. And don't you worry about the sound, cause I'm keeping it real. Just like a pickle jar, but I'm one big deal.
There we go. That's the big deal rap. Inspired by a trial we watched with Judge McBurney out of Fulton County. Good times, good times. That was a lot of fun. We're having all the fun today. We're about to ready to go back to court. I'm refreshing. I'm in my both hands are clicking as fast as we can on two different devices to make sure I catch the second it comes back in case one is a little slower than the other. Still nothing. All right, that was big deal. Thank you very much for the Irish Good Dogs for the request. Hot off the request line. Oops, I just unsubscribed to the judge. Sorry, Judge. My bad. $24 subs to go. We're so close. When can we see the movie, Melissa? I'm gonna talk to them tonight, to my friends. First of all, I haven't given their names out because they haven't publicly said what their names are behind the channel or behind the movie. So I'm not sure if they are releasing under like a pseudonym or something. But I'm going to talk to them and see what the schedule is or what their plan is. If it's going to go on like the circuit of, like there's like a whole bunch of little film festivals and things like that. I'm not sure if they're going to try to go that route or if they're just going to try to release it themselves. I don't know. Apparently there was more social media stuff to look at than the judge thought because we are still here not live. $23 people are waiting to become user 60K. That's what's going to happen. And then Scuba Ellie, welcome. The Vlad and Data Show. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys subscribing as well. If you have the settings turned on where you allow other people to see who you're subscribed to, it goes ahead and posts it in the chat like you see there. Okay, 21. What is RA going to do when he hits 60K? Something probably very lame. Oh, here we go. They've just deleted the previous live stream. So the previous live stream is now down. This means they're probably getting set for court right now. Waiting for the new live stream to come up. I see Kikidi. I see a super chat. I can't get away from the refresh, and I've got to get every second of this trial. I'm driven, I guess is the right term for that. 18, 17, this is 16. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. I was going to say next week or something it might happen, but looks like today might be the day. And of course, I'm predicting that as soon as we hit 60K, we'll go above it and then drop back down again because that's what we do. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I will put your comments on screen here in just a minute. I'm trying to get the beginning of the after lunch session with the judge. Back up. Everybody wants to be the 60,000th, so it'll sit there for a while, then it will like shoot up over 60,000. By that I mean like up 2 or 3 above it. Jamie C says, I remember the 5K member celebration. I do as well. Maybe they just got back from lunch right now and they're just starting. And we get another 10 minutes of delay. I'm not sure I can click for 10 minutes. The refresh button. 13. Oh my goodness. 60K equals a pickle tattoo? No. I'm the sort of person who has regrets, okay? And I'm not sure that a tattoo is ever in my future. I don't think I could do that. Woot woot. 16 months and 60K. So much fun. Love you all. Says Gailey. I can't even see what it is. I have to look and see who that was. My screen is blurred. Jen, look at this. Oh, I know. You're watching? Nice. Thanks for watching my show.
I'm your biggest fan.
You are my biggest fan. That's awesome. Yes, we're re-clicking. The judge killed the live stream over lunch. He actually had his objection, and he cut off the testimony from the witness. They were showing screenshots of social media posts about Bryan Kohberger, where he had, or people had done stories. Oh my goodness, 8 more. Oops. Go back.
This is the judge who was like so upset about Dr. G, right?
He was upset about everybody. Anybody. He's the judge that won't allow anyone to zoom in on the picture.
Oh yeah.
Because that's. I just. It's cool. He just is showing every day that he doesn't know what social media is and how it works.
Well, he has an obligation to protect the defendant and the prosecutor. Oh my gosh, my voice is still like bass.
I think it sounds really sexy.
I'm sorry, I cannot make it be less.
Just trying to sound like me.
Everybody's giving me advice. Drink something. Oh my goodness.
Lemon and honey, hot water, lemon and honey. It will solve everything.
My hot drink maker is not here, so I don't know how to function.
Yeah. All the people from Britain will tell you that you don't just put hot water, like a cup of water, in the microwave. You can't do that. You need a kettle.
We had a kettle when we first got married. I was so proud of it, and I loved it, and our oldest loved it too. And he was just a little baby at the time. He thought it would be super cool if you put crayons in it.
That worked.
Yeah, so we don't have one anymore.
Hot crayon maker. But air fryer could probably do that as well.
With crayons.
I'm thinking like artwork with an air fryer.
Do you want me to click on things?
Please do. Yes, okay. I can't see them unless you click on them. But
I can't really see them either, but I can see this one's big and green, so I'll click on that.
All right. Thank you. Let me turn it on the screen so you can see as well. Did that work?
Ricky C. Thank you. No, I don't know what you did. I don't know what you changed.
Okay. I'm just going to click refresh.
Negative. I do not. Yeah, I was so upset because I was so happy to have it, and I was like, oh, that's not the intended purpose.
For having 0 videos on YouTube, Judge John Judge has 23,100 subscribers.
Really?
Which
seems just unfair, really. Mm-hmm. Oh no! My kid put dimes in our new VCR TV combo in the early 90s. To his defense, he was asking for a bank, and I was blowing him off. Mel, let that be a lesson to you. They're not joking around.
Yeah. There's not a Keurig here. They've gone cheap.
Where's the counter? Did you take the counter off?
I'm sorry. Let's put the counter up in my face. Does that work? We'll do DVE.
What are you going to do when you hit 60,000? I mean, I guess it's not really like when everybody hits 60,000.
When we hit 60,000?
Yeah.
I'm probably going to do the party sound.
I think you should do the verdict music. It's like the best music.
What app was used to make the rap song? Oops. Do a dance. You clicked on do a dance. What are you doing?
I can't. I'm not in control of the mouse.
Okay. I don't remember the song for the verdict.
Pickles for everyone. Scott's buy-in.
You heard her. You're doing finances that month. We could do verdict music. I can get that ready.
Ping EDB. I don't know what she'd say. Happy birthday. Maybe you guys all sing. No, it's not your birthday. That doesn't make sense.
No, don't sing.
I might be a little tired.
Okay, we're live. We're live. Here we go.
Come and say.
Who's this? Kohberger. I'll sing. Celebrate good times. Come on.
Okay, we need 3 more people. And,
okay, we are back on camera. Sorry for the
I can't hear. Is something happening?
Disruption about that, but we're going forward now. Okay, Ms. Taylor?
Thank you. Your Honor, may I attempt to share my screen?
Yes.
We're going to have to wait for the break to celebrate, you guys. We're going to have to wait for the break.
What went down to?
All right, Dr. Edelman, let's talk about community attitude survey. What is that?
Well, it's a survey designed to estimate opinions and experiences in greater populations, which in this case are the prospective jurors in Latah County.
We can't pause. If we pause, we can never catch up because when he ends, it deletes it. So,
Is there a specific way you set up to do a survey?
Yes, of course.
Can you tell us about it?
Sure. So a lot of the design and structure of these surveys is based on some of the guidelines, professional guidelines from APOR, which is the American Association of Public Opinion Research, and the ASTC, which is the American Society of Trial Consultants, and also 40 years of people doing this.
Okay.
So the way it works is we randomly select people through a random digit dialing approach. So it's a probability sample. Everybody has a known chance of being included. And the first section is a screener.
Good job, Scott.
There's no rhyme or reason to why it happened, other than that this community is absolutely fantastic. But 20 months after starting the YouTube.
Okay, I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Scott, you're awesome. There's rhyme or reason to this. You're doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much. This is an amazing community. This is a dream come true for me. Thank you for making that possible. I never would have dreamed that we would have got here and that it would be like this. That everyday work is the most fun I could possibly imagine it to be, and I get to spend it with some people who are absolutely amazing. I occasionally get to meet some of them, like I'm going to be meeting some people tonight that I haven't seen yet. Cool. Thank you. Thanks for sharing your love of true crime with me. Thanks for watching here on the channel. Thanks for giving me tips and pointers, and most of all, thanks for being forgiving when I screw up, because I do that a lot. Thank you so much. We're going to jump back to court. I have this whole thing recorded, so the part that we're missing right now, I'm going to post on the Top Mark Media. It's all going to be available clean without me talking about it. Thank you. This is huge.
That's awesome. You guys are awesome. Good job, Scott.
Thank you. Back to court. There we go. Thank you. Wait, we have to finish the song. Wait. Here it goes. All right, that's all. I just needed that part.
I understand it's about an upcoming trial. We don't tell them what trial because that would clearly lead to potential response bias. And
back
they're
to
encouraged to continue participating because they represent their community. They were selected randomly. And then there's efforts to increase response rates by we do callbacks. So everybody, each number is called up to 3 times at different times of the day. So if somebody maybe is at work, you still have a chance of being included in the survey. There's soft conversion techniques. So if somebody's kind of on the fence, like maybe they're like, maybe I'm busy, can you call me back? We try to find out when can we call you back so we can talk to them later, just to encourage them to participate and not drop off. So all of that stuff is done to increase response rates as best we can. And that's all starts with the introduction. And then the follow-up introduction or instruction kind of is similar. It explains there's no right or wrong answers. They're not forced to say yes or no. They can say no opinion, I don't know. They can refuse to answer the question, all of those things.
Can they answer some questions and not others if that's what they want to do?
Absolutely. That's called a refusal. So they might say, I don't feel comfortable answering that question, or I'm not going to answer that.
All right. So you did a community attitude survey in this case. Did you only look at Latah County?
No.
What counties did you look at?
So we looked at 4 different counties overall. So we looked at Ada County, Bannock County, Canyon County, and Latah County.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit later about the 3 comparative counties. But for now, can you walk us through your high-level findings for Latah County and Ada County?
Sure. So I think high level, you can see case recognition is very high. And it's also high in Ada County. It's 93% there. It's almost everyone in Latah County, 98%, which is similar to what I saw in the George Floyd case, where it was 99%. So this is extremely high. They're pretty much the same. And it's not just a passing familiarity with the case. It's not that they recognize it but don't know much. You can see people in Latah County reported that they followed the case somewhat or very closely. Almost 70% are closely following this case. And again, that means they're actively looking for information, passively consuming information, talking about it. So it's a big deal in this community. And there's a presumption of guilt. The burden has shifted. So 67% believe Bryan Kohberger is guilty of murder, and 25% reported that he's definitely guilty. So these are strong opinions. And 51% reported what I call a fixed opinion, where they reported that Kohberger would have a difficult time convincing them that he's not guilty. So the burden of proof is shifted on the defendant to prove his innocence. And that's undermines due process. That's not how our system is designed to work. And also on the question of sentence, you can see that 52% believe that he should be sentenced to death.
When I look at this slide and I look at the prejudgment, I'm guilty of murder, and am I using that term right? Prejudgment means somebody's decided before we ever get anywhere near trial that Mr. Kohberger is guilty of murder. When I look at those numbers, it's higher in Ada County. And it's not a secret to anybody in this room that our argument is to move this case to Ada County. Does this seem counterintuitive when I look at the prejudgment rate and it's higher percentage-wise in Ada County?
Yeah, so first of all, in my mind, it's 2 questions. One is, should the case be moved? Not where, it's should the case be moved? Has the presumption of innocence been undermined based on the reasonable likelihood standard, which is less than the preponderance of the evidence? So the second question is where? And in a case like this, you're going to see high case recognition and high prejudgment everywhere. They're essentially the same in terms of 67%, 68%. But when you look at case recognition and size, population size, you'll find that in Ada County, there's about 16 times more people in that county that have not prejudged, if you do the math. So yes, those numbers look the same for those who recognize the case, but there's a much larger swath of people who haven't prejudged. And it's not just prejudgment that matters. So that's one variable you look at, but it's not just that. There's a host of other things. Extent of case knowledge, connections to the case, been exposed to rumors. There's all these other factors that play in. It's not just one item. It's the totality of the findings, not just one question.
When I move to the other slide, what am I seeing on this slide?
So these are instances just to show how invested people in this community are. So almost 80%, 79% have talked about this case online or in person. And that's where information is spread. So even those who may not closely follow the news are learning about it from their neighbors, from their coworkers, from family, from social media, and all of that. So information is being spread through those channels as well. And you do see big differences there when you're looking at Ada County. It's much lower because they're less invested in this case. It wasn't a shocking incident that occurred in their own community. You see that 32% have watched a show, for example, that Netflix or Paramount show or Dateline or something about the case. Almost 40%, 39% personally experienced high levels of stress, anxiety, or fear during the search for the killer while they were here. So that's very high. And then 45% know someone else who has. And if you look at those together, it's actually about 63% have either personally experienced fear or know someone who has during that search. And that shows like the impact it had on them. And you'll see it later in some of the opens where people talk about, I was scared to walk outside or running to their car from work because they don't feel safe. They can see the house from their office. One person mentions that their wife was scared to go to the supermarket. People talk about they locked their doors for the first time. So it just shows the personal fear and impact this case created in this community that you do not see in large communities.
I have a follow-up question for you on this slide.
Thank you.
The statistics that you show us show that the incident of looking at things on social media and Netflix and regular primetime news shows is higher in Latah County. And that correlates to the sampling of things you showed us a few moments ago, just your sample of what's out there on social media, on Netflix, and that sort of thing. Is that right? It's higher in Latah County?
It is higher in Latah County. Now, when you say correlates, like I didn't do a statistical analysis, I would say that's the stuff, the content out there. That's what it looks like if you just do a search and you're following it. And on the anxiety question, that number for Ada County is about 32%. So it's much lower.
Looking at this slide, what does it mean with these differences we're seeing in numbers?
Well, to me, again, it shows personal connection, the personal experience. In a big county, there might be a sensational crime, but you don't see people feeling that way. Because crime is unfortunately frequent, and it might be something else that captures their attention, or there's so much going on. It's not shocking. Here, this is something when people talk about, again, there's an idyllic community where everyone felt safe, and this person took it away from us. It was like shattering this sense of security and safety that we had. And everybody experienced it. And my guess is a lot of people can probably reflect on where they were when they learned this and how it impacted them personally. So it's very unique.
What are we looking at on this slide?
Why did
you skip a slide?
I think you skipped a slide.
Yeah.
You guys are amazing. Thank you for your support.
All
the gifted memberships, all the super chats. You guys are amazing. Thank you for making this celebration possible.
So again, this comes back to personal connections. So 78% of survey respondents either lived or know someone who lived in Moscow when the murders occurred, compared to 20% in Ada County. That's not surprising because if you look at the size of Latah County, it's about 32,500 people over the age of 18 compared to about 406,000 in Ada County. And I think it's like 66% of Latah County is in Moscow. So it's a huge percentage. So it's not shocking that people were here or know somebody who was here and heard. And a large number of people are students or employees of the university. It's a quarter of the sample. I ran across one citation where it was like 36%, so it's even higher, much lower in Ada County. And you can see 40% of people have visited a home or walked by it where this crime occurred. And again, if you look at some of the opens, somebody talks about seeing the house from their office window. So it's a constant reminder of this awful thing that happened. These are things, again, that jurors coming into that courtroom will see. It's like indicators in the community of what impacted them. People may be fearful of people know they're on the jury and all those things because it's such a small community and people are so invested. And you can see that 22% of the respondents actually work or know someone who worked for a law enforcement agency involved in the investigation. 22% compared to just 4% in Ada County. So again, direct connections to this case.
And those direct connections, those are things that a Latah County juror would bring in. Is that right?
Yes, and that's where we see these big differences in national cases like this. This is typically what you see when the entire state is saturated with coverage. Everybody's going to know about it and have opinions to some degree, but it doesn't necessarily have personal connection. That's why cases like the Oklahoma City bombing case was moved. I mean, that was a national case. Everybody knew about it, but they still moved it because of the personal connections.
Lynn, I'd love to
and
help.
now advance to the slide. What are we seeing on this slide?
Well, this goes back to case knowledge. So we talked earlier in the day about how case knowledge and impacts prejudgment and how we have this belief perseverance. So people develop these more complex schema and case knowledge. They're more resistant to change. You can see almost 80% of people in Latah County were familiar with at least 5 of the 9 media items we tested in the survey, almost 80%, and 52% knew 7 out of the 9, or at least 7 of those items. So they have a lot of case knowledge here. It's quite high.
While we're here, I'm talking about the media items. Did you test on every media item you could find?
No.
Did you have to select a certain number so that you could do the survey?
What I do is I read all of the media coverage that is local, those local newspapers, and I'm pulling items that stand out, that are repeated quite a bit. So there's like multiple references to certain things and things that are inadmissible, prejudicial, things that are likely to have create bias and have an impact.
Thank you for all the kind words. You guys, this is amazing. Thank you.
I want to talk a little bit more about how you set up the survey. What are we seeing?
So this should kind of give you an indication of the flow of the survey. So this is what I call the case recognition question. And it's developed by reading a lot of the coverage and seeing how the case is commonly described in the language in the newspaper and TV to construct a case recognition item to try to trigger a memory. So if someone answers yes to this question, question 2A, they then go to the prejudgment question. If somebody answers no, we give them a little more information to see if that triggers a memory. If that does trigger a memory, then they go to the prejudgment question. And if not, they go to the demographic question. So we always have 2 case recognition questions. That's the recommendation, again, in the ASTC professional guidelines. We usually pick up 1% to 2% when we do that in most surveys.
Does this question come after your earlier questions to get them to take your survey, the introduction and information questions?
Yes, it's actually even deeper. So you get the introduction. First, you get why we're calling, and then you go through screen of questions, and then you're given an instruction about you. There's no right or wrong answers. You can always say, I don't know. I can always refuse. Your answers are anonymous. Then they answer, I think, 3 or 4 general criminal justice questions, and then they get to this question.
We give away memberships the first podcast of each month.
When you say the prejudgment question, are you talking about the media items stuff? Is that the same thing you're talking about?
Prejudgment is whether or not you believe a defendant's guilty of whatever the crime is. This is before any of the media items. You would never put those media items and then ask if you think they're guilty, because then you'll create response effects. Like maybe they didn't know that item and you just gave them prejudicial information, and now I think he's guilty because you just told me he confessed, or whatever thing it is. Like, we wouldn't want to do that.
Is that why the survey is designed that way?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about some of the survey results. Walk us through what we're seeing here.
Okay, so again, the data suggests that this case has captured the community's attention. This is not a case where people have moved on. Almost everyone in the community recognizes this case. You're at 98% recognition rate. And it's not just a passive familiarity. People are closely following the case. 29% are following it very closely. 39% are following it somewhat closely. So you're basically at 60% closely following this case, which is quite high.
What was the total survey count that he did? How many people did he talk to?
On this slide?
So this is one of the ways we test the validity of our survey. So we talk again, when we talk about the research, we know that people who closely follow a case, people who have a lot of case knowledge, are more likely to believe a defendant is guilty. So one of the things we would expect is to find a similar relationship in our survey, which indicates validity. So, and that's what we find. So whether or not people are closely following this case is significantly related to bias. So if people are following it very closely within that group, the guilt rate is 84%, and somewhat closely it's 73%. Just kind of looking at it combined, you're at basically 77% of people who are following it somewhat or very closely believe the defendant is guilty of murder. So the more you follow it, the more likely you're to be exposed to prejudicial content, the more likely you are to develop a complex memory and case knowledge, and more likely to have it.
The more you follow it, the more you're likely to think that he's guilty.
All right. What did you learn about prospective jurors who are talking to each other?
So one is the fact they are talking to each other, and we don't always see that. Sometimes that's 40%, 50%, or even less in terms of talking about a specific case. And you can see here, it's almost everyone. 88% of people who know about the case have talked about it either in person or online. That's quite high. And they're following it, seeing things on social media. They're watching, Netflix episodes or Paramount or whatever was on. They're seeing shows. They're seeing it in their news feeds. They're closely talking about it. In a small community, that's how information gets spread. It's what we call this informal communication network.
Ooh, lots of text on this.
Did you have an opportunity in your survey to learn more about different rumors and things that are going around in Latah County?
I did. So we asked an open-ended question after the prejudgment question, and then it should be what they know about the case and their opinion. And we asked what rumors or theories they've heard in the community to see if they're regurgitating some of the stuff that's been in the newspaper, on social media, the idea, again, of informal communication networks. And smaller communities, you tend to get a lot of I knew somebody who knew this person, or personal connections, and information gets spread that way. And that's what we saw here. There's a lot of references to things that, the defendant committed a murder in Oregon, like speculation, no evidence of that. It's just something they heard, that he talked about committing the perfect murder on a paper, or that he hates women and he had trouble at the university he goes to with women, and people who worked with him had problems. He stalked her because she didn't respond to him. People were looking at Reddit comments or Reddit posts he had made and from years back, all that kind of stuff. And then references to him, having obsession with some of the victims, ritual animal killings. And these are just a couple examples. You'll see that stuff everywhere, but the amount you see in Latah County is much higher. If you go through comments in Ada County, you'll find some too. You can find examples, and I'm sure if you go to Bannock and Canyon, you're going to see them because the case has gotten so much attention, but not to the degree you have here. And given the size of the community, it's much
the
more
winning
significant.
comments of the day right here.
Did you
I'm glad there's a huge quotation mark logo.
all of these comments in the actual survey report?
Otherwise, the text would be too big.
And that's something that we provided to the court, and the state has no objection, so the court can read the full scope of the rumors from Latah County residents on his own time, I guess.
Yes.
Thank you.
Some fun way to read it. You can read all that.
All right. What did you learn about Latah County residents that were related to Moscow, specific Moscow connections?
Well, this is kind of the unique nature of this too, that I see in cases like natural disasters, like wildfires is a good example where it's this collective trauma everybody goes through. So you can see 76% of residents here lived or knew someone who lived in Moscow at the time of the murders. So they either are here, the loved one is here, and it creates anxiety, right? So I think it was almost 40% of students left during Thanksgiving, didn't come back because they were scared for their safety. And you see that in the other questions. So asking about if people experience stress, anxiety, or fear during that search, and you can see 39% reported that they personally did, and another 45% reported that someone they know. And if you look at those, it's called a crosstab, and the question is, did you or someone you know? It jumps up to 63%. So a large percentage of people were anxious and scared about their own personal safety or the safety of someone they know and care about.
Tell me about the open question about people's sense of security. Did people respond to that?
So one of the questions we ask is, how did this crime impact your community? And if I do this in a big county and I ask this, or big venue, federal case, you get a lot of, it didn't or not much, or, I didn't live near it, so not me, or something like that. You get a lot of that. And I'm sure there's some of that here too. If you look at different things, Ada County probably has a lot of that, and Bannock. What really stood out to me was this shattering our sense of innocence, right? This is an innocent town, and no crimes or horrible things ever happened here. And this guy took it away from us. We had this idyllic, safe community, and this person destroyed it. This crime destroyed it. And they talk about people, they never locked their cars before, their homes. I think one person said, he didn't even have a house to his key when he bought it, or a key to his house. That makes more sense. And suddenly people are locking doors because they're fearful. People are scared to go to their cars. Again, someone mentioned, you could see the house from their office, and students and staff would run to their car to be safe. People's partners were scared to go to the grocery store. And there were tons of comments about that. This idea that we have this safe community and it's never going to be the same. It's lost. It's our sense of safety and security. This special place, this tiny little place that's a bubble from all the bad stuff in the world. And then this thing happened.
The comments that you've depicted in this slide, is that all of them, or are there others for the court to take a look?
There's plenty. On top of reading the other stuff, feel free to read all those opens.
I was making it sound like Moscow was Mayberry or something.
The house where this happened? What did you learn?
Well, I think it comes to this direct and indirect connections to this case, which makes it unique in Latah County, which you don't see everywhere. Is 40% of residents who know about the case, which is pretty much everyone, have either visited the home where the crime occurred or walked by it. And so there is this constant reminder of this awful thing, their daily lives. And also you see a large percentage of people are students or employees at the university, or connected to it, the investigation itself. 22% were connected to the criminal investigation. And then 25% were either students or employees at the university. And we know, if you look at it, the university is a big employer in this community. And when all of these students leave, it has an impact on the economy. Over 60% of the county is made up of people who live in Moscow. And if you look at some of the data, it indicates about 36% of people in this county are either students or employees at the university. So even higher than we saw in the survey.
All right. I want to talk about the prejudgment question. What did you learn?
So this question is one of the indicators of undermining the presumption of innocence. So I look at it, I'm always looking, when I think about due process, it's the presumption of innocence. And you see when it shifts to a presumption of guilt. So in this case, 67% of prospective jurors who recognize the case believe Bryan Kohberger is guilty of murder, and 25% have a strong opinion on that. So if you think about it, given the high recognition rate here, if 100 jurors walked into this room during voir dire, 66% of them already think he's guilty before they've heard any evidence.
And that's just the prejudgment question. That's not talking about the other factors that you talked about, media awareness, case connection to the community, things like that.
No, that's just looking at everyone. And if you start looking at things like, well, do they know a lot of detail? That prejudgment jumps up to over 80%. Do they closely follow it? Jumps up to 70%, whatever. So that's just looking at the entire thing. Start looking at other things, that prejudgment gets even higher.
You've talked about what you've defined as a fixed opinion or a fixed presumption of guilt. What did you find about that?
Yes. So the question I ask is basically based off, I'm going to start talking selective now. Based off of what you've read, seen, or heard, would the defendant have a difficult time convincing you that he's not guilty? So burden of proof shifting on the defendant. I think I mentioned this last time, but that question was developed by a judge in Tennessee. And what you were seeing was they would ask jurors, well, what do you know about the case? And they would tell them some information or minimize what they know. And then the question was, do you think he's guilty? And maybe they'd say yes. And then they'd say, but I can be fair and impartial. I can set it aside. I think I can do it. And then the follow-up was, well, would he have a difficult time convincing that he's not guilty? And they, oh yeah, I can't change my mind. So it's just much more effective. I find it's more likely to be correlated with these other indicators of bias. So it seems to be more of a valid question. And when I did it, you see basically 51% indicated a strong opinion that would shift the burden of proof onto the defendant. And again, if you look at our analysis of 100 jurors walking in, that would be 50 out of 100 would fall into that category.
They can't change their mind.
Well, I'm sure you can get them to say they can be fair because I see it all the time. But this doesn't mean they can't. We heard a lot about that earlier today. Yeah.
All right. And did you ask similar questions, prejudgment for guilt, I guess prejudgment for the sentence?
Yes. So because this is a capital case, I did ask whether or not which sentence do they believe the jury should select if he's convicted. And you can see 52% reported that he should get the death penalty based off of what they've read, seen, or heard, whereas just 23.5 or 24% reported that he should get life.
Did you ask a fixed question about the penalty?
Yes, so I asked the same fixed opinion question, and you find that 51% believe that the sentence should be death and that he couldn't convince them that it should be life. Only 19% reported that the defendant would not have a difficult time convincing them that he should get a life sentence.
This is a small community.
It's a small text.
What did you learn about the impact of this case on this small community and the pressure of a juror in Latah County to convict?
So one of the things I wanted to look at, because it's a small community and people know everyone, and the pressure when coming in and out of this courthouse on a day-to-day basis, when it's been inundated with journalists, and my guess is people can figure out who's on the jury by who's not picking their kids up at school and talking to neighbors and all that. Is there pressure? Do the jurors ever feel pressure like there has to be a certain outcome? How would the community react if he's not convicted, if he's found not guilty? And there was quite a bit of strong comments on a range of themes, from people would basically kill him, to they burn the courthouse down, or assume that the jury failed, or that he would have to prove that he was not guilty. Again, shifting the burden. So it's like, I can't imagine that happening because they have so much evidence against him. We would be dumbfounded. Like, how could he not be guilty given the amount of evidence? Several would be on the hunt for him to make sure he gets what's coming to him. And then just emotional stuff about it would be devastating to the community. Other people talked about the fear if he didn't do it, well, who did? Like, that means this person's still among us, who creates the same stress and fear and anxiety that people had before. So this community needs closure. And you have to imagine what that's like for a jury for months on end, coming in and out of this courtroom in this tiny community and trying to explain to their neighbors, what they did and why. And that shifts the burden again back onto the defendants.
The comments that you've captured in this PowerPoint slide, is this all?
Yeah, these are just a few examples.
Plenty more for the court to read?
Yeah.
Did you ask these open questions in the comparative counties too?
Yes, it's the same questions in all the counties.
Were the other counties as high of rate in these kinds of answers? Did they have a similar kind of answer as Latah County potential jurors did?
No. And now you can read through it and you will find answers that people would be angry and upset because you're talking to hundreds of people and you're going to get those. But they're much less strong. They're much more, no opinion. They wouldn't have an effect, things like that, than you see in other places. Very few people in Latah County have that.
All right. I think we have a couple of slides on the questions that were in the survey. I think we know those.
Yes. So these are our case recognition questions, we call them, or I call them recognition items, I guess. So we do ask an open-ended question. What have you read, seen, or heard about the case? We'll get into that, but that's the typical question you ask in jury selection. And people answer that, but they often use minimization language or unable to recall everything from it. So we ask later on these case recognition items to see if they're familiar with widely reported media items. And if you look at the professional guidelines, this is what's recommended. So we first ask an open-ended question, and then later we follow up with these closed-ended questions.
What did you learn when you did that in this survey with Latah County?
So I'm not going to go through all of them, but we learned that people are familiar with many items that have been widely reported in the media. And you don't always see that. Sometimes case recognition is high, but people don't know a lot of detail. You know, maybe they know a few items or recognition rates are 40, 50%. But what we found here are people have well-developed attitudes and opinions and have been recall a lot of prejudicial content. So in Latah County, you can see that 79% were familiar with at least 5 of the 9 media items, and 52% knew 7 or more of the media items that we tested, over half.
And you tested on 9, is that right? 9.
Yeah, up to 9.
And I think you mentioned, but I think your chart's going to explain to me why more media items, more media recognition items correlate with the prejudgment question of guilt.
Yeah, and this goes back to validity of the survey. Right? We know from earlier research that case knowledge is correlated with prejudgment, and that's exactly what we found. So the more people know, the more case knowledge, the stronger their opinions, the more likely they are to develop a perception of guilt. So people who are familiar with 5 or 6 items, you can see it's 66% guilt rate, and for 7, it's 82%. So it jumps up quite a bit. So the more case knowledge you have, the more likely you are to believe guilty. And you see the same thing with that, I call that fixed opinion question. That's significantly related to case knowledge as well. So the number of people who said that he would have a difficult time changing their mind is essentially 66%. If they know 7 or more items.
Let's talk about the specific items that were known, just a few of them. We won't go through all of them. What did you learn?
So these are just going through a few that we tested, and you can see high recognition rates and significantly related to prejudgment. So whether or not people know that a knife sheath was found on the bed next to one of the victims, 81% of survey respondents in Latah County knew that detail, and you can see it's significantly related to bias. So if you knew that, 72% of people who knew that item believe he's guilty, and 55% reported that he would have a difficult time convincing them otherwise.
What about another media item?
What about what?
Another media item?
Thank you.
So the next one is whether or not they knew that DNA was found on the knife sheath, that there was a match for the defendant. And you can see that 67% know that detail. And if you know it, it's highly prejudicial. So 75% of people who know that item believe that he's guilty, and 60% reported a fixed opinion.
How about a vehicle recording?
So this one, whether or not Bryan Kohberger owns the same type of car recorded on the video driving in the neighborhood where the killings occurred. This was a widely reported media item. So 86% of people know that detail, and 82% of those who do know that believe he's guilty. Quite high.
How about the cell phone tower media item?
So on that one, you see a case recognition rate or item recognition rate of 79%. 79% of survey respondents knew that detail, and if you knew that, 72% of them believe that the defendant's guilty.
How about the media item studies?
So this would go down to like a misinformation, I'll call it an inaccurate detail that was widely reported, that the defendant had stalked one of the victims. And you can see recognition rate currently at 45% when the survey was done. And 81% of people who knew that detail reported that as guilty.
How about following on social media?
I believe this is the last one. You can see whether or not he was essentially following them on social media. 45% recognition rate, and 79% of those who know that believe he's guilty. And these are all statistically significant findings.
Let's talk about some of the comparative counties that you surveyed, and if you can give me a high level of your key findings in those counties.
Sure. So now, in my mind, this shows significant bias, that there's a reasonable likelihood that the due process has been undermined in the sense that there's a presumption of guilt in this county. And the question is, if you were to move it, where would you move it? That's question 2.
We're on to the second part.
We're on to the second part now. That's where this comes from. So you'll see recognition rates are high in these 3 counties we tested. So we tested Ada County because it's the biggest county in the state. It's about 406,000 people over the age of 18, and other high-profile cases have been moved there before and recently. Canyon County we picked because I believe it's the 2nd largest county, and it is also near Ada County. So it's a big county. We picked that, and we picked Bannock County because it's just far away. And it had less media coverage. So we wanted to see if there was a possibility that people would have less case knowledge there. And you can see recognition rates vary from 90% to, from 84% to 93% across those 3 cases. And you can see that in terms of how closely they followed it is less than we saw in Latah County. So Ada is 58, Canyon is 51, and Bannock is 46. Compared to Latah County, remember, it was 68%, much higher. The guilt rates are essentially the same, or it's a little higher in Bannock County, but because of the population size, there's a big difference. So again, you'll find about 16 times more people in Ada County who have not prejudged compared to here. And then similar in terms of the strength of opinion and difficulty in convincing them that he's not guilty, similar to what you see here, and sentence similar as well. So you're in the 49 to 57%. So these numbers are also high.
Where do you start to see differences that matter?
You start to see differences when you talk about personal connection. That's where the big differences come up. So remember we said that 79% of people in Ada County had talked about this case. Might be wrong, might have been higher. It's just 60% in Ada County, 50% in Canyon, and 51% in Bannock, so it's much lower. You'll see whether or not they've experienced high levels of stress. In Ada County, it's just 17%, and the other 2 counties, it's only 11%. It was 39% in the county here. And then whether or not they know someone who experienced higher levels of stress, we had 45% here. Here we're down to 24, 19, and 19. So you see big differences there in terms of the community connection, the personal connection for their case.
What about the connections to Moscow that are unique to this area?
Yes, so just 20% in Ada County know someone who lived in Moscow, 15% in Canyon, and 16% in Bannock, 78% in Latah County. Whether or not they were a student or employee in Latah County, that was 25%, and we're looking at 4% and 3%, much lower. Whether they visited the home or saw it, Latah County is 40%. Here we're down to 8%, 3%, 2%, much lower. Whether or not they knew someone who actually was involved in the investigation, in Latah County, that number was 22%, I believe. And in Ada County, it's just 4, Canyon is 2, Bannock is 2. So much lower when it comes to those type of connections, the personal connection, personal investment in the case.
What about the recognition of media items?
Yeah, so we had, I think it was 79% in Latah County knew at least 5 of those media items, and it drops to 65% in Ada, 52% in Canyon, 59% in Bannock. If they knew 7 or more, that was 52% in Latah County. It's just 42% in Ada, 27% in Canyon, and 29% in Bannock. So less case knowledge. And we know case knowledge comes back to belief perseverance, right? So the more you know, the more resistant your attitudes are to change, the more likely you are to attend to and process information consistent with what we know. New information about the DNA evidence, I already know about that. That's credible, I give that weight. So you're much more likely to see that in Latah County. Be careful.
All right. I think you told us a little bit about the population size. And is that why you selected Ada was the population size?
So I'm not selecting anything. I'm just pointing out some possibilities. So I selected Ada County in terms of to do the survey because it's the largest county in the state. And, I think it was a demo case was moved there. So that they can take this case in. We know large counties, it's less of a big deal when the case moves there. It doesn't become the biggest story in that community. So I wanted to test Latah County. Pick Canyon because it's the second largest county, over 184,000 people. And then I picked Bannock because it's further away. It's quite far away, hundreds of miles from here, and it's in a different media zone. It does have some of the similarities of Latah County. So, for example, there's a university there that's the second largest employer. So there's a risk there. About 18% of the population is connected to that university. So there are those risks. And I think the problem there, while some of the numbers are good, it'll become a huge deal if that case is moved there. You're gonna have the media circus move from here to there, and it's gonna become, again, a huge story in that community. So there is risk if you choose a smaller venue that something like that will happen.
And that risk is tied specifically to the size of Bannock County?
Yes. Smaller counties, you don't have stories like this regularly happening. So it's more likely to become a big deal in that county. And you could end up with significant bias between the time the case is moved and the time it goes to trial, because there might be an increase in media coverage there.
When we talk about the survey itself, was it only people who knew about the case that took the survey?
No. Explain to me what you mean by that.
Well, I'm looking at your slide here about people who, whether or not they know about the case, do they finish the survey? I think one of the things the state's criticized about is a non-response bias. So I want to understand if you can tell us that about how the survey works, this one and others.
Right. So first of all, one thing we do is we do comparison surveys in a host of different cases. So if you look at other cases we've done this on, if that were true, you would find that only people who know about the case take the survey in the comparison count as well, right? So you can see in Renfro, this was an Idaho case, in Kootenai County, 89% of survey respondents recognized the case that took the survey, that completed it. In Ada County, 67% of the people that completed the survey did not know about the case. So you would expect you wouldn't see that trend if people just say, oh, I don't know about this, I'm not going to take the survey, I have no opinion. In state of Tennessee, v. Andrew Delkey, similar findings. So in Davidson County, 67% of the people who completed the survey knew about the case. In Hamilton County, 84% of people who completed the survey did not know anything about the case. In United States v. James Cloud, which was in Washington, you can look at, we did 3 venues, and in Yakima, 55% of the people that completed the survey knew about the case. In Richland, 82% did not know about the case. In Spokane, 90% did not know about the case. What's unique and why you see high recognition rates across the surveys here is because it's a national case. And when we have national cases, you see high recognition rates all over. So this last one, the state of Minnesota v. Alexander King, was the George Floyd case. And you can see high recognition rates in all the counties, just like we see here. The reason is because there's a lot of media exposure everywhere. But it's not that people are hanging up because they don't want to take the survey. In fact, if you look at the call data, after they were told the case recognition question and described the case, only one person hung up out of the 1,200 people that completed the survey. And one person who terminated the survey after being told what the survey was about. Everyone else.
All 4 counties?
All 4 counties, one person.
Wow.
That's all right.
Only one person.
We have talked quite a bit about
yes, we have
the bias and the prejudicial media coverage and the difficulty, the impossibility that will happen seating a jury in Latah County. I want to talk a little bit about jury selection in cases that have a lot of publicity. Are you familiar with that?
Sure. Yes.
All right. Why should we talk about this now? Why do we not want to just wait and try to pick a jury first?
Well, I think first of all, I've done a lot of jury selections. I'm sure you have, Your Honor, you have, I'm sure you all have. So we all know how the jury selection process works. So in a normal case, people do not have case-specific attitudes. And we know specific attitudes are predictive of behavior. So I might just have a general passing attitude towards something. I mentioned DUI, or it's like a contract dispute. Like, you can ask me questions. I don't have strong opinions. I don't know anything about the case. So they're not specific attitudes. So jury selection is effective in that scenario. It's fine. But when people have case-specific attitudes and case-specific knowledge, and I've heard information and evidence, even if it's coming into trial, I heard it in the context of a news story There's no rules of evidence that were applied. There was no cross-examination. There was no counter expert to refute what was said. It was just said by a public, speaker. It was on an editorial on a television station on Nancy Grace. So it's very different. And then when I hear it as evidence, it's just confirming what I already know. It's not new, I'm not processing it for the first time. So that's one of the big problems. So why you need to identify people that have that content and information. And there's challenges because of the way memory works. Recall is limited, and we'll get to that. But when you ask people, what do you know about the case? They are not able to give a full account of everything they know. So it's very hard to assess what people know, which makes it very difficult to exercise cause challenges and predicate challenges. And the other thing is just the nature of jury selection. It's very easy to rehabilitate a juror to get them to say they can be fair. It happens all the time. So a juror says that I had this experience, or I think I'm leaning towards one side, and it's so easy, we do it all the time, to get a socially desirable response. You start with, well, the law requires everyone to be fair, everybody has their own opinions, and that's okay. We're just asking you, can you follow the law? Can you follow the instructions? Can you deliberate? Can you be fair? And most people will say yes to that because they want to create a socially desirable response. They know what the right answer is. Give leading questions. In one study, they actually analyzed a transcript, or 3 trials transcripts, and it was like 60% of the comments during voir dire were from attorneys and judges. Just 40% were from jurors, and 63% of the comments from jurors were one-word answers. And I see that in the post-conviction stuff I do when I analyze transcripts. It's 3 pages of indoctrination into what a juror is supposed to do, ending with a closed-ended answer, can you set it aside? That's not an indicator of their ability to do that. People can't just Men in Black flash heaping themselves and forget everything.
Bingo.
It doesn't work that way.
Men in Black flashy thing.
I think we may have covered voir dire and honest disclosure with that, and I didn't advance the slide. Can you give us a case example or an example of this?
Sure. So this is an example of stealth juror. So a case like this, you're a stealth juror, there's a likelihood that people want to be on this case, right? It's a high-profile case. It's going to be on TV. It's going to get a lot of attention. There might be a desire to see justice, and you want to be involved in that. Well, how do you identify jurors like that? So this is an example case I worked on where it was a long time ago. It was in LA. There was this division in the police department called the Rampart Division, Rampart. And basically, there were a number of corrupt police officers who were stealing drugs out of the evidence locker, shooting suspects and planting guns on them. It was these rogue police officers. And one of the people, his last name was Ovando, he had been shot by a police officer, this guy Perez, who then planted a gun on him and alleged that Ovando had shot at him. So he was convicted of attempted murder. He was paralyzed from the waist down. And then Perez got caught stealing drugs out of a locker room. So he confessed to all these things, and Ovando was released. He got like a $20 million settlement against Latah County. Then he sued the public defender, claiming that, they should have figured this whole thing out and known that, there was a scandal and so on. And it won like $6 million in that case. And then later, when they looked, it turned out that one of the jurors on that case had been in a movie about the incident called Gang Wars. And when they were asked, has anybody had a connection to the case? She didn't raise her hand. But during the deliberations, she talked about stuff she knew. She talked about stuff that didn't come into trial, and it resulted in a mistrial. So that's just one example. There's other examples as well. But yeah, so that's one challenge you have in a case like that.
Wow.
All right.
Back to more stock photos.
And recognition.
What's with
I
the
think you're going to
torn
talk to us about
edges
how
thing?
hard it is to ferret out what somebody knows.
So to me, this is one of the biggest challenges in high-profile cases. So the question you ask on a juror questionnaire and an open voir dire is, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? That's the open-ended question you ask. That is what we call a recall question. And the cognitive task is, on the spot, I need to search my memory and see what's accessible and salient and what I can remember on the spot. And I'll tell you, And then it's usually followed up with, can you be fair and impartial? And what we find is people are not able to recall everything they know. And that information that they forgot to mention comes up later. So the common example is, tell me everything you know about a movie. I'm going to go with Star Wars. And you probably will tell me a lot because a lot of people have seen that movie or seen it a bunch of times. But if I asked you follow-up closed-ended questions, you'd find that you forgot to mention a whole bunch of things. Like maybe you didn't mention that Luke Skywalker was Darth Vader's son, right? And it was, do you remember that? Oh,
spoiler alert.
I know that. I just forgot to mention it. So you see things like that. So the tricky thing is you can't ask people, have you read, seen, or heard if the defendant was stalking one of the victims? Because now you're poisoning the well. What if they didn't mention that and they're open-ended? Doesn't mean they don't know it, because we know about 45% of the population here does know it. So you're in that position where you are trying to make an assessment if this juror can truly be fair and impartial without knowing what this juror actually knows about the case. And that's one of the biggest problems you have in high-profile cases.
So many of us were going to watch that movie, and now it's spoiled for us.
Have you seen that bear itself out in a real case?
I have. This was a case in Texas where we actually had community members come in during the venue hearing and treated them like mock jurors in a sense and asked them what they knew about the case, and they told us. It was a big case at the time in Latah County in Texas, and people told us what they knew, and then we asked, is that everything you know? And they'd say, yes, that's it. And because it's not real jury selection, we had the opportunity to demonstrate this whole problem. And we would say things like, well, did you know that he allegedly confessed? And then it would stimulate a memory, and the person would say, oh yeah, I did know that. He actually confessed twice at a monastery. So it triggered a memory. And then it was, well, is that everything else you know? Do you know anything else? And they'd say, no, that's it. And say, well, did you ever hear that he had committed another crime? And they say, oh yeah, that's right. He actually attacked another girl at a different church in a nearby town. And it was, well, is that everything you know? Take your time, search your memory. That's it. And then we do it again. And it was, well, did you know there was a cover-up? Oh yeah, the Catholic Church covered it up and the police department, and it just demonstrated the problem. Now, that was fine in that little demonstration we did, but you could never do that in jury selection, because if you did that, you just poison that juror. If they don't know it, you just poison them. If they did know it, then you have to get rid of them, right? So you're in this impossible position in terms of trying to figure out if this juror can be truly fair and impartial when you don't know what they know.
Do we have a glimpse of how that works in Bryan Kohberger's case based on the search warrant?
We do.
All right. How do we know? Tell me about that.
So we always use the open-ended question. What have you read, seen, or heard about the case, and code it. And what we found is, on average, people reported 1.6 details when asked that open-ended question. So we know that's the average number of details they report. And then we compare that to the closed-ended questions later, those 9 media items, to see if there's additional items that they actually recognize that they failed to mention in the open. And what we found in this case was that 96% of survey respondents knew at least one of these media items that they failed to mention in the open. And on average, they recognized an additional 4.9 media items. So almost 5 out of the 9 failed to mention. And these are just some examples. So, someone said, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? Just what has been on the TV and the papers. So that's minimization language. They use the word just. There's no specific detail. But later when we ask those closed-ended questions, that person knew all 9 of them. Another one is just what I've read and seen on the news and newspapers. Again, knew all 9. Read articles about the case, knew 8 of the 9. Just what I read in the papers, same as everyone else, 7 of the 9. So these are just a few examples, but this is what happens. This is what you see on juror questionnaires. This is what you see in voir dire. And I mentioned that, anyways.
And that's dangerous in this case because of the amount of prejudicial media coverage. Is that right?
It's dangerous in this case and in high-profile cases. That's the unique problem they create. What's unusual in this one is, 1, it's in a small community, and 2, people here have very well-developed schema and attitudes and case knowledge.
I think you have some specific examples of some of the media items tested about how many recognized an item that hadn't reported.
Yeah, so just to give it two examples to make the point. So this is the one we talked about, whether or not the defendant stalked one of the victims. Prejudicial, 45% of survey respondents recognized this item when we asked, have you read, seen, or heard it? But when we asked them the open-ended question, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? Only 3% mentioned it on their own. So 3% of people reported this item, but 45% actually recognized it later on. And we know it's not only is it not true, but it's also prejudicial because 81% of people that know it have already judged the defendant as guilty. So it's really important to know who are the people in this panel that know that detail. So your choice is to just assume no one knows it because they didn't spontaneously mention it, or poison the well by asking the juror specifically, did you know that Bryan Kohberger allegedly stalked the victim? So that's a difficult position to be in.
Let's look at one more example of how that worked.
So this is the one about the knife sheath, whether or not police found a knife sheath on the bed. So you probably want to know that. Well, 81% of people recognize that item later, but only 8% mentioned it when asked the open-ended question. So again, just demonstrating the problem. These are items that are correlated with bias. We know that there's a high rate of recognition in the community, but when you ask in jury selection, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? Very few people mention it. This is what you see.
All right. The magic question, can you set it aside and be fair and impartial? Is that going to work?
No. I'm sorry, what's the question?
Is this going to work, this question?
Yeah. So you want to know, what is this a good question, bad question?
Will it work? Will it help
Will
us?
it work? What does work mean? I don't know if you think about that.
Help us find an impartial jury.
No, there's no data to suggest that this is a valid question. And just touching on the research again, what you would expect is people that know a lot about the case or been exposed to prejudicial pretrial publicity would be more likely to say they cannot be fair and impartial compared to people that do not know a lot about the case. And it's not, there's no significant relationship. People who know a lot of detail and have been exposed to prejudicial pretrial publicity are just as likely to say they can be fair and impartial as people who have not. So there's no data to support that.
And do you have an example to tell us about?
So this is some research I did on this question to see how people respond to it. And so what I did was I went to a Facebook page that was about this documentary on HBO that got a lot of attention called The Jinx. The Jinx was about a person named Robert Durst who had been a suspect for multiple murders for his wife. He went to trial in Texas for murder, and then a good friend of his in California was killed, and he was suspected to be involved in that as well. What was unique, he was from a very wealthy family in New York, so it captured a lot of people's attention. And there was this mini-series on HBO. And at the end of it, they confront him with some evidence that would suggest he was involved with his friend Susan's murder. And he takes a break and he goes into the bathroom and he forgot that he was wearing a microphone, and he pretty much confesses. He says, of course I shot them all, or of course I killed them all. He's talking to himself. So it was a highly prejudicial documentary. And later on, he was charged with the murder of his friend. So what we did was we went to this Facebook page where people had made public statements about the defendant that were highly prejudicial. So this is just one example. Someone said, this is the true version or vision of a sociopath. I'm physically ill over the conclusion. I'm beside myself. I was overjoyed at the news that he was arrested. So if somebody said this in public about this case, I think we all agree that person probably can't be fair. You're publicly stating it to the world. You think he's a sociopath. So we recruited people that made these extreme comments on this page and went through a survey. And we asked if they knew about the case, whether they thought he was guilty, what they knew, and so on. You can see, as you'd expect, almost everybody we recruited who made these public statements reported that Robert Durst was guilty of murder, 92%. And reported strong opinion. 77% of the people we've recruited said that he could not change their mind about his guilt. So almost everyone. And then we asked those closed-ended case recognition questions, and many of these are either inadmissible or very prejudicial. That he was like a suspect in his wife's disappearance, probably not admissible in a different case. His murder trial in Texas, we asked several of these. And the confession, the captured confession, because he 100% knew that, which is considered like the most prejudicial thing that can be in the media, according to the Supreme Court. And so what we'd expect is that these people would say, I cannot be fair and impartial. There's so much bias that they're demonstrating. So we give them the magic instruction that you often see. This came from a transcript in a high-profile case where the court had explained the burden of proof and that the defendant's entitled to a fair and impartial trial, and that the law requires that you set aside everything you know and only rely on the evidence, common things you hear. And all these people who express all this public bias and all this vitriol and reported that he's guilty and you can't change your mind, by just saying that to them, magically report that they can be fair and impartial. 81% said they could be fair and impartial after hearing that instruction. And they gave open-ended responses as to why. And so this is our participant who mentioned that they were overjoyed by his arrest and they were physically ill and that Robert Just was a sociopath. Well, they, on a scale of yes, definitely to no, definitely not, they reported that they could definitely be fair and impartial. And they reported that I could start from the beginning and listen to all the information presented and follow the directions and wipe out everything that I know. I would need to be convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt. So that answer, if you see in a courtroom without knowing that this person was making public statements about the defendant being a sociopath, probably considered rehabilitated, that's a fair and impartial juror, which demonstrates like a person like that should be answering that question. No, but they don't. And even kind of going back to the Rideau case, which was recorded confession in the police station with the chief of police on one side and officers on the next, played in the media with music on it. It was highly prejudicial in a small town, and the Supreme Court ruled that, threw out the conviction because of it. All the jurors in that case who saw that confession reported that they could be fair and impartial. They all sat on that trial. They all reported that they could be fair, and the Supreme Court didn't take that at face value because the content of the coverage was so prejudicial.
Final opinions.
All
Here we
right.
go. We're on the last page.
Based on your years of experience, your education, all of the work that you do in general, and then specifically the work that you've done in this case, the survey, the hundreds of comments, do you have an opinion about this case and whether we can seat an impartial jury in Latah County?
I did.
What is your opinion?
So my opinion, again, is based on whether or not there's a reasonable likelihood of using that standard, which is less than the preponderance of the evidence. Latah County is a small venue, and the crime has been seared in the community's consciousness. People have been saturated with prejudicial coverage. Many people here have direct and indirect connections to this crime. People here demonstrated they experienced fear and stress, panic in this community. There's significant rumors and misinformation that have been spread and people have been exposed to in this community. There's a feeling of pressure to convict, I think, given the reaction that people think the community would have if he's acquitted. That's particularly concerning. We know from the data that jurors have closely followed the case, they've talked about it, they're familiar with prejudicial details. I think that the presumption of innocence has been undermined and a presumption of guilt prevails in this community. And I think the pre-existing attitudes and opinions will influence how people process evidence. So even if the same information is presented at trial, there's a big difference in terms of jurors being exposed to that for the first time. I don't know about the DNA evidence. I don't know about the videos versus a juror being exposed to something that they already know, where they're just confirming what they already know. I already know about the DNA evidence. It's just triggering a memory of what I already recall. And I'm processing this information through that filter of it's consistent with what I believe and I already know. And it impacts how they see government witnesses and how they will view and evaluate defense witnesses. And I don't think voir dire is an effective remedy, given the research I've done, my experience doing jury selections, and the nature of how memory works. So taking all that combined, I think it's appropriate to change that.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. And Dr. Edelman, hang tight if you should stay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor. So this would be a good time to take a break.
Sure.
And come back at 3:20. Thank you. Dr. Redmond.
All right, they're going to take another break. Looking at how to do this. I have a 45-minute drive to get down to the movie premiere. Are you going to kill the feed again? 45-minute drive to get down to the movie premiere. I'm going to do the podcast from the parking lot, where I think... Hey, Mrs. Ari, how are you doing? You want to do scheduling? People were trying to get you to wake me up. I might have snored a tiny bit. That last part was a little boring.
I liked it.
This is recording. We're already recording this. I think we're almost done. We have one more witness, right? Don't we have one more witness? This is our third. It's our third PowerPoint, right? We've been through 3 1+ hour PowerPoints today, I think.
Can I give an unpopular opinion?
Maybe. What's your unpopular opinion?
They should move it.
Oh, I agree. They should have moved this a long time ago.
But I think my reasoning would be different than yours. But
Let's hear your reasoning. Miss R.A. is going to share an unpopular opinion, she says, but I think it's a popular opinion.
Oh, I only say it's unpopular. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry about my voice. I only say it's unpopular because just watching the chat, it does seem like this is the unpopular way to go. I think they need to change it for the same reason that I believe that every... hey, Scott. Okay, that every school shooting should also change venues. That the people who are going to be called on to be the jury are victims. Like, you have been victimized by this crime in some degree. And because of that, I'm not blaming anybody. I mean, my goodness, how horrible that this has happened to you and that you need time to be able to heal from this. But it is wrong to ask those same people who are needing to heal to also be the jurors in this situation. You're not going to get a fair trial, and it will be really, really hard on the jurors to have to sit and listen to these details when they were already scarred the first time. So I think they need to just change it, get it to somewhere that not only this one, but in every crime that is so impactful that it victimizes the entire community to some degree. I think they just need to change the venue. Now, having said that, I am not certain if they change the venue, that means they're going to get people living in the other county to be the jurors. What about the judge? Will he go?
I believe he'll travel. There's an option for him to recuse himself and say, I can't do that. So you get a new judge over there. But I think he'll travel. I would say we're 99% sure this is going to Boise, which is cool because Boise, the courthouse is right there. I think it's near the banks of the river. It's a beautiful section.
Oh, it's
downtown.
Gorgeous.
It's Boise downtown is beautiful. I mean, they do parades on the river.
They do. I've watched those parades. They're so cool.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. Mrs. R.A. is not coming to the movie. She's looked at that. She's like, no way. I'm not watching that.
No, I love the people who made it. I love that they're so creative, and no freaking way am I watching that.
So I'm going to be up all night, be like, Mrs. R.A., I'm scared. Stay up. Stay away from me.
You'd be like, go check something.
Can we leave the lights on tonight? Is that okay? What's knocking on our wall? Yeah. Anyway, the movie we're watching tonight, let me see if I can post this in chat.
I'm going to watch Pollyanna.
Yeah, not me. I'll pass on that one. Let me see if I can post this. Nope, that's the wrong one.
Is my voice coming back? If I almost shout,
on
then
and off.
It feels like it sounds less deep, but I have to really strain it to make it sound less deep.
Give me just a second. So this is a fun thing we'll do here during the break, if that's cool. Well, because first of all, I want to talk a tiny bit just about you guys and how amazing you are, because, oh my goodness, the kind words and gifting that went along with the 60,000 celebration. I didn't want to cry because Mrs. R.A. was here, and I managed to hold the tears back.
You were being manly. No, I want to say too, I don't want to diminish from you guys at all. You guys are amazing, absolutely. But I just don't feel like Scott gets to have his horn tooted often enough that I really feel like Scott has created some, sorry, maybe that wasn't the best example there.
So this is a family show, and we're going to talk about some other things.
I have no idea why that's not a family comment.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, that must mean something I don't know. I thought that just means you talk about how awesome you are. Okay, whatever. Why does everybody ruin all of my innocent phrases? Okay, I don't know what that means. Anyway, don't tell me. I don't want to know. The point is...
Nobody explain anything to anyone. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Let's start the music, you guys. We're going to end it right here. Just kidding.
Okay, Scott has worked really, really hard at this, and we knew going in that it was going to take about 12 months of kind of insane hours, just not because it's YouTube, just because it's a new business, and it takes a lot of effort to get a business up off the ground. And so he dedicated that much time, and he continues to dedicate a lot of time to this that he could be playing with us as a family, and he could be, and you know, we have conversations about this too, that I'm like, let's keep it balanced. But by the same token, he just really, he puts it all in. I'm just really impressed with how much effort he brings to this, and the very unique environment that you've been able to create, that I feel like everybody who's here wants that environment. You didn't create the people. What? I don't see it.
2AO Toys.
No, I sound like a lifelong smoker. I can't fix it. Sorry. But anyway, I do feel like the people who are here are just naturally good people. They're naturally nice. You know, we didn't create the niceness in people, but you did create the space where they can gather and feel comfortable here. And that is really just amazingly important and valuable. You can make no eye contact with me if you want, but I am still going to compliment you.
She's amazing. Like all of you, not all the kind words you said, I think are fully, I don't think I'm worthy of all that praise. This community is amazing. You guys coming together. When people come here and we're watching court together, their first experience with the channel is with you. Rarely do I get to say something to them, unless it's in a break or something like that. When people walk through the door, they meet this community, and they're welcomed with open arms, and that's what sets the stage for what follows. And sure, I can bring some good stuff and kindness and openness and things like that, and that can help. But really, I appreciate all of you for making this channel what it is. And
a huge shout out to the mods, because you guys worked so hard at being that welcoming hand and setting the tone for the channel that just maintains everything that Scott's working so hard to create. So good job, everybody.
On that note, I posted a chat. I'm not going to cry anymore. I'm done. I've got a movie tonight to watch. I can't have blurry eyes.
You're going to cry for different reasons than that one.
This is the link to the movie I'm going to tonight. If you click on it, it'll open up another window. I'm just warning you before you do this. It will tell you how many miles away you are from the movie theater. And I'm curious who is the furthest from the theater. Who has
Samantha Terry.
Samantha Terry I think you might have won that in mod chat already. But I'm curious who's the farthest away. But thank you for the support. A big shout out. We got a lot of new subscribers today. Welcome. Somebody's calling me. Hang on a second.
Call from
AWOL.
Hang on, AWOL. I'm trying to find the button.
Press 1 to send a voicemail.
AWOL, my friend. How are you doing?
What's up, Scott?
Hey.
Listen, I want to talk about the case, but you said you don't want to cry, but real men cry, right?
Oh, man, I do.
I appreciate your
eyes
family.
Get really
I wish
sweaty.
you all the best.
Yeah.
I wish you all the best. You're doing a good channel. I am giving you your flowers while you are here.
Nice.
Nobody does that until they're gone. So I want to give you your flowers while you are here. And to your wife for homeschooling. I really mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
To the chat and to the mods and to everybody here. Sure, we have our feelings, which is acceptable. We might not agree all the time, but at the end of the day, it's still a beautiful community that what you created. So you are truly humble, and I really respect that. But at the same time, you cultivated this community.
I have to say,
due to the hard work that you did.
I've got to give more credit
That's
to the
true.
mods than to me, because they do the heavy work on the community side and the community shaping. They are absolutely fantastic, and not just in like, you know, catching the one-off troll that pops in and just tries to offend people. Not just that, but just in the way they welcome people, the way they cheer people, the way they see people. Because I can't see it all, and they'll see somebody who's trying to get my attention and I miss it, and they'll say, "Hey, I see you," you know, and they'll reach out and let them know that, you know, I just missed it. I couldn't do this by myself. I really couldn't. And so huge credit to the mods for that.
It's tough
And you
complimenting
being so
him, isn't
humble,
it?
that is. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mrs. Array.
No,
I didn't mean
sorry.
to cut you off. I am so sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, you're good. I was just saying it's hard to compliment him, huh?
Well,
It kind of is, but that is the
It's
character
not
of a
me.
real man and a real person, man or female. That is the character of a good person, where you don't take a compliment, even though in the back of your mind you kind of want to take it in. But if you feel that if you take it in, you're not humble anymore, and you might lose yourself.
I will
But
tell
either
this.
way, I just called to say, I wish you the best. You're the best. This chat is the best. The mods are the best. Mrs. Array, you are the best.
Thank you.
And that's all I
agree.
wanted to say. I just wanted to give you your flowers.
Hey, well, thank you very much. I will tell you this. I am so grateful for the kind words. It does build me up, and just sometimes you don't see the results when you put a lot of work in. And I mean, I'm sitting here looking at Corey Rich, and I was like, I flew all the way out here, and like I missed half the day, and I'm looking at everything I did wrong. And you know, I didn't connect with anybody. I wasn't live streaming, and I'm just trying to sort out copyright claims and everything else. So like, wow, this is just, some days are heavy, and then days like today are just amazing. I love them all, but thank you. I have to say this, Amita W., you got to leave right now, or you're going to be late. You're 13,105 miles away from the movie premiere. Starts at 7 local time, so you got about an hour 40. See what you can do.
You got to go.
Get it G6.
Yep. Hey, well, thank you so much, my friend. It's always good talking to you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Wish the family the best. Thank you.
We'll see you.
See ya.
Bye.
Yes, sir. Bye.
That was
All
really
right.
sweet.
Yeah, it's always good to talk to. And he brought out a thing. We do have different opinions, and oftentimes, you know, I say one thing, you know, will be like, hey, I got to call you on that. You know, no, I see it differently or something, and I love that. That we can. First of all, I love that you guys are willing to share, because we talked about. I mean, in the presentation they just barely shared the mind-numbing PowerPoint presentation. They talked about the expectation socially to have an acceptable answer.
Yeah.
Like everyone around me will expect me to say this, so I'm going to say that. I love that we have a situation here, a community here, where we can say, you know what? I'm going to tell you how I feel. And it may not be the same as anybody else out there, but I know that the people out there are going to listen and go like, haven't thought of it that way. I agree with this part, disagree with this part.
Yeah.
What about this? Love that. Absolutely love that.
And I really think that's an important part of having any sort of a conversation, that you have to leave your mind open enough to say, I had not considered that in that light or period. I just never even took that piece of information in. So I really do think that's just an important life skill that we seem to have all lost. And I mean, me included, man, I'm terrible at it. And so it's just really lovely to see it work so well on this channel.
Yeah. And I just want to say thank you enough. And I don't think I can say thank you enough. You guys know my story, how we got here. How we basically almost didn't get here, I think is this story, how it goes. We were basically at the end of our rope, and out of desperation, frustration, and, you know, maybe a little inspiration. This came together. It has been a blessing in our lives, and it's been a not just that it met what we needed to get by as a family, but that the association, the communication, the everything that. I mean, I've made friends here that will last for a lifetime. That I wasn't having. I just didn't have people around that could do that. It's been wonderful. So thank you all.
I love too that it's so meaningful, because I like to do things that have meaning. I like to spend my time on stuff that really matters, and I have that blessing because you go to work. I can really focus on stuff that I care about. And so for so long, Scott has just spent his time saying, I just have to make the money because the money needs to be made. And I'll just do whatever it takes. It doesn't necessarily need to be meaningful. So it's been so awesome to have this opportunity that provides both of those things for Scott, that this is really meaningful.
What she's saying is, growing up, there were a lot of jobs I had. It's like, look, I don't like the job, but it's my job to earn. And so I'm going to go to work and I'll use the shovel and shovel diesel fuel into a tractor, scoop.
Did you do that?
I've done that. I've worked at the tail end of a kiln picking up red hot bricks as we've put tiles on the side of bricks. I've worked in metal shops where people were losing fingers and cutting arms and things like that. It's like, look, I'll be careful. It's not the best work. It's loud. It's noisy. The environment's not the best, but it's my job to earn. This is the first time in my life. My last job I loved. I loved working at Hill Air Force Base, especially with the people. But this is the first job that I have loved everything I do and the people. And I've never had that before. And it's amazing. All right. That being said, let's talk a little bit about where we are with Bryan Kohberger. We're on break. Mrs. R.A., I have to go.
Okay.
I've got to go to a movie. So
okay.
I've got a chair for you right here.
Okay, no. Mm-mm. No.
You've almost got my voice down pat.
I know. This is too soon, Scott.
Amber's on the phone. Amber, how are you doing?
Hey, Amber.
Hey, Mrs. R.A., I'm sorry you feel so bad.
I don't feel bad. It doesn't hurt at all. It just sounds terrible.
I think it sounds awesome.
Oh my gosh, you don't sound awesome. How are you doing?
I've been having a coughing fit, and I don't know why. And it apparently wants to start up again. I just wanted to say, since you went on your whole, I wouldn't be here without y'all. I'm here to tell you what you did wrong. In true.
Well,
in true
take a number,
fashion.
Amber. Take a number because we're busy.
But I will say the mods. I mean, we are a team, really and truly, and we each bring something unique to the team itself. And I don't think we would be the team we are without any one of us that's on the team now. So
seriously,
and that's something that you really did cultivate. So as much as you give us credit, that's something that you cultivated.
Yeah, the mods are so much more than just deleting bad comments. I mean, we have
they're the mood police.
I mean, there's plenty of that, right? There's plenty of watching that, but there's also just welcoming people. The research side. We have mods that don't do a lot in the chat side, but are constantly feeding me with like, hey, heads up, this is coming up. We've got a court case here. This is, we've got a hearing here. This is the status here, the new documents that are out. Thank you all. Amber, we're back in court. So gotta let you go.
You're awesome, Amber.
So we're
Thank you,
back
Amber,
on
and all
the-
mods.
We're now back on the record. This is State versus Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. Kohberger is still in the courtroom along with counsel and also counsel for the state. And Mr. Edelman is ready for cross-examination, I believe, and you're still under oath. So go ahead.
And actually, Your Honor, the state has everything it needs from Dr. Edelman, so we won't be doing any cross.
Oh,
nice.
Okay. May this witness be excused.
You may, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're free to stay, free to leave. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You can stay or you can stay.
Okay.
Take your water with you.
Another witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Our last witness is Dr. Dare.
Dr. Dare. Love the name. Let's see what Dr. Dare
Okay, I
has to tell
thought
us.
maybe Dr. Dare was going to be rebuttal to the state. No?
She's
Your
like,
Honor, we disclosed Dr. Dare twofold. First, to talk to the court about the survey instrument itself, and then to provide rebuttal testimony. Part of that is going to come based on the state's objection, too. So I don't know if the state has any witnesses to call, but we'd ask that she stay for that if that's the case.
Okay. So, Dr. Dare, line it up. Please face clerk. Raise your hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, please have a seat, and then once you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
bailiff, butler.
Yes, Veronica Dare, Dahir.
Thank you.
Dahir.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Please don't have
All right. Let's start with your occupation.
There's a
What do you
PowerPoint.
do?
I am the director of the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies at the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm also the director of survey operations for the Nevada Center for Surveys, Evaluation, and Statistics, also at the University of Nevada, Reno.
Do you also do consultations outside of your role with the university?
Yes, occasionally.
And is it in that capacity that you're here today?
No, today I'm here independent of my role at the University of Nevada, Reno. I am here as an expert consultant, and that is independent of my work at the university, although my testimony is based on my previous experience, knowledge, and education that I received at the university.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about what you do for work, but let me back up and find out about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's and PhD in interdisciplinary social psychology from the University of Nevada, Reno. My master's and PhD are from the University of Nevada, Reno. In terms of my work at the university, I have a joint appointment, as I mentioned. I run two different research centers at the university. One, as I mentioned, is the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies, and the other one is a survey lab. I also teach in the Judicial Studies program. I teach a graduate level course called Scientific Research Methods for Judges, which is a course for judges getting their PhD across the nation. They're sitting judges that are on the bench. I teach another course called Scientific Methods for the Justice Management Program, which is a master's degree program at the university. I have taught social psychology, criminal justice research methods. I've taught other courses, but that was quite a while ago. Right now, I'm just teaching this graduate level course. I serve on several dissertation committees for various departments on campus: social psychology, psychology, School of Public Health, computer science, natural sciences. There's many. I serve as a dissertation advisor and committee member
when were you
for
conceived?
Students that are getting their degrees, and primarily in the Judicial Studies program. I have served as an advisor and as well as the social psychology program on campus. In terms of my role on campus, I do primarily, let's take the Sawyer Center first. We do research on justice-related topics broadly defined. My background is social psychology with an emphasis in justice studies and law. And so our research that we've been doing there is specifically related to research in the justice system. We have many different populations that we research and do surveys with, including jurors, judges, attorneys, both defense and prosecution, court reporters. We've done many surveys on diverse populations as well, including people experiencing homelessness, LGBTQIA populations, the elderly, prisoners, inmates, Native American populations. So we've done many, many surveys in that capacity. In my role as the survey director for the Center for Surveys, Evaluation, Statistics, I am in charge of multiple research projects that have to do with surveys nationally, regionally, and locally. Most predominantly, the one that we have been doing since I've been there in 2006 is the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, otherwise known as the CDC, their BRFSS survey, which stands for Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System. I am the project coordinator for Nevada, and I've been doing that role since 2000 for the state of Nevada for the last 3 years. But before that, I was the data collection supervisor for this project since 2006. So I've been working on that project for quite a while. Prior to my role in both of these programs, I also worked on surveys. I've been doing, I would say, surveys and research for almost 30 years, since I've been a graduate student, and even before that. So not before graduate student, well, I did research, but before my role in this area, I did research. Most predominantly for the Sawyer Center, we did a nationwide survey on Daubert, and it entailed 400 randomly sampled judges across the nation. And we looked at the effect of Daubert on judicial decision-making. In both of my roles, I work with many organizations to do surveys. We do work for, besides the CDC that I mentioned, many state agencies, Nevada Department of Transportation, Department of Training and Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation. I won't do all the acronyms. I won't do that to you, so because I can shoot off all the acronyms. But we work with the National Judicial College. They're right on campus. I'm in the building, actually. National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. We've worked on projects with the Federal Judicial Center, the State Justice Institute, and many more organizations. I know you're going to ask me other questions, but I wanted to get those out. So
I do have a couple of questions for you. You said 30 years of your life you've spent doing this work.
Yes.
And it sounds like it has a whole lot to do with survey work.
Yes.
Okay. Is that both designing surveys and then critiquing surveys?
Yes. So we have done numerous projects, as I mentioned. You're probably going to ask me, so I'll just say it. We have published in academic journals. I personally have published on different aspects of survey research in Judicature, Justice System Journal, Future of Evidence by the American Bar Association. I have a chapter in there. That was not specific to surveys, sorry. I have other publications, but specific to surveys, Survey Practice Journal, Law and Human Behavior.
Guys, we're going to be doing this till tomorrow on our backgrounds.
There are numerous. I don't know if I can remember them all right now, but in terms of technical reports, we do a lot of technical reports for our projects. And those are basically reports of findings that we give to our clients specifically to use for their organizations based on whatever topic it is that they want us to survey or study. So I mentioned some of them before. We DETR, which is Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation, Nevada Department of Transportation,
You
Nevada
said no
Department of Corrections. I don't think I mentioned that one. And we've done 140 over my career there, 140 technical reports, all of which in some way or fashion have related to surveys or survey research. We do a lot of evaluation projects, needs assessments, and most of those always entail a survey of some kind.
Are there guidelines or standards that govern survey work?
Yes. Ones that have been mentioned here already. APOR, the American Association of Public Opinion Research, and specifically for change of venue surveys or community attitude surveys, ASTC, which is the American Society of Trial Consulting.
Are you familiar with the standards of both?
Yes, I'm a member of both organizations.
Okay.
I'm just going to put my socks and shoes on while we wait because I have to leave soon.
Why people do surveys? It sounds like you've had a hand in a lot of surveys over the years. Why do people do surveys?
many different reasons to find out information about a specific topic or population. People do it for needs assessments. They do it to find out more about support services. If they want to increase support services in their organization, or if they want to just find out an evaluation of what their program is, if they receive funding from a government organization or a grant to do a specific project, they want it evaluated, and that usually entails surveys. People want to know community attitudes. For example, as I mentioned, a couple of them, we did a survey for the Nevada Department of Transportation, specifically looking at highway maintenance in the state of Nevada, asking residents about their opinions on highway safety. We did another one for the Office of Traffic Safety, looking at seatbelt usage, car seat usage, and at the time when cell phones came out, texting and driving, distracted driving behavior. So we've done surveys on those. I'm currently doing a survey with DETR, which I had mentioned, DETR, on foreign labor wage surveys, where we're looking at the farmers in the state of Nevada on whether or not what their wage, the prevailing wages in the state of Nevada. There are many reasons in the justice system, for example.
Yeah, prevailing wage for
surveys
farmers?
on judicial,
It's the price of wheat.
attitudes, jury attitudes, decision making, looking at specific attitudes towards specific crimes. I did a survey on human trafficking. We did another survey on victims of crime. I could go on. Marketing research. You guys have been asked to take many surveys about projects that not projects, but things you bought, things that, they ask you to evaluate restaurants. You get surveys all the time. People do it, as you know, in the election that's coming up. I'm sure you guys have gotten bombarded with many surveys.
Pickles,
Not
not
all of those are valid, by the way. They're called push polls, but anyway, that's something different. But there are lots of surveys that reasons people do surveys, primarily to make decisions and to form policy, to reform policy, to make changes within their organization. And in this case, to assess community attitudes, bias, and the potential impact of pretrial publicity.
Sounds like it's to gain information, and that's in order to make a decision.
Yes, decision making, and especially within the
Summed up
organizations.
the last 5 minutes
policy.
in 6
we do a lot
words.
of policy change as well. We've actually presented reports to the legislature for whoever our clients are. Like, for example, the seatbelt survey that we did, we were trying to do a survey of Nevada residents to see if they should have a primary seatbelt law in Nevada. I was involved in what we call Assembly Bill 122 in Nevada, where they were looking at the assisted living communities within the entire state of Nevada to see if there should be change in those areas. So those are some examples. And primarily, I guess a good example would be the behavioral health, BRFSS again, by the CDC. The biggest thing that we use that survey for is to look at population health and health outcomes. So we ask questions like behavioral risk that's related to how many fruits and vegetables do you eat in a day? How often do you exercise?
This is a murder trial.
We ask about drug practices, substance abuse, sexual practices, whether or not they've ever been told that they've had diabetes or a heart condition or asthma. So those are examples. So we look at the indicators that could predict or have outcomes on the population health. So outcomes, basically.
The judge is nodding,
I
but
heard you
in
mention
his head, he's doing the guilt
attitude
scream.
surveys. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, I mentioned a couple of the examples that we have done community attitudes on. And that's basically measuring attitudes of the community on a specific target population on specific measures of interest.
Did you have an occasion to review the community attitude survey that Dr. Edelman conducted relating to venue issues?
Yes, I did. Excuse me. I forgot. I have these.
Okay.
Exhibit F and F1. It's just my declaration and my expert report that I've already provided to the court.
Okay. And I can see you just place those face down. If you need to place them back face up, will you let me know?
Yeah, I will. Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
That's okay. I'm wondering if you had an opportunity to review the survey work done and conducted by Dr. Bryan Kohberger.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And Do you have an opinion about whether that survey was conducted in a valid way?
Yes, I do.
Oh, stop. No question pending.
What is your?
Okay.
In my opinion, it was a valid survey.
Thank
What
you.
do you
No
base
further
that
questions.
opinion on?
So there are standards and professional code of ethics that I mentioned earlier, suggested by AAPOR, again, AAPOR, American Association of Public Opinion Research, and the American Society of Trial Consulting, ASTC. And specifically, ASTC has a section on venue change surveys. And there are many things that can go into a survey to determine its validity and reliability. I guess I should talk about that before I go into that. When you're talking about scientific reliability, by the way, it's very different than evidentiary reliability. So evidentiary reliability is looking at the trustworthiness of evidence, whereas scientific reliability is looking at the consistency and repetition of a survey done over time, across different populations. And validity is more looking at trustworthiness or accuracy. So if we talk about reliability as consistency and stability of results, and validity as accuracy, that's how I'm going to talk about those things. And with respect specifically to this survey, there are many types of validity and many types of reliability, but I'm not going to go into all of them here.
Right.
I think specifically for this survey, what's important is content validity, construct validity, measurement reliability.
Why is second chair defense smiling, like grinning from ear to ear?
And looking at coverage error and what we would call external validity. There are other types, as I mentioned. There's criterion validity, there's inter-rater reliability, test-retest reliability, convergent validity. There's many types of validity, but I'm not going to talk about those here. I'm just going to talk about the things that made me come to my opinion or form my opinion based on the survey. According to the ASTC standards, when you're doing a change of venue or community attitude survey to look at whether or not a change of venue should be conducted, or a change of venue might be considered, you want to look at 6 things. You have screener questions, you have case recognition questions, you have questions related to the source or the media, where the information comes from, you have demographic information, and then case knowledge questions.
5.
I think I got them all.
Nope.
And that's what I was looking at with respect to the content. And those were all there in Dr. Edelman's survey. The other thing I looked at was the questions themselves. Do they have what we would call construct validity, which is basically, does the survey measure what it purports to measure? And then does it have content validity? Does it cover all those things? And it does. I mentioned that already. That's the content validity, those 6 items. And was it done in a way that you can consider it? The measurement was reliable. And I would say yes. I read the methodology was brief, but based on what I could gather from the report that Research Strategies did, they did all of the things that we would have done. I would have probably done a little bit more in terms of looking at, some of the disposition codes were just a little bit hard to determine, but that's not that important for this. What I would say is that they did everything we do in our lab. We are very strict, I would say strict when it comes to our methodology for our surveys, because we follow AAPOR, which is the strictest standards that you could follow for calling on a telephone survey, or what we call a RDD survey, random digit dialing. And primarily that's because we have to do the CDC survey, and the CDC survey follows AAPOR guidelines. And so for all of our projects, whether it's BRFSS, whether it's CDC or not, we follow the same protocol. So no matter what project we do, whether it be for NDOT or DETR or any of these other organizations that I mentioned, we would definitely follow the same protocol procedures. And that includes things like good questionnaire construction and design. That's the first thing. In order to combat what we would call non-response bias, the first thing you look at is questionnaire design. Are the questions written in a way that would get the responses that you need? Do they have content validity? Are the questions valid? And by that, I mean, we look at things like question order. We look at the whether they're leading, whether they're loaded, whether they're double barreled, whether there's many, many things we look at. So I looked at that. And then we also look at how the survey was sampled. And according to research strategies, they did use a random digit sampling frame. And by that means they probably, I don't have all the details. I'm just going based on my opinion, my experience. What we do for our surveys is we order our sample from a sampling company, and we get replicates.
We buy our samples from the sample
company. And what that means is we get them in blocks of like 30, for example. And
where else do you get samples but from the sample company?
Of 30 phone numbers until completion, and that's to make sure that you are not biasing your sample. So you don't want to call. Here's an example. If you get 20,000 phone numbers, you don't want to call all 20,000 phone numbers just once. That's not how it works, because you're only getting those people that answer the phone on the first ring. So that's biasing. Also, you're reducing your response rate by doing that. So what we do is we call them in blocks of numbers, and we call them several times. From my understanding, they called them 4 times. Research strategies is they called them once, if they didn't get a hold of them, they called 3 more times, they did callbacks. That's also proper protocol. We like to call our surveys at least 3 times during 3 different time periods, either the morning, afternoon, and evening. We also like to call them during the day and on the weekends. My survey lab that I run is open 7 days a week, and every single holiday except for Christmas, Thanksgiving, and believe it or not, Super Bowl Sunday. It's the other American holiday, apparently. Anyway, people get mad when you call them on Super Bowl Sunday versus Father's Day, Mother's Day, and Easter, believe it or not. But anyway, so we call these numbers at different times. And from what I could tell, they did follow-ups, they did different call timing, they did callbacks, they did the replicates. They use both cell phone and landline. It is customary practice now when you're looking at coverage validity, you want to get more you want to make sure you're getting the population that you're interested in. And now so many people have cell phones. So in our lab and most labs across the country now, we do like 90% cell phones versus 10% landline. Now it's customary because of the reduction in the number of people that have.
All I want to know is how to get off that
those
list
are some of
to be
the
called.
things that I looked at, and whether the questions themselves, like I said, were valid in terms of what they were being asked.
It sounds like
Did I answer the question?
you had a really thorough look before you had your opinion as to whether the survey was valid.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion about whether it was reliable?
Yes. In terms of measurement reliability, which includes things like
that might have been the longest answer ever in court to a question.
An interviewer, and you are asking questions, it could be biasing if you're not trained properly. And the mode of survey that you're doing for change of venue surveys, the typical mode is RDD surveys, which is phone surveys versus paper or in person. And so the interviewers must be trained and supervised. My understanding is that research strategy has been around for 20 plus years. So I'm assuming they're like our lab where they were trained properly and they have supervision where there's supervisors also supervising the interviewers. So that's another way to combat non-response bias, which includes refusal conversion training, which is, I think Dr. Edelman alluded to it earlier, things like soft refusals. If someone calls up and says, I'm making dinner, I'm too busy, I'm giving my kids a bath, I'm running to the store, whatever it is. We train the interviewers on how to handle those situations so that we don't get only the first person that answers the phone or only those people that are saying that they're busy. So that's all part of the training to make sure that we get at non-response.
Right. I think that you have answered my questions really well, and based on, just to sum it up, based on your look at the work done by Dr. Edelman with his survey, your opinion is that it's a valid survey.
Yes, basically it's what I would have done or what we would have done in our survey lab.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, but hang on, prosecutor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Prosecution, you've seen what happens when you ask her a question. Are you sure you want to do this?
We have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge is like, thank you. I mean that.
So, thank you. Witness be released.
She may, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr.
Thank you
Double
for
Dare
being
You
here.
Not To is now
Very
leaving the stand.
Help yourself, yeah. As much as you need.
Just free
Thanks.
water today only.
All right.
Why did she have a dry mouth? Does she talk?
For witnesses, Your Honor.
No more witnesses. Okay. Any witnesses?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Okay. We prepared for argument?
Let's do it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's do it. Soundbite. Here's the argument. The judge may rule, may take it under advisement, might have
Your
a decision
Honor,
today.
Decision to change venue rests on what you heard today and the court's determination that there's a reasonable likelihood that all of the media coverage has impacted the impartiality of a Latah County jury. That comes from Paul and Shepard. Your Honor, it's important to think of that standard in light of the Constitution of the United States and the state of Idaho. Mr. Kohberger has a constitutional right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. And to guarantee that, this court must change venue. Your Honor can look at the media coverage in this case and know that it's prejudicial coverage. The amount of coverage is a huge amount of coverage. The kind of coverage is prejudicial coverage, and it's had an impact on the Latah County potential juror. The court can see actual prejudice by understanding the results of that survey. Reading the hundreds of comments from Latah County residents, you can see that the media has been prejudicial, and it's actually prejudiced potential jurors in Latah County. The court can also presume prejudice by looking at this case as it is. It's an extreme case that comes out of the Haddon case in Idaho, and you can presume prejudice in an extreme case. You have heard all day long how much coverage this case garners. It's Latah County. It's bigger, it's a state of Idaho, it's nationwide, it's outside of the nation, it's continuous, it's every day. Social media, books have been written, primetime television shows have happened in this case. It just doesn't stop. And you know that this is prejudicial coverage as well. The state has agreed things that were surveyed are false media items. At least some of them. This is all before the other things contained in the media are subject to admissibility rules, even if they're awkward. Subject to cross-examination and full context explanation of what they mean. So you have this coverage that permeates the community. Bigger than the community, the state, bigger than the state, the nation, and this is an extreme case. The court should think about things that have happened in this courtroom too, when considering whether this is an extreme case and the amount of prejudice that exists. This court has issued courtroom rules to determine who can have a camera, where a camera can be. The court on our motion limited things and finally removed cameras from this courtroom, and the court right now is live streaming. That doesn't take care of all of it though. The live stream is captured and replayed almost in real time, if not real time.
It is real time.
Everything that happens in this case is on social media, and all kinds of things that don't happen in this case run rampant in news stories, in social media stories, and impact all of the jurors. It is particularly important when you're considering this extreme case to look at the size of this community. You heard a lot about that today. You heard how bias is created. And when you think about this little community and all of the people that spoke out early on about this case, that's how the bias starts in this case. People in this community have a lot of ownership in the case as well. They're connected, to the case by being related to or knowing people that conducted the investigation. They're connected to the case by knowing the community leaders that have spoken out about the case. They're connected to the case by the relationship with the University of Idaho. That's a pretty tight connection. And that is how you have to think about the human bias that exists and how it cannot be fixed if we get to jury selection. Your Honor has to look at the content and know the content of the media and know that there hasn't been positive stories about Bryan Kohberger. It's negative stories. There's not a media story talking about Bryan Kohberger's right to be presumed innocent. There's not a media story talking about Bryan Kohberger being loved by his family. Nobody's talking about the good grades he achieved all through his undergraduate career
Yeah, he sort
and
of overshadowed
graduate
that
programs. Nobody's talking about the dog that he loves and helped train.
There's the
It's
story
all
right
negative.
there.
It's false.
He had a dog.
It's misleading. It's stuff that's rumor and never coming into court. There are things about his character that are just untrue that are out there. When you have this much information surrounding a case, it's an extreme case and it's all over the place. I don't want the court to think all this social media happens and it's not centered in Latah County and think that's okay, because it's just not. There's plenty that's centered in Latah County. I'm sure the court remembers where we started earlier today with the two pie charts that we were shown by Crusoe this morning. One talks about how big the coverage is in Latah County that projects into Latah County compared to how small of a piece of the pie of the whole population in Idaho that Latah County is. So that's a lot of coverage directed into Latah County, and that's the stuff. Those are the news stories, the nightly news that's coming into Latah County residents' TVs. That's their newspaper that they're going to get in the morning. But that's not all. Latah County has as much access to primetime news stories, as much access to Facebook groups, to different podcasts, to watch things on YouTube, to buy books containing misinformation. They have as much access to do that as anybody else. So you have to recognize how big the case is, how much coverage there is, and just how prejudicial the coverage is. You understand that, we understand that learning from Dr. L. O'Leary this morning when she talked about bias. So having that as a backdrop and thinking about the survey results that we just talked about, you can see that there is a huge correlation to the few media items that could be tested and prejudgment of guilt for Mr. Kohberger. And those are people in Latah County. You can see the case connections that are bigger than the other counties, and they just don't go away. You also should be aware that the coverage doesn't drop off. It's not going to stop. It may peak and it may dip a little bit. It comes right back up. You can expect that will continue. We have a pretty good schedule of hearings coming up for pretrial motions. The court issued a scheduling order a couple of months ago. And so you can expect that the interest in the case is going to pop back up every single time we have one of those hearings. And that's a lot of media coverage, and people in Latah County are going to see it and read it, and they're going to continue with their opinions. So what do we do? What do we do about that? It's tough. It's really tough in Idaho. There is a lot of case recognition, and there's prejudgment in Idaho, but there's hope. When you look at the survey and you recognize that in other parts of this state, people don't recognize as many media items as they do in Latah County. That's good, because that means right to prejudgment. So that's good. That's hope right there, that we can find a jury somewhere in the state to give Mr. Kohberger his right to a fair trial. It's also a much larger population, so the impact on people sitting on the jury would be much smaller. Imagine with me that we are here in June of 2025, and we're here and we've seated 16 or so people over here. You're going to recognize some of them. People that sit in the courtroom in our audience that want to come and listen to the trial are going to see them. Even if they don't listen to the trial, people are going to know whose car leaves their driveway every morning to get to the courthouse by 8:30 for 3 solid months. And those jurors that sit over there are going to feel an immense amount of pressure to answer the call of the community to be safe. You can read those comments about what people in this community think about Mr. Kohberger and what they think would happen if the jury found him innocent. It's hard to imagine that one of those jurors who all of a sudden said, you know what, I'm not sure, and listened to more evidence and said, I'm really not sure. I don't think he did it. Are they going to be brave enough to do that, to write not guilty, to say not guilty, and to stand their ground? That comes right to impartiality, that the court has to be sure that that's not going to happen. You can't be sure that there's a way to pick an impartial jury in this community. In Ada County, we don't have that. We don't have Canyon County, we also don't have that. Those are jurors that are not from this small, close-knit community. Those are jurors who aren't going to run into a police officer that investigated the case at the grocery store, or maybe somebody from the prosecutor's office at the jazz festival at the college. There are people who don't have those connections. The other difference that I think is really important to think about too is the location, the connection to the house where this happened. That has been a pretty big deal in the community and wider, but in the community about whether the house should remain standing through trial or should be torn down. And there's been an awful lot of publicity about that. People in this community have an opinion one way or the other. We aren't going to know what their opinion is, but they're going to bring that into the courtroom. People in Ada County do not have. And why Ada? Why not Canyon, or why not Bannock? I think that's something that we should talk about. The easiest one to talk about is Bannock. The numbers look a little better there in a lot of regards, but it's a smaller community as well. And so I think that there's a danger that if the court says, I'm going to change venue and we're going to Bannock County, I think there's a danger with that small community. There could be more interest all of a sudden, and we may run into a bit of a problem. So that's why I'm not here telling you Bannock County, but if you tell us Bannock County, I think we have a lot better shot at seating an impartial jury than we do here in Latah. Canyon County is the second largest. And Your Honor, honestly, if the court says, let's change venue, let's go to Canyon County or Bannock County, I think we have a better shot at getting an impartial jury. But we picked Ada County specifically because we're aware of the structure of that courthouse, the way it's set up. We're aware that there's at least some statewide precedent for moving these big cases to Ada County. And we're aware that it would be easier to get our jurors to and from that courthouse in a way that they wouldn't have to go through the media. They would be kept private and in secret and secure. It makes sense to focus on Ada County for a lot of those reasons. Your Honor, we're mindful that that's a lot of miles away from here. But at the end of the day, the interest that we have is to protect Bryan Kohberger's constitutional rights. His right to a fair trial is as important as our right to free speech, our right to bear arms, our right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. And the right to a fair trial cannot happen in Latah County. There is way too much media coverage. It is biased media coverage. It has impacted the potential juror, and it causes bias in the potential juror. This is a tiny little community, and this case needs to move. where there's a chance to get jurors that haven't prejudged guilt of Mr. Kohberger and will have the ability to be anonymous and not known by everybody else in the community. The pressure to convict here is great, and it won't be in Ada counties. The venue needs to be changed.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Beatty?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the case law in this case just does not support a change of venue, given the evidence that the court has before it. The state does not disagree with counsel on what the appropriate standard is. The appropriate standard is that the defense has the burden of showing a reasonable likelihood that the defendant's ability to get a fair trial is going to be diminished as opposed to some other county, or put another way, a reasonable likelihood that pretrial publicity will deprive him of a fair trial. So in looking at the evidence the court has before it, we can start with Exhibit C. Those were the charts presented by TrueScope. And we can see in those charts that for at least 6 months on one of those line graphs that compared Ada County and Latah County, Ada County had significantly more coverage than Latah County. And that more recently, in the past couple of months, that line graph comes together again, and they're just a couple points off. The fact is, Your Honor, this case has media coverage everywhere. That is something that was acknowledged by the defense, and that is something that is abundantly clear in these surveys. So looking to Exhibit C, comparing Latah County and Ada County, it is clear that this could easily be a back and forth scenario where at some points Latah County is higher and at other points Ada County is higher. And it almost looks like we may have recently been headed in that direction as recently as a few weeks ago. In looking at the survey numbers, Your Honor, I'd like to talk about what the numbers from the survey actually say. And I'd like to start by looking at Defense Exhibit F1, Dr. Dare. We don't dispute any of the testimony that she gave today. We don't dispute anything in her declaration. And one of the things in her declaration that she discussed was a 5% margin of error in surveys such as this, with 400 survey respondents in a population within the range of our population in Latah County and in the population of Ada County. So if we're talking about a 5% margin of error, according to the defendant's own expert, and we're looking at case exposure in Latah County of 98% and Ada County of 93%, those communities are within the margin of error. Looking at presumption of guilt among jurors who knew about the case, Latah County, 67%, Ada County, 68%, Canyon County, 69%, and Bannock County, 76%. Latah County, Ada County, and Canyon County are at best within the margin of error. And if these results are to be taken literally, Latah County has the lowest number of jurors who knew about the case who are going to presume Mr. Kohberger guilty. Now, when you zoom out and look at the survey results for presumption of guilt among all respondents, Latah County is at 66%, Ada County is at 64%, Bannock also at 64%, and Canyon at 62%. Again, you're within this margin of error here. I would also point the court to the fact that jurors among the total sample size who had no opinion about this case, potential jurors, survey respondents, Latah County had the highest number of folks who reported having no opinion about this case at 17%. Ada County, 12%, Canyon, 13%, and Bannock at 9%. And then again, jurors among the total sample who had no opinion about Bryan Kohberger, Latah County, 29%, Ada County, 25%, Canyon County, 23%, and Bannock County, 24%. Again, we have the highest number of survey respondents in Latah County saying that they have no opinion about the defendant. When you zoom out, this is the big picture. These are the questions that matter. The question is, which community is the most likely to give Mr. Kohberger a fair trial? we can split hairs and say, well, if this person knows this media item, then they're X% more likely to think he's guilty. That's not the big picture. Those are trees in the forest, but we're ignoring the forest. And if you're looking at the forest is which community has the least amount of bias. And there are obviously some personal connections in Moscow and to the University of Idaho. The state does not dispute that. We believe those can be dealt with through other measures short of venue change. But when it comes to bias itself within a community, the court can take this entire 300+ page document of all of the survey responses and look at these surveys and see that the pervasive media coverage across the entire state has simply created some complications and difficulties. Those are not unique to Latah County. The more productive conversation to have is how can we craft questionnaires that will ask jurors factual questions that help us identify sources of bias. For example, are you employed by the University of Idaho and how? Or did you know one of the victims? Things like that are factual that will allow us to then follow up and ask more questions. And frankly, Your Honor, the state would be willing, as we approach trial, to engage in good faith discussions with defense counsel and the court about potentially just excusing some jurors who are too factually close to the case for cause from the outset. We're willing to have that discussion. Another thing that the court can do that would address some of the concerns that were testified to regarding bias and social pressures is to allow potential jurors to have individual voir dire and outside the presence of other jurors and outside the presence of cameras or audio recording that are being live streamed. In this case, it's going to be critically important that potential jurors who come to jury duty feel like they can give honest answers and feel like they can be forthright. And in order to do that, I think individual voir dire would be very appropriate, and the court has that option available to it. I think another possibility that the court should consider, particularly after looking at Exhibit C and those line graphs where we're talking about peaks in media coverage, is sealing some potential hearings coming up. And the defense may not want to seal certain hearings for good reason. We're not asking the court at this point to seal all hearings going forward, but the state believes that there may be certain evidentiary hearings. For example, if the state files 404B notices or motions in limine related to the evidence, some of that information might be extremely prejudicial, and the state would agree to seal hearings where prejudicial information is going to come out in that hearing. And that, too, is a tool that the court has before it to alleviate some of those peaks in media coverage, because, of course, part of the court's consideration is going to be the intensity of media coverage over the life of the case. And so one way that the court can address that is by sealing certain hearings, and the parties can use good faith and seal certain motions or briefs addressing prejudicial information temporarily until the trial is complete. When we're talking about bias and individuals who come to court for jury selection, I think it's important to remember that we have to deal with what the law says. And what the law says is that voir dire and jury selection is the appropriate process for ferreting out bias. We don't get to hand wave the jury instructions that are based in case law and that are handed to us by the Idaho Supreme Court. We don't get to hand wave those and refer to them as indoctrination and act like all potential jurors are going to come to court and lie, that they can't be trusted. Now, certainly there are some human biases, but a good voir dire is the tool to address those. And we don't get to just burn the system down. That's not what we're here to do. We have to use the voir dire process. I would also point out that when we're looking at, well, actually, Your Honor, let's talk about some numbers. Let's assume, we've heard a lot about the Daybell case. Let's assume that this court decides to summon 1,800 jurors. Let's assume that this court decides to seat a jury of 12 with 6 alternates, given that it's going to be a very long trial. If this court were to summons a jury of 1,800 jurors, which was the amount that was summoned in Latah County, in Dadeville, this court could just as easily summons 1,800 jurors in Latah County with a prospective jury pool of 32,000 as a court could summons 1,800 people in Ada County. It doesn't matter that Ada County's population is 16 times higher than the population in Latah County, because in Ada County, the court, if the court moves this trial to Ada County, is not going to say, well, we're in Ada County, I guess I'll summons in 20,000 jurors. That's not how it works. This court could just as easily summons in 1,800 jurors in either location. And if this court were to summons 1,800 jurors, only 1 in 100 would have to qualify to sit on a jury in order for this court to proceed to trial. So if you look at that 1,800 number and you look at some of the survey numbers, let's look at total prejudgment. Total prejudgment by total sample. 17% of Latah County jurors had no opinion on total prejudgment. That sounds low, but when you look at it out of a jury pool of 1,800, that's over 300 people walking into this courthouse with no opinion about the case. You look at the question, given what you have read, seen, or heard about this case, would Bryan Kohberger have a difficult time convincing you that he is not guilty of murder? 19% said no, 16% said no opinion. You add those up and you have over 600 jurors out of an 1,800 person jury pool who would answer that question in that way. What is your opinion of Bryan Kohberger? No opinion, 29%. That's over 500 jurors that would come into this courthouse with no opinion of Bryan Kohberger. A large jury pool is a solution to the media coverage in this case, and this court is going to have to summon a large jury pool wherever this court holds this trial, whether it's in Ada County, whether it's here, whether it's in Bannock County, or whether it's in Canyon County. And frankly, Your Honor, as we move toward the issue of convenience, if anything, these survey numbers being so close to one another and so tight with each other should tell the court that if the court did determine that a venue change was appropriate, if the court made that determination, Kootenai County or Nez Perce County would be a far more logical choice, because those are geographically closer and the state would not have to pick up and move all of its evidence for 3 months down 300 miles to Boise. The court would now have to move its entire court staff. People could still go home. There would be less witness travel expenses. So if the court decides to change venue, the court should look at more convenient options closer to Latah County. Either Kootenai County or Nez Perce County would alleviate some of the concerns laid out by the defense about the connections to the university or the connections to Moscow itself. But again, even looking at the survey on those issues of connections to Moscow or connections to the university, 39% of folks in Latah County visited or walked by the home where the murders occurred. 60%, nearly 60% didn't. That means that out of a jury pool of 1,800, over 1,000 people would not have gone by the home where the murders occurred. Are you or a family member, a student or employee at the University of Idaho in Moscow? 75% of folks in Latah County said no. That's 1,300 out of 1,800. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, Your Honor, but a large jury pool alleviates these concerns so much better than simply moving venue to another locale where the public sentiment is so close that it's within the margin of error, or if you're taking these survey results literally, worse. That makes no sense, Your Honor. The other option that the court has available to it would be to bring in a jury pool from Nez Perce. Again, the state does not believe that a venue change is warranted given the evidence that the court has before it. But if the court were persuaded that a Latah County jury could not successfully be sat in this case, the court could bring in jurors from Nez Perce County. Lewiston is approximately 30 minutes away. It would certainly be a longer drive for them, but the court could deal with that in scheduling and make those accommodations. It has many months to prepare to do that. Moving to the convenience issue, I think it's important to note that Latah County is not a tiny little community. Latah County might be close-knit, but it is not a tiny little community. Latah County is one of the top 25% of most populated counties in the state of Idaho. It's 11th out of 44 counties in Idaho. There are 32,000, according to Dr. Edelman, jury-eligible citizens in Latah County. It is not so tiny that we could not summons in a jury of 1,800, a jury pool of 1,800 folks. Since the convenience argument focuses primarily on Ada County, that's what I'm going to address today. So starting with the size of courthouse and the ability to house parties and court staff, it's already built into the Latah County Courthouse for the court to have a place to go, for the court's employees to have a place to go, for court staff, for the court staff attorney. All of that is built into the Latah County Courthouse. Unlike moving to Ada County, where the courthouse would have to accommodate the court and all the court staff. Similarly, the prosecutor's office and their staff already built into the Latah County Courthouse. No separate accommodations would be needed. The defense will have to have accommodations wherever they go, and certainly they are entitled to privacy and accommodations that will allow them to prepare for this extensive trial. They absolutely should have that. But they are going to have to find those accommodations regardless of where this trial is located, unless it does get moved to Kootenai County. And so keeping this trial in Latah County would be a lesser burden on the Latah County Courthouse, in the sense that they would simply have to find accommodations for the defense team rather than finding accommodations for everyone. As to juror space and security, as well as the argument of overall security, it is true that the Ada County Courthouse has a precedent of handling large trials. And it is true that Ada County does a very good job with that. But the reason Ada County does a very good job with handling these high-profile cases with security, with court staff, with organization, with getting jurors in and out in an organized fashion, the reason Ada County does a good job with that isn't because Ada County has a physically bigger courthouse. It's because Ada County has diligent, competent, and professional staff. And I have every reason to believe that with the 9 months we have until trial, that this court staff here and security could also have the time to prepare and make operation plans and all of the things that go into having a trial of this magnitude. I have no doubt that they can accomplish that with careful planning and preparation over the many months between now and trial. It is also my understanding that there is a means to bring jurors securely into this courthouse outside of the public view. Moving on to the cost of travel expenses, counsel referenced the cost of transportation to and from the airport and correctly noted that the Spokane Airport is considerably further from the Latah County Courthouse than the Boise Airport is from the Ada County Courthouse. That's absolutely correct. However, the Lewiston Airport is a shorter drive, again, about 30 minutes, and does connect to some major airport hubs. That would be another option. But even taking into account that there may be some additional rental car expense for the few out-of-state witnesses that we're going to have, that would be negated and then some by transporting all of the local witnesses from Latah County down 300 miles to Boise, by paying for accommodations in Boise for the court and court staff, the prosecutor's office and prosecutor's office staff, and the many local witnesses that will be testifying in this trial. There's also a logistical issue of transporting evidence for a 3-month trial, the chain of custody issues, the evidence tech from the Moscow Police Department, and it's my understanding there's only one, taking him out of his role up in Moscow here for 3 months and having him in Boise, trying to manage this evidence in a location that we would also have to arrange for, and dealing with the chain of custody issues, transporting the evidence back and forth. I think the court can also consider, since this is a pretty broad standard on the convenience side of things, the effect of prosecutors and law enforcement being away from the community for up to 3 months. And I think the court should also consider the nature of Latah County itself. The infrastructure of Latah County, and specifically Moscow, which has a university of nearly 12,000 students is that this community is tailor-made to expand and contract with the rhythm of the school year. So this isn't going to be a situation where there aren't enough hotels or aren't enough restaurants. This town, as well as neighboring Pullman, which provides additional accommodations, is designed to handle large influxes of people. That should not be any concern for the court at all. Again, we are not talking about a tiny community here. We are talking about a mid-sized town that's on the, frankly, a larger side, on the larger side for counties within this state that can amply accommodate a jury trial of this magnitude, particularly in the summer months where you don't have these major academic events. Finally, since we are talking about the interests of justice in the convenience prong of the rule, it is completely appropriate for the court to also consider the fact that most of the victims' families, not all of them, but most of them, live closer to Latah County than they do to Boise. That means that for them, traveling to this trial, which they will have a constitutional right to attend, and again, we're only asking the court to consider this in the convenience prong, will be much easier for them and more convenient for them than it would be for them to have to travel hundreds of miles to Boise. I think the court can and should consider that factor as well. Your Honor, at the end of the day, these surveys have given the court a factual basis to deny this motion to change venue, and we hope that's what the court decides to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, as I sat and listened to Ms. Beatty talking about all of the prejudicial coverage and how there's a problem in other counties as well as Latah County, it really struck me that everybody knows how prejudicial this media coverage is. Everybody knows that. And that's really the question the court has to answer today. Has there been prejudicial media coverage that there's a reasonable likelihood that it impacts the impartiality of the jury, that it impacts Mr. Kohberger from getting a fair trial? Don't think about county's numbers. Don't think about Canyon County's numbers, and don't think about Bannock County's numbers. Think about Latah County's numbers. Your first question is, do you grant the motion to change venue to protect his constitutional rights? Don't get mixed up in thinking, well, Ada County's numbers aren't so great either. Maybe Canyon County's numbers aren't so great either. You have to make this decision based on what's going to happen in Latah County. You know the jurors have been exposed to prejudicial media. You know that there's been an impact on it. You know that that's going to be really hard to ferret out in a jury selection moment. And if you know all that, you have to change venue. You can't just say, well, it's bad in Ada County too, so I won't change venue here. The question for the court is, in the county in which Mr. Kohberger is charged, can you seat a fair and impartial jury? And that answer is no, you cannot. The court then has to decide, what do we do? But answer the first question first. Answer the first question first. And don't be tempted to say, well, maybe we could go to Kootenai County, maybe we could go to Nez Perce County. We don't have any surveys on them. We don't have any information on them, except we know that Dr. Edelman pulled a couple hundred stories from the Lewiston Tribune and looking at the local media coverage because of the closeness of Moscow and Lewiston. And except that we know that people in Lewiston have the same nightly news as those in Moscow. And by the way, so does Kootenai County. KXLY, that broadcasts all the stories on their nightly news, that happens at my house, it happens at Mr. Thompson's house, and it happens to somebody who's from Lewiston too. That's the same news. The difference is the newspapers, and the difference is the community connection and what that means in this case. So don't be tempted to go to another county we haven't surveyed. We've surveyed a lot of comparative counties. Stay in the place where your decision rests on what's going on here in Latah County. For sure, when we do get to jury trial, you should do individual court. For sure, we should do a jury questionnaire, and we should talk amongst all of us and try to figure out if we can excuse some jurors before they're ever brought in. They should never be on camera. We should try to keep them as anonymous as we can. Those are all things that we absolutely must do.
I agree with that.
To be the very most protective, you have to answer the first question. And that question is, we have to get this case out of Latah County. That's an important decision, and it's important to make now. We're 9 months from trial, and we need to have the venue issue settled. We need to be able to have our subpoenas out. We need to have our experts plan. We need to have time set aside. I've got my time set aside, but we need to have our experts be able to get tickets and reservations for hotels. Don't answer all the questions at once, Your Honor. Answer the first one first, and then think about where it's most reasonable to have the trial. Think about the differences in the communities. But answer the first question first. We can't have this trial here. There is no way Mr. Kohberger can get a fair and impartial jury.
Ms. Taylor? Well, I'm not going to give you a decision now. Number one, I would say this is probably professionally the most difficult decision I've ever had to make. Both sides, okay, have made really solid positions and supported that. I know there are a lot of considerations, practical, in terms of logistics and prejudicial media. So I have some work to do. I'm going to go through everything. Okay, even I thought I got most of everything, but that's going to take me a little bit of time, and go through the law again, too, including the rule itself and the interpretation of that. So I'll do my best. It's a challenge. So that's probably all I should say at this point. But I listened carefully all day, and I thought there was some really important things to think about, both sides, and that's what I'm going to do. So with that, I will adjourn and take care. Have a good rest of the week. Thank you all.
All right, that is it. I do not know if you can hear me or if you can see me, but I am going to try to hit the appropriate buttons here to turn this off, and we will catch you guys tomorrow.